Welcome to the Foxhole, one and all. Welcome, everybody to the very first episode. Hang on one second. Say hi, Rosa.
Hi.
There you go. Oh man. Now, as you can see, the logo is still not Welcome to the Foxhole. That's because the art assets aren't completely completed yet. There is going to be production updates across the month of September and probably into October as well, to fully realize the show in its current incarnation. So the logo will change, the background will change. I'm probably going to get some new start and end screens and everything. But I want to get the rebrand done and started, essentially, because otherwise it was just going to... I've been wanting to do this for more than a month now. And I was like, man, if I just wait and wait for everything to be perfect, it's never going to get done. So I was like, you know what, just pull the trigger, rebrand, and the art and all that kind of stuff can get taken care of as we get it. No stream yesterday? No, there was no stream yesterday because I was busy trying to get this thing set up to the point where it's at, which is still not ideal. There's still a lot to do. But one thing I did do, I can't hear the background music. Can y'all hear the background music? It should be playing. Oh, I know why. It's because I turned down OBS in my ear. There we go.
Lamau.
All right. No, there was no stream because yesterday because I was busy working and making sure that this was ready to go for as much as I can get it in its current form. So what has been added? Well, alerts are now active. So if there are subscribers, it's pretty much the only alert that's going to work right now are new subs. I'm in the process of getting a dono link. There is one in the chat, or not in the chat, in the description right now, but it's just a direct PayPal, because right now Streamlabs really wants to dox me, and so I have to figure out how to make it not dox me because of the way I set up my accounts originally. So once I get that figured out, that will also be an alert. There's that, and then the channel name itself is also going to change. Immediately after this stream, both the channel name and the handle are going to change. So the channel name is going to be updated to the WTF podcast, which is obviously Welcome to the Foxhole, teehee. And then the @ will just be changed to Welcome to the Foxhole. And this is going to be the centerpiece of the channel, at least right now at the beginning. So I have a really nice hole. Thank you, Cornell. My hole is amazing. So anyway, we got a lot planned. There's a lot of there's just gonna be a trickle of nice production values coming into the stream week after week after week. And I'm really excited about the rebrand, and I'm really excited about the direction the channel is going to be going from here. The gaming streams aren't going anywhere, and neither is the Fox Bottle. He's not going anywhere. He is still featured. He's actually going to be a part of this stream. It's in the works, chat. It's in the works. I need to get the art, and I need to get a few other things set up. But Foxman will be a part of this stream. So look forward to that. But anyway, having said that, hi Rosa. Rosa, you there?
I've been muted. Fuck! I just muted or something. And then
Well, you muted yourself?
Muted.
Oh, it's not my fault for a change. Okay,
It's not. It's my fault.
Oh man. Of course, there's gonna be scuff chat. Never embrace it. But anyway, as I was saying, hi Rosa.
Hi. I was trying to think of something funny to say as far as the Foxman coming back into the fold, and I was gonna say, yeah, chat, can't you wait to drink out of his hole? His watering hole? His watering foxhole? Not to be confused with the Wandering Foxhole of the Wandering Helmsman. Sorry, it's
See, this
That's
is
all,
this,
Chad, that's all
this
I
is
had.
why I asked Rosa to co-host chat. This is for quality banter. Anyway, oh my god. Well, we got a lot of good stories to get to. Got a lot of wild world and news stories. Got a lot of pop culture and gaming stories to get to. Before that, how's your week been, Rosa?
It's been pretty good. It's been
Yeah?
pretty good. We did a lot of fucking things this week. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but I know that we played some Nier. That was fun. I know that we almost finished fucking Wukong. I'm on the fucking final boss. Stupid AoE spamming fucking cunt.
Yeah, I saw you wasting a lot of time on that optional boss that was like
Yeah.
lame as fuck.
Yeah. It was really annoying, but like the aftermath of that boss, it was really cool. So it was
Yeah.
worth it in the end. I'm glad I ended up going back and beating it.
I
I've been
am
upset at myself. For
I
a
am
minute.
still in chapter 2 of Wukong, so it's gonna take me a long ass time for me to finish that playthrough. So
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. We also went and we're actually almost done with Ghost Recon Future Soldier, which is honestly might be up there in my list of favorite games of all time. I've had so much fucking fun playing that game. That game just feels really good. It feels better than any of like the modern day shooters, like a non-insignificant margin.
telling you, man, that like the
That
five
era.
the 5 years before and after the year 2010, like 2005 to like 2015, is like the absolute peak of gaming.
Dude,
It
it was
really
so
is.
fucking good.
At least at this
It
century.
was so fucking good.
So
Cool as hell. You didn't pick it up. Yeah, dude, it was really, really fun. I was actually telling chat that I kind of want to put together like a small. This game is actually on Steam, I think, right? It's like you can still buy this game. Like, you don't have to play it on an emulator. You
That's
just on
wild.
PC. So I was thinking, I had an idea that we should get together, right? A group of people that I know are like serious and mature and not super silly, to try to basically do all the missions without getting spotted.
ooh, like a full 100% clean stealth run.
Yeah, I think that would be super fucking awesome.
Is it
And
possible?
I was thinking, well, there's certain missions where like they're like, oh yeah, like
Blow up this,
they-
like fight this tank.
they know that they're like, yeah, stuff like that, like, oh, like they know that you're coming or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, a lot of those fights can be avoided if you do properly stealth it. It's just really, really hard.
Uh-huh.
Because the way that the missions work is that a lot of the missions are dependent on whether or not you fail. So the objectives will actually change if you end up breaking out of stealth. Right? Because obviously the rest of the mission is to basically accounting for the fact that you're no longer in stealth.
Right.
But like for a lot of the missions, if you stealth the whole way, like you just literally have no issue. You just go in, you kill people you gotta kill them, and you walk out. It's super easy. But
That
yeah,
could be
I
fun.
think it'd be it'd be really, really fun to get
It
together.
could also be frustrating.
Yes, it could be. Which is why I need to find like I was thinking you would be like a good pick because you're like usually like pretty calm, you're like pretty chill.
You haven't watched a lot of my streams, have you?
I don't know. I think you'd be a good pick, right? I was thinking Umbra would also be a good pick. I don't know who the fourth man would be. I also haven't asked Umbra yet. I'm still like deciding. I'm like I want to finish the game first, then decide if I want to do it or not. And
Yeah,
check the chat to see if they want me to do it.
I'm a lot like you. It depends on the game. Like with Yakuza, I'm like goofy as fuck, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
but other games, like when I was playing Sifu, I was like
Mhm.
hyper focused, you know. So like it depends on the game, like what my demeanor is going to be. Need to get a great actor by the name of Mike Hunt. Fucking Jesus, blast from the past. Still got that Final Fantasy VII hard run to do. Oh my gosh! See, so I finished Final Fantasy VII. I don't mean to like impede on your week. Like a couple,
you're good.
like what 2 weeks ago, 2 weekends ago, and I was like, man, what the hell am I gonna do? Because I've been streaming this game every Tuesday since I debuted. Like that's a long, 26 episodes to finish that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, fuck, what the hell am I gonna do to fill this foxhole? And then Acumen was like, hard mode. And I was like, oh god. Because honestly, normal mode is pretty difficult on its own. At least to me it is. Hard mode's gotta be, oof, that's gonna be painful. So that's like an inside joke on my part. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think it might be worth maybe an off stream test playthrough, of a 1 or 2 missions to see if that's a feasible thing, you know? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think so too.
Anyway, all right, what else did you do?
I played the new Warhammer game.
I
First,
saw that.
I played Space Marine 1. Played it all the way through. That game is fucking phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
Towards the end, it's a little bit difficult because you can't really do all the fun stuff you really, really want to do because the game, a lot of the enemies just shooting you, and the game kind of overloads you a lot. So it becomes kind of difficult. But to go in there and just go fucking stomping boys, you have to play a little bit more passively. But it's still really, really fun. Space Marine 2 is a different game. Just entirely.
How so?
You don't feel anywhere near as powerful, but also you can level up your stuff, right? So we were going through and I was like, man,
elements.
Feels weak. Yeah, it's where the previous one was a story game, this one feels like a live service type of game where it's there's story missions, and the story missions you unlock stuff for because you can do the story and multiplayer stuff if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't get to make your own boy, right? And customize your armor and stuff, and unlock all the cool stuff, right? And unlock perks and stuff, and play different classes. You don't get any of that in the story. In the story, you just pick up what you're given, right? You
kind of like Vermintide, Cornell says. Did you play Vermintide?
Yeah. I've not, but from what I've seen, yeah, kind of similar. Where it's you have classes you can play, right? And you're basically kind of going through missions and objectives and a map.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I don't like is just ammo economy kind of fucking bloated.
Oh.
It's not that bad in the story mode because there's ammo literally everywhere. But when you're doing these missions, there's you can find them decently often enough. But it's real annoying to be shoot. It's a massive horde of enemies, and you physically don't have enough fucking bullets to deal with it.
Yeah, that's annoying.
You know? So yeah.
I always hate it when resource gimmicks like that, they just feel like a cumbersome bit of busy work that you have to do instead of an actual engaging gameplay mechanic. This is one of my issues with half-assed puzzle mechanics in games. Puzzles that are so easy that anybody can figure it out in 30 seconds. But you still have to just do the busy work of doing the puzzle. And it takes 2 minutes to do a puzzle, and it's just this isn't challenging me, it's just making me do shit for 2 minutes. It doesn't, it's if you're gonna put in a puzzle, make it actually engaging. It's same thing with game mechanics with Resident Evil does a good job with ammunition economy mechanics. It's very well balanced in that regard. So it's if you don't want your gameplay mechanics to just be just feel like they're just busy work burdens, and yeah, it's so when you got shit like that, it's yeah. This is the problem with Ubisoft games, right? Or one of the problems with Ubisoft games is that all of their gameplay mechanics just feel like busy work and not actually engaging gameplay.
Yeah.
So
that's kind of what I feel with again, it's just having to go back and forth, right, between shooting a bunch of guys and reloading, then shooting a bunch of guys and reloading. It's just it's so fucking annoying just having to run back to the fucking the ammo box all the time. You kind of feel like staying at the ammo box. I usually play because one of the options they play like a sniper, right? And that's usually what I go for, right? That's what I like. I typically go for the stealth, or not stealth, but the dex option video games, right? I typically go for yes, I'll be the long range sniper and I'll shoot the guy. Oh yeah, I'll be the cloak and dagger guy, right?
Yeah.
For the record, Ginny is not a rogue. But anyway, that's usually like what I go for, right? And so, I tried sniper, and it's really frustrating to play sniper when it takes 3 shots to kill like a mid-level enemy, right? Mid-level ranged enemy.
Yeah.
It takes 3 sniper shots to the fucking head.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Out of hold on, it gets better. I have a maximum of 6 shots in my fucking magazine, and I only carry at max. Me carrying the most ammo I can carry 2 spares. So I have a grand total of 18 bullets.
So it's like 6 medium level enemies you can kill total.
Yeah, and those guys usually come in pairs. And
Yeah,
then
that could
all I
use
have
some
to
work,
deal
it
with
sounds
the
like.
hordes. Yeah, all I have to deal with the fucking like hordes of enemies. The sniper obviously like one shots like the smaller guys, right? And by the way, I'm saying like the like range boys typically come in pairs, right? There's typically also melee boys that run at you that are just not gonna go down with a fucking like the regular pistol.
Do the
Right,
sniper bullets
like-
at least penetrate? So you can like line up multiple enemies?
I don't think so, no.
Oh man. That seems
Also, like
weak.
the odds of being able to position yourself to light up multiple enemies is very, very difficult.
I figure like,
Like,
if they're swarming
The
at
enemies
you.
swarm. Yeah, the enemies swarm like fucking crazy. But that's usually like the small ones, right?
Mhm.
So the small ones are better off using the pistol or the knife anyway. Because like, I don't know, it feels really wow. And then like your ability, right? Your ability on this big chunky space marine man with a sniper is invisibility.
Mhm.
I am such a Chad space marine man that I am going to go invisible and run away. That's my ability on the sniper. It kind of sucks. It
Yeah.
feels really shit. I ended up swapping to the fucking the guy that uses like the jump pack and the hammer, because I had a lot of fun playing with the jump pack and the hammer in the first game. It's so fucking fun to just fly around the map and just slam on people.
Just whacking people. Just bleh.
Yeah, but it's not as good in this game, but it's still pretty fun. It's fun enough that like while Jazz and Arch were like fighting some like big guy like behind me, cause like we were like basically out of like a sewer kind of area. We were like kind of coming our way out of it, and they were coming up the entrance of the sewer as we were coming down. I just kind of slammed on the entrance, right, like on the exit that we were heading towards, where they were coming from. I just slammed on it twice, right, with my like jump packs hammer slam, right. Actually, I think I was using the power fist. I wasn't using the hammer.
Uh-huh.
And I just kept fucking just punching all of them as they came up. So basically, while they were dealing with the big guy that I guess like somehow got past me or like spawned behind us, I don't know. That like took down Arch, and then Jazz I think finished it off and saved him. The entire time I was like, "Hey, are you guys okay?" Because I'm sitting here at like basically full HP, basically full armor. Because every time I do a finisher, my armor comes back. Not HP anymore, like the first game, but armor comes back. And I'm just sitting there, I'm just holding off the entire fucking flood of enemies that are coming at me, with just constant like AOE's and like melee attacks, just keeping them all at bay. Like that felt fucking awesome.
Sounds like
That feels fucking
it
good.
sounds like there's a serious class balancing issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Arch was also saying like a lot of the guns like for like 'cause he was playing like the heavy, right? The big heavy guy with the big guns. I'm saying like a lot of those feel really weak as well, right? Like having to shoot someone like with like a fucking anti-tank like flame blaster, right? Something that is supposed to literally melt through fucking tanks, taking 3 shots to like kill like a fucking melee guy. That's insane.
Yeah, that's.
And again,
kinda-
he gets like 15 shots total on this thing. So it's just not great.
It almost like the game. It sounds like the game is like really trying to like make you lean on melee combat.
Yeah, it really does feel like it. And then like the like weird like Dark Souls mechanics, like some enemies will have like a red attack that you're supposed to dodge, right? Some enemies will have a blue attack you're supposed to parry that, right? It's just like it feels really odd.
That's not necessarily a Dark Souls like thing though. I mean,
Well, yeah,
like the
that's
Arkham
that's
games
more
have
like
that.
a Batman thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, it's just the way that they did it controls wise, it feels very like Soulsy, like it's trying to be.
Dude, that's a man. That's. I'm so sick of like we gotta have like some kind of Souls-like element at our, our hallway-esque Space Marine Warhammer game. It's like why?
I don't hate it. It is cool. Like seeing when the little boys jumps at you and you like parry him. What you do with the parry is you either put your sword to catch him with your sword and then fucking like grab their arm and like fucking chain sword through them or whatever, or you like stab them with your knife or whatever. If you catch them with your knife. But most of the time you just put up your arm like you're ready to like catch like a baseball. You just catch them and then just slam them into the fucking ground or something. It's really entertaining finishers. I think they're really good. It's just I feel like a lot of like the issues is just in like general like time to kill. Like I think the classes are fine mostly. That the biggest issue is just time to kill versus like bullet economy, like ammo economy. It's just not great. You have like the time to kill is too high, and the ammo like reserves are too low.
Yeah. Well, it has its positives and negatives. Yeah, I was gonna pick it up like later. I'm not gonna play it immediately. I'm not like a Warhammer person like at all. And I've got plenty on my slate, you know. So it's not like the highest priority on my list, but I was gonna pick it up. But anyway, it sounds like it has some bad, but it's more good than bad. So.
Yeah, it's overall honestly just really fun.
I mean, honestly,
doing it with friends.
It sounds like
again like there is like a system, right, for like perks. Like I noticed like one of the first things for like you can get for the sniper is that you can carry more reserve ammo. Like that will help, right? I don't think it's enough, but it'll help. You know, it's also some of the perks that give you like more damage on like headshots, right? There's like more damage when you're coming out of stealth, that'll make the stealth more useful. A really big one I saw was that like later on you get the ability that whenever you dodge, like an attack, you enter stealth without using the actual ability. So you just get like free stealth for certain things in certain scenarios, which is kind of nice. Right? Or like if you're like really low health, like it'll automatically take you into stealth. Like there's a few like free stealth abilities where it'll do that naturally without using your ability. And like that's that like I think a large part of why it feels really weak is because we literally are. We just started the game, we don't have anything. So I'm excited to keep playing it.
Yeah, I'm curious what the game feels. I'm curious what first of all, it helps to play with friends, and second of all, I'm curious if it's gonna feel a hell of a lot better once you're at like max power level. You know, I guess I don't like it when games like they say like, oh, like you got to level up to have fun. Like, it should be fun. Like it should be fun from the first second. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I don't like it either. And again, just coming off of the power fantasy that was Space Marine 1.
Yeah.
But right off the bat, you have the like slow-mo finishers to really emphasize how fucking like brutal.
Yeah, how metal everything is. Yeah,
it's fucking awesome, dude. Coming off of that to like, yes, my melta, dude. The fucking las cannon, right? In the first game, there's a point where you get the melta gun, which is basically like it's like a shotgun that just shoots like a wave of flame forward that just obliterates everything.
Yeah, it just turns everybody in front of you into mist.
Yeah. The moment I got that, I was like, oh, a shotgun. I don't want to use a shotgun. And then I put it away, and then I was like, well, might as well try it. And I grabbed it, and like as enemies were coming forward, I used it, and they just stopped existing. And I was like,
yeah, they just disappeared.
Oh, I see. And then I went on fucking rampage with them until I ran out of ammo, and then I got sad because I had no ammo. But and then like when I got the fucking las cannon, I was like, oh, what's this? And then I tried and I shot a guy that was off in the distance. It seems like a sniper, right? And once again, he just stopped existing, and I was like, oh, it's like the shotgun but single target and a very long distance. I like it.
Yeah, right.
And you have access to that as a sniper. You can grab that gun right off the start, like right off the bat. You can grab that. But it takes so long to charge. It takes longer than it did in the first game, and it does like way less damage.
Yeah,
like
that's
it
annoying.
Really doesn't feel very good at all.
Like I almost feel like you playing the first game right before you played the new one may have soured
really
your experience a bit.
Yeah, it like my expectations were really, really high, and now they've been crushed because it's just like it's really fun to just slaughter like the little guys. Also, like me and Arch kept mentioning it, but like the small enemies, they swarm really, really well on screen. Like
yeah, I saw that because I was watching the stream. You know, by the way, that stream had like 130 people watching it. Fucking wow.
That's because Arch fucking like rated right before we started.
That's true.
Arch didn't stream. He just sent everyone to me, which is nice. I appreciate him.
No.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to play more of it and like see how it feels as we like get more of the stuff. I thought we were playing the story, But me and Jazz found out after Arch left that we were not playing the story. We were actually playing the like side mission stuff, which is really funny because we were saying how like, oh man, these missions are really long to grind. Oh, it's fine. I'm sure that the side missions will be like shorter. Lo and behold, we were doing the side missions.
Oof.
But me and Jez went back and we did like some of like the main stuff as well, just to kind of like catch up. Because we know that Arch had already done a lot of the main story stuff.
Yeah.
On his own playthrough the day before. So, but yeah, overall, I had fun. It was really good. I'm excited to see how things end up. Right, like once we get further into it.
Totally. Okay.
That's it.
Cool.
That's my whole week.
That's your whole week? Okay. Nice. Okay. Well, honestly, this week for me.
I remembered something. I have one last thing to mention.
Go for it.
I played Bloodborne with Faith out.
Ooh.
We finally got far enough that she can play with me, and it was great because like by the time because like Bloodborne, you have to like play like a little bit before you actually unlock.
Yeah, that's kind of common. You have to like play through a tutorial and get to a certain point, and then you can multiplayer.
In Bloodborne, you have to actually go a pretty decent bit to the first area to unlock the first insight, either finding like an insight item or finding a boss. And so I kind of guided her to find her insight item, right? But the thing is, this is basically her first time playing a Souls game. Because other than that, she's only played Dark Souls 2 with us on stream, and for that, she has all of us kind of carrying her. So it's her first time kind of going through it by herself.
Oh man.
And it was really, really awesome watching her like slowly improve at the game. Go from like constantly panicking to like actually like killing things pretty efficiently. Like she was going through like the full level like on her own.
Nice.
Pretty well. And it was honestly like it was really like I don't know. It was really like satisfying to watch her like get good in real time.
Yeah. That's cool.
When we ended up before we stopped because we were playing on Sunday. Obviously, I had to do like what is Sunday? Sunday? I can't remember what day it was. But I had a stream like after. We whatchamacallit? We ended up killing Cleric Beast. And she basically killed it for me. I just kind of like distracted it while she did all the damage. It was fun. It was really fun. But yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say.
Cool. I haven't played Bloodborne in such a long time. I need to play it again at some point. Probably after you backseat me during a Sekiro playthrough.
Yeah.
YouTube algorithm shows
it's very good.
One stream
every time you go back to
views
it.
Every time you load up a queue, and this time it showed me this. Oh, nice. Welcome, I guess. Glad you stumbled your way into the foxhole.
Hi. But
okay. Cool. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sekiro?
Oh yeah, Bloodborne's one of those games where like you go back to it, right? And you're like, wow, this game looks way worse than I remembered. Because it's in fucking 30 FPS.
Oh god,
and then you get
I know.
used to the 30 FPS really quickly, and you're like, wow, this game's amazing. This game's gorgeous. Like it's crazy how fast. Like it's like, oh my god, 30 FPS after like playing literally anything else. It's like, ugh. But then like the second that like you start getting into it, it's crazy how quickly your brain just adapts to 30. You're just like, yeah, this is fun.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Like you're like the thing is like most people grew up on 30 FPS. So the brain, our brains are used to it. You know, I grew up on fucking, Super Nintendo N64 OG Nintendo era. My first video game console was a damn Intellivision. So like 31st, so my brain is like totally used to 30 FPS. So if I go back to it, it doesn't even faze me, So anyway, I kind of have 2 weeks to go through, but my weeks were this week was not super eventful for me. It was mostly like I did a Yakuza stream and I did a Black Myth Wukong stream. And other than that, I was basically prepping for this stream, which is why I didn't have a stream on Friday. But the week before that was I took an unexpected 1 week long break because I went to a convention back in Denver, which was NDK, which is NandesCon, which is just an anime convention.
Mm-hmm.
I almost actually got to do a meet and greet with Yuki and Yuna because they were guests there. And I would have like face revealed myself to them and everything. But they got rescheduled and I couldn't do it. I was like, damn it. But that was fun. I flew out on Thursday. Did my normal job because I work remotely on Friday, and then we went to the con on Saturday. We just, we walked the show floor. I went to a couple of panels. One I suffered through, just because it was my friend's, and because she's like really into sewing and like that kind of stuff, and like crocheting and that kind of stuff. So I sat through a panel with her, only because honestly I needed a break. I needed quite a few breaks at this convention, and the reason for that is because I was drugged up out of my gourd the whole time I was there, and the reason for that is because the day before I got on a plane,
he was back in Colorado, and it was time to be a druggie again.
Dude, the reason though is because the day before I got on the plane, I had to get a tooth extracted. Yeah, so like Tuesday, what was it? Was it Tuesday? Yeah, it was. Well, Monday night is when I first started kind of feeling like this kind of pain in my jaw. But it wasn't that bad. I took some ibuprofen, got to sleep. And then that night, like at 2 a.m., which is like when you go to bed, I woke up and my jaw was like throbbing in pain. And I could like feel the nerve that like goes down your jaw, like down your throat.
Yeah.
I could like feel that nerve. I was like, there is something there's something seriously wrong. And so
what you're describing is exactly what I felt when I tore that chunk out of my cheek. I could feel it in my fucking throat.
Yeah, dude.
Even though it was a chunk missing from my cheek, not my my throat or anything like that. It was close to my jaw, and my entire jaw got like swollen, like on like the bottom right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess like the back right of my jaw, right? Like my like lower jaw. Got like it wasn't like super highly swollen, but it got swollen enough that I could feel it in my throat every time I swallowed.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you don't realize like how, like, your throat, like the nerves in your jaw are like very much, they go all the way down your throat. So like when you have pain in your jaw, it'll travel down your throat, and it feels. It feels like alarmingly painful. Because like your neck.
It's so painful. It feels like semi-suffocating.
Yeah, it can. If it's swelling too, yeah, it can. Mine wasn't swelling. Mine was just like, just the nerve was just kind of like on fire, basically.
Yeah.
And so I took many more drugs. And
Yay!
then I got to the dentist, and you tell a dentist you're in pain, they will like move people around to like get you in there. So they sat me down. They took an X-ray. They told me that the cavity that fell out of my tooth like a while ago, that I never fixed, is basically like I'm reaping what I sowed when I didn't get that fixed. So it was a bacterial infection that had made its way down to the very bottom of the tooth, to the root of the tooth, and was starting to like basically eat away at my gums, and that's what was causing the nerve to like fire, because it was literally like getting onto the nerves, like inside the roots of the teeth. So they scheduled an extraction the next day. They've got me some prescription strength stuff, which is like literally opiates, right? It's like basically morphine in pill form.
Fun.
And so I was on that like the rest of that day, and then the next day.
Yo.
Yeah, dude. And then the next day, I got in there in that morning. They knocked me out because I'm already paying like thousands of dollars. I was like, what's another like couple hundred to get, anesthesia? So then I had them knock me out with an IV. And then I woke up and my tooth was gone. And it was in its place was a bundle of gauze and a bunch of blood, and much more manageable throbbing pain. So from there, I went directly to the pharmacy, got the prescription strength stuff after the extraction, and it was that plus like ibuprofen plus Tylenol that I was like that cocktail is what I was basically like drugged up on the whole time I was at the convention. So I'm okay now though. Like it's all like closed up. You know, the stitches have all what do you call it, dissolved away or fallen out or whatever. And like I'm on like very, very, very few pain meds now. There's just like a gap in my jaw. So I gotta wait till January to get the new one, the new tooth put the implant stuck in. So so yeah, anime convention, tooth extraction, and a couple of streams. That's and prepping for the stream. That's been my 2 weeks since I was gone for a week. Oh man. Okay, well, I guess with our week summarized, it's time to get onto the news.
Yippee!
You ready for the news?
I'm excited for this first one.
Yeah, this is one that you sent me actually.
I did.
Yeah, so let me get it up here. Bing. Fake watermelons.
Speaking of drugs.
Full of drugs. Yeah, totally. Fail to fool U.S. agents. So they basically... I have not read this story. I like to read stories like blind on stream for like real reactions to them. But it looks to me like they just had like bags of drugs that they just colored with like ink to look like a watermelon and thought that would just like fool the...
Yeah, it's very like, how did you think this would work?
It seems very high school.
The drugs were concealed in colored wrapping to resemble watermelons.
Look how many of them. Look how many of them there are. There's like bins full of these things. United States border agents have intercepted a truck carrying more than $5 million worth of methamphetamine at the U.S.-Mexico border, hidden inside a shipment of watermelons. The drugs were wrapped in plastic, painted in 2 shades of green to resemble. So that's exactly what they did. They just painted them to look like watermelons, and then they mixed them up around like real watermelons. Oh my gosh! Honestly,
that would make them stand out more. Like if you show me this, I'd be like, yeah, watermelons.
Yeah, exactly.
But like if you like put these next to real watermelons, then I'd be like, something's wrong with some of those watermelons.
Well, I'll also tell you too that like at like customs checkpoints and stuff like that, they have X-ray scanners that they put trucks through, and those X-ray scanners are loaded up with algorithms that are designed to detect certain densities and stuff like that, and they're specifically designed to find this kind of shit. Like, so it's like it doesn't matter how you dress it up. The scanners are gonna find it. Like you'd be amazed like how advanced the scanning technology is for this kind of shit. At like they have it at customs border checkpoints, and they have them at airports. It's the same kind of technology that they scan your bags at the airports. Same kind of shit.
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't even matter. Like this stuff would have gotten flagged by the scanners anyway. Like let alone passing it in just a visual inspection. So.
Wait, it would have been better if they put drugs in real watermelons. Yeah, that would have made more sense. It would be easier to pass.
Trim would have made them look more realistic. Maybe. Oh yeah. Man, I've actually got I actually did like a little collab with Trim recently.
Yeah.
And he's gonna post a video on his channel with where he and I are just chatting about something.
Ooh,
pretty soon here, I think. The driver was handed over to Homeland Security officials. The seizure came a week after officials at the same border crossing discovered almost 300 kilograms of meth in a shipment of celery. Both hauls came to a total value of $6 million. So they just like stuck it amongst the... They didn't even try to dress it up to look like celery. They're just like, yeah, I'll be fine. Mexican drug cartels are the leading producers and suppliers of methamphetamine to the United States. In February, Mexican security forces seized more than 40 tons of the drug at the biggest lab to be discovered in recent years. Mexican officials said the lab boasted more than 200 centrifuges, boilers, and condensing chambers, key equipment used to make the chemical. You know what's crazy is that like these centrifuges, boilers, and condensing chambers, you can literally buy like off the shelf from like suppliers for like labs in for like universities and high schools and shit. Like, it's not hard to get the equipment that you need to produce this shit. Is that it? Oh, that wasn't really.
That was it.
That was it.
Else. It's just
it's just kind of, honestly, you think that like, it's like when like a movie company makes like a really high budget movie, they tend to like spend like a near equivalent of the production budget in marketing because they want to make sure that they get that production money back, even though that doesn't really work. But it's like, you kind of tend to put more money into what, the thing is worth. They're not putting a lot of effort into disguising this shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, if you don't sell it, then you don't make a profit.
You think they spend more money doing a better job of making sure it gets past security forces, But
yeah,
who knows? You know what though? Maybe like they're operating on such ridiculous like numbers that like 5 million is like absolutely nothing to them, and it's just like a test run. Like like this is almost like a dry run.
Probably is.
So, because you never know, like,
ironically,
yeah,
5 million is probably not actually a whole lot.
That's what I'm thinking.
Compared to like how much money like these companies are making.
Exactly. These cartels have got hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, and like every politician in their pocket. Like, you think they give a shit about 5 million? Like it's enough to make like the authorities like pat themselves on the back, but they're just like, that was fucking. It's just a dry run.
Think about this. Like we're talking about like people that like have, again, like you said, like government officials like in their pocket, right? People that are in illicit business, right? Illicit business, no matter what's, can always make you more money than like anything like legitimate bullshit. It's just
trillionaires,
right? Think about the fact, likely. Think about the fact that that like in the U.S. we're spending like 200 million, right, on like fucking silly movies.
Yeah. Like we blow through
like
hundreds of millions of dollars on bullshit.
Yeah, all the fucking time. You really think 5 million is a lot to these fucking cartel people?
There's a Twitter account that I follow. All it does is it shows a picture of the abstract of research studies, and it just says the name of the research study and how much grant money they got from the government to conduct the research. And it's all just like absolute laughable, worthless nonsense. Like the effects that like you could like almost like AI word salad like this research shit. It's just all it is. It's just like here's one. This one got a grant from the government that for $800,000 to do research into like how does facial hair change the perception of birds flying in the sky or something like that. Just complete nonsensical, made up nonsense. And
how useless is that?
Yeah, and then how much government grant money that research project got, essentially. And that's all this Twitter account does. It just reads out these fucking ridiculous research studies and how much money is being wasted on this bullshit.
Insane.
Yeah. So, 5 million, that is absolutely nothing to the cartels. And I would not be surprised if again, this was a dry run. Maybe it was like it was the new mule's first day, and this is just like training expenses.
Maybe.
you know what I mean? Like, who knows what this is? But this is absolutely nothing to cartels. So interesting. Okay. What do we got next? Yeah, this one's fun. Toronto's first black female police superintendent demoted after helping black cops cheat for promotions. This is not the first time something like this has happened, actually.
I can think of something similar that's happened in the GameStop that I worked at, like that I took over.
This happens. You see this a lot in DEI circles because it's a very, very, very nepotistic system. Probably the most nepotistic system out there, outside of like some religions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like Mormons are notorious for doing this kind of stuff. Like a Mormon gets like a higher position, then they like just try to hire as many Mormons as they possibly can.
Furries do this.
Yeah, a lot of religious, and I mean, I'm sure that there's some Christians that do this too. I know that Muslims do it. I know that Jews do it. It's really common for religious people to do this. But it's also really common for DEI hires to do this. So Toronto's first black female superintendent was dinged with a demotion after she admitted to helping several black officers cheat in an attempt to get them promoted. Trailblazing cop Stacey Clark was disciplined after it was determined she played a lead role in the 2021 corruption scandal, which was ruled Wednesday by a tribunal as extremely serious misconduct. Honesty and integrity are non-negotiable character traits of a police officer. Superintendent Clark's action demonstrated both were absent. Tribunal. I love how these bureaucrats are so good at like softening their language.
Yeah.
It's like, no, this was just a nepotistic, system abuser. But they can't say that. So they have to come up with all this bullshit language. Sorry, my dog just like jumped up in my lap. Oh, no.
Hi,
Pupper. Clark found herself in hot water when she confessed last year to taking photos of confidential interview questions and messaging them to 6 black candidates vying for sergeant jobs. She claimed during a sentencing hearing in May she did it in a, quote, desperate effort to level the playing field. See, that's exactly it. These DEI hires, they put, this racial equity...
To level the playing field?
Yeah, this is
yes.
This is
Nothing
racial...
levels the playing field, like giving like a certain group of people an unfair disadvantage.
Well, it's not just that, but these 6 candidates vying for sergeant jobs that wouldn't have otherwise got them if it wasn't for the fact that they were black, she's setting them up for failure as well.
Yeah.
Because if she's putting them in a position they're not qualified to do, which means they're going to fail at executing the responsibilities of that position, and they're going to end up getting in trouble and demoted or even fired. Like, she's setting these people up for failure all because of this DEI, this deranged cult of, racial equity. I felt at the time that the 6 officers did not have a fair chance in this process, and my own history and experience of racial inequity. So she's using the exact language, compounded this feeling. It's just like compounded this feeling. So you're basically just going off of like your weird racial instinct. Like, what is this?
I feel like black people can't succeed unless they cheat.
Yeah, it's like, man, you think really low of black people, don't you, lady?
says the
black lady.
The non-Nazi.
Yeah, right. I'm totally not the racist. Blacks are too dumb. They have to cheat. The high-ranking official.
It reminds me of the. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. There's you keep talking. I'll find the.
Okay. The high-ranking official was demoted to the role of inspector for 2 years before she can reapply for her old gig. Her defense team argued that demotion should only last a year to 18 months and should get the job back automatically. Why would that be automatic? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she was elevated into that position for the same bullshit DEI reasons. See, this is like the whole problem that DEI has, is that it makes people suspicious of the people you're claiming to be helping. Because the moment you have these programs and then somebody that qualifies for these programs gets a promotion or gets into a position of power, everyone else is sitting there going, they're skeptical. They're like, is that person there because they actually earned it, because of merit, or is it because, they happen to be black or whatever? So it's like, you claim to be helping these people, but all you're doing is you're setting themselves up for failure, and you're basically setting them up for, you're sowing distrust among the rest of the population. It's very divisive by design. Just very disappointed and very sad about it. Oh, boo-hoo, Clark. McKellery Downer, the adjudicator, reportedly said that superintendent's conduct undoubtedly shook the confidence and trust the public had in her. I swear to God, I don't read these articles ahead of time, but like right there, like you said, shook the confidence and trust. Like, that's exactly what it does. It sows mistrust and division. On a broader scale, Electronically said, she noted outside of the scandal, Clark has led an admirable career and is a, quote, rock star. This, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the CIA director lady that stepped down after the Trump assassination attempt. You know, like she had like 20-something years like as an officer, which begs the question: how did you spend 20 years in the exact same position without moving upward in the chain of command? That kind of says a lot right there. But like she left, went into the private sector for like 2 years, and then she came back as the director of the Secret Service because she happened to be a friend of Joe Biden. So again, nepotism, you know, not qualified, and then something awful happens, and she has to step down again, setting up for failure, because that's what she's going to be known for. She's not going to be known for serving this in the Secret Service for literally decades. Reaching, to the point of leading the whole thing. No, she's going to be known as a failure because of this DEI nepotism bullshit. She should be fired. She should be. Agreed 100%. So, Toronto Police said it respected the outcome, noting leaders of the department are held to the highest standard, while also saying the agency needs to do a better job of diversifying all ranks. No, it doesn't. Like, this is, I fucking hate, I can't stand this ridiculous attitude. There is nothing moral about diversity. There's nothing admirable about diversity. Diversity is just a natural thing that may or may not happen. It's completely a non-moral phenomenon. So like, taking such a thing and like adding this intrinsic value to it is just insane to me. We acknowledge this case brought forward a number of issues that the service is addressing. Chief Myron Dimq said per CBC. Okay. Yeah, I just, man. The whole thing about like, because you hear like CEOs and C-suiters like tout this bullshit all the time, or like we want our employees and our workforce to reflect like the customers and people that we serve. It's like, why? Like, what the fuck? Like, I live in New Mexico now, right? I want the best damn fireworks for the 4th of July. Guess where I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go to the nearest Indian reservation, where they have massive fucking buildings full of a bunch of fucking mortars and fireworks and shit, right? And I can buy whatever the fuck I want, and then I set them off, like everybody else does. Like, you look around, there's people setting off mortars all over the place. It's like, yeah, it's illegal, but like everybody does it. It's you know what I mean? And it's like, who do you think is employed at that Indian reservation fireworks shop? Do you think it's like this super diverse people because they serve like the greater New Mexico area, which is like whites and Mexicans and some blacks and some Asians and blah, 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 blah? No, it's a bunch of fucking Indians. Should that change? No. Why the fuck should that change? Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's absolutely no reason or no like correlation between like diversifying your workforce to like meet, to like look like the customers you serve. Like, there's only like a very, very few select like cases where I think that is actually true. One actually is in like beat cops. Like, it's actually like good for, the patrol cops, people who like literally like just like walk the streets and shit like that in like major cities across the United States and stuff like that, to come from those communities. That actually is a good thing. And so in that regard, and the thing is, it's like, if they come from that community, then they're going to naturally reflect that community. But even so, they might not. You know what I mean? Again, this whole thing about diversity, it literally does not matter. Diversity just doesn't matter. And if you're so obsessed with diversity, like, having something like reflect society, then your values are literally skin deep. And the thing is, it's like no society except like a few pockets of the United States looks the way that they're like claiming. Like, oh, we need to have like X number of like all these different minorities, gays, and all this other kind of shit. And it's just like society isn't like that. That's like when they always say like reflecting like the world outside your window. It's like, motherfucker, when I look outside my window, guess what I see? I see a majority of one race, whether it be black, white, Hispanic, whatever, and like a small smattering of all the other races.
I can't fucking find the goddamn meme I'm looking for, dude.
I know. I've been hearing you like.
Is so fucked.
I've been hearing you clacking away on your keyboard this whole time. It's like you have been struggling to find this thing. You're gonna have to describe it, I think. They are literally claiming moral.
It's a basic 2-panel meme, right? Where on the left you have a neo-Nazi Wojak being like, oh yeah, the black people, they can't do anything, they're useless unless we help them, and blah 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 blah, right? And then on the right, it's like a modern day like wokist, like, yes, the black people, they can't succeed in school unless we lower the restrictions, alright? They're not smart enough to do it without us helping them.
They should be segregated away from white people. No, there's a famous sketch, comedy sketch by, oh, what's his name? Ryan something. I want to say it's Ryan. Maybe someone in chat can think of it. It's two comics that are like conservative. We did this sketch, where like one plays like a modern day wokist, and the other. What?
I was scrolling down and it was like, don't believe in evolution, explain this. It's a picture on the left of women in the 1950s voting for state rights. I can't tell what the fuck it says. And on the right it's like 2 white women getting fucked by a black guy.
Hey God, let me try to find this video, because there's a video
I can't find what I'm looking for, like, at all.
I could find a video of it, though. Crap. See if I can find it. Crap, I can't find it. I can't remember their names. I swear to God, it's Ryan something.
I don't think it was a neo-Nazi. I think it was a KKK member. KKK, hold on.
Just trying to... Got it! I found it! Ryan Long, that's the name of it. This video is fantastic. And it so perfectly encapsulates the meme you just described. Here, let me show it to chat here. And let me get the audio that on. This. Okay. All right, you should be able to hear this chat. Let me know if you can't. But here we go.
Me and Brad first met, I didn't think we'd get along, but turns out we kind of agree on everything. Your racial identity is the most important thing. Everything should be looked at through the lens of race.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke. We both have a lot of opinions about people of color, even though we barely know any.
I say colored people, but as long as we're classifying them, we both think minorities are a united group who think the same and act the same.
And vote the same. You don't want to lose your black card. Sorry, I don't know. I just think we should
roll back discrimination laws so we can hire based on race again. Jinx, now you owe me a Coke. Hey, tell them what you told me yesterday.
White actors should only do voices for white cartoon characters.
I've been saying that for years. Stick to your own.
Us white people, we have so much privilege.
I agree. It is a privilege to be white. Ask him about interracial dating.
All I said is that black men who date white women have internalized racism, and white men that date ethnic women are fetishizing them.
Guys against interracial dating now. Like, am I being pranked? Did Boomer put you up to this?
Ugh, you know that taco place is white-owned?
White people should be making white foods, like Kraft macaroni and cheese, no seasoning, not even salt. It's like he's a mind reader. I mean, I've been pushing for segregation forever, and my man does what?
I created an improv comedy show exclusively for ethnic people.
Guy segregates comedy on my birthday.
White people need to stop wearing dreadlocks, and they need to stop appropriating black people's music.
Shaved heads and country music, the way God intended.
You know all white people are racist.
I'm listening.
Even if you have a black wife or a black friend group, you're still really racist.
You know, we just kicked a guy out of the organization for having a black girlfriend, but if you can promise me he's still really racist, we'll consider letting him back in. Black people should only shop at black businesses.
I guess the only thing we really disagree about is I think white people are the root of all evil.
But what did I tell you, though? If we can narrow that down to a certain group of tiny-hatted white people, I think we can come to an understanding.
Technically, I don't consider Jewish people white.
Neither do I.
That's like a perfect encapsulation of what you're describing.
Yeah.
Like they both
exactly
like
it.
they both want like segregation. They both think lesser of black and brown people. You know, like it's the same shit.
That is exactly it.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's one of the most brilliant comedy videos I've ever seen. That's like political in nature.
Can you send me that?
Oh yeah. Let me copy the link here and I'll DM it to you.
That's fucking great, dude.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly it. Like the video, it's a like Wojak of both like a Nazi and like a fucking wokist. Or like a, I don't know, Klansman, I can't remember.
And they believe the same shit.
Right? And then it's like United Speech Bubble at the top that's just like, ah yes. Black people can't succeed unless we help them.
Alright, time to move on. Switching gears here. New mayor of southwestern Japantown set to axe the sale of land for Muslim burial site. This is the Chad Japanese politician getting into power and potentially killing Muslim colonization of their graveyards.
Sorry, what?
Okay, so I'll read this. The newly elected mayor of this southwestern Japantown, which is Hiji, in the prefecture of Oita. I'm guessing that Oita is the prefecture, which is like a state. Has revealed that he does not plan to authorize the sale of town land to a local Muslim group for use as a burial place, meaning an agreement the group spent over 4 years negotiating with locals will likely return to the drawing board. In a news conference on August 26, Tetsuya Abe, who was elected as mayor for the first time, said he had opposed the sale since his time as a member of the town assembly, pointing out that the process surrounding it was unclear. I'm planning not to permit the sale, he stated. Abe garnered 8,000 votes in the August 25th mayoral election, about 1.8 times the number won by incumbent Hirofumi Honda, 71, who had been aiming to secure a third term. While Abe hadn't gone as far as to pledge to scrap the sale, his stance against construction of the cemetery apparently won him support, especially among those opposed to the plans. For Muslims, cremation is taboo. In December 2018, the Beppu Muslim Association, located in the Oita prefecture city of Beppu, purchased approximately 8,000 square meters of land in Hiji and prepared to construct a cemetery. But the project came to a standstill amid opposition from local residents based on concerns about water pollution, among other issues. What about just like a flood of Muslims coming into your town? Maybe you should be concerned about that. Like, have you seen what happens when that happens in other places? Japan? Like, come on, guys. The town suggested the sale of an alternative plot of land it owned, measuring about 49 square meters, and it permitted the construction plans and subsequent screening, but residents' resistance did not subside. Because of this, the Muslim Association presented a proposal to residents in 2023, saying that it would conduct water quality tests once a year and would not extend the grounds of the cemetery, and finally reached an agreement. A purchase agreement for the land was scheduled to be concluded once the association accepted the town's valuation, but procedures were still underway and the deal had not been finalized. Tahir Khan, a representative for the association, told the Mainichi Shinbun the group still hadn't been contacted by the town and they didn't know how things stood as the election had only just ended. So basically, like, they finally got it like planned out and figured out, and it like the paperwork hadn't been finalized yet, and then this guy who basically said that he was against it and was going to try to like halt it completely and not allowed to go through in any way, got elected. And now they're like, where do we stand here? And the likely outcome of this is that the graveyard will never get made, and the Muslims won't be allowed to bury their dead and pollute the water. So Chad Japanese mayor.
Good shit.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but like, you see what happened around the world when the West decided to let like a lot, tons of these people into their countries. Like, figured out Japan. Weirdly enough, though, Japan actually has a weird problem with Kurds. You know what Kurds are?
No.
Kurds is one of the subsects of the Iraqi Muslim population. So there's, you remember the whole thing about the Iraq War was like the Shia versus
yeah.
Well, like the Kurds was like one of those
factions.
factions.
Like middle school that was going on, wasn't it?
That
was like
when were you born again?
2000. That was like 2010s. Like early 2010s, I think. Because I remember like that being like a big thing.
Well, think here.
Or
The Iraq War was before that, though.
at least the last time that I heard about it.
Yeah, like this was like it became like known in the West, like this whole like faction war in Iraq. Once the Iraq War kicked off in 2003, something like that. But apparently Japan has like a large population of Kurds, I think, and I can't remember. I think it's Kurds, and they get into brawls with Turkish immigrants over Turkish elections in Japan. It's fucking weird. I might not be getting my factions right, chat. Chat might need to fact check me on this. But apparently there was like a brawl in the streets of Japan between like minority factions from like a different country over the elections in Turkey. And it's just like, I'm sorry, Japan, but you really need to learn from the West's mistakes here. If you import violent shit, you're going to become violent shit. Like, I'm sorry, but like if you've got like ethnic conflicts like playing out in the streets of your cities and towns and shit, you've got a problem, and you're not vetting the people you're letting into the country well enough. Plain and simple. So good on this because that's the thing. Like, I mean, yeah, it's just a graveyard. What's next? Well, what's next is a mosque. And then it's 2 mosques. And then 3 mosques. And then they're demolishing fucking Jinja. And, Otera. Shrines and temples to build mosques. That's how it always goes.
Yep.
So it's like, put the flame out now. Quash this ember right now before it turns into a fucking bonfire. Because it will. So I hope that this thing does get completely kiboshed.
I'm spiked and then they mass deported. Things were chill again.
Tackler says the Turkish embassy in Tokyo between Kurds and I was right. Ha In Japan during early voting for the Turkish general election. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Like, if you're a Japanese police officer and you're called to a scene and there's all these fucking brown people waving machetes at each other and trying to cut each other's throats, you're just sitting here going, what the fuck am I looking at? Why is this happening in front of me? You know what I mean? Like, there's absolutely, like, you take all those people and you put them on a plane and you deport them. And then you ban them from ever entering the country ever again. Like,
yeah,
you can't let these people fucking take over your towns, because they will. So, the Quran clearly states their beliefs. Yeah, exactly. It states, they have a whole thing in there. Like, when we are the minority, we will basically, appeal to your sensibilities and rules because, well, those are your rules. And then we will do that until we gain a majority, in which case we will then enact Sharia law, our rules.
Yeah.
And then it's over. Then you're fucked. You
That's
know?
what they did in fucking what's this fucking country called?
Britain?
This one country. They used to be they used to be Christian. It's a country in the Middle East.
Oh man.
The country in the Middle East. They used to be Christian. That's basically exactly what happened. They would let anyone in, and then eventually, like the Muslims, fucking they become the majority, right? Because they like Christians typically will have like 1, 2, 3 kids, right? No more than 4. Muslims are coming in and having like 9 kids each.
Well, yeah, because they can have multiple wives.
Yeah.
Japanese cops are also unarmed, if I recall. Yeah, yeah, because like violence in Japan is actually so damn rare that cops don't really need to carry weapons. You know, real crime is them using machete and not
What country am
katana.
I fucking thinking of?
I don't know. I fucking love Tommy Robinson. Yeah, dude, talk about like a modern day heretic that just speaks truth to power. That saying is just reality of any faction, no leading group would allow. Lebanon. Oh yeah, you're right, Lebanon. All the Middle East used to be Christian.
Lebanon used to be Christian. Yeah. So Lebanon used to be Christian majority.
Oh, here's the quote. Here's a quote. Thank you, Umbra. When I am weaker than you, I ask you for freedom because that is according to your principles. When I am stronger than you, I take away your freedom because that is according to my principles. Exactly. Yeah, it's like... So, hopefully this gets kiboshed. Anyway. Let's see. Man, the topics have nothing to do with each other. So we're just going to go into it. Officials plan to bomb invasive mice that are eating seabirds alive. I read this headline. I was like, what the fuck? I found this on earth.com. There's a lot of interesting articles on this site, actually. Nestled in the sapphire blue expanse of the Indian Ocean, around 2,000 kilometers southeast of Cape Town, sits a remote island. This far-flung location, known as Marion Island, is where an unnerving drama is unfolding. Mice are feasting on seabirds, particularly the albatrosses. Isn't that the biggest bird in the world? Aren't albatrosses? Don't they have like the longest wingspan of in the world? I think they are. Let's see.
That's right.
I like the fact that it's wandering as well. I can appreciate that. A whole quarter of the world's population of these mighty birds prefers this Indian Ocean island as their nesting abode. Oh, wow. So this is like the albatross mecca. But now these creatures are under threat from an unexpected source. Hordes of house mice, outlandishly oblivious to the natural pecking order, are preying on these majestic birds by nibbling on their eggs, and shockingly, the adult birds themselves. This reality, as grisly as it sounds, was confirmed by leading conservationist Mark Anderson during a meeting of BirdLife South Africa. I'm not going to get into climate change. Like, these mice, for the first time last year, were found to be feeding on adult wandering albatrosses. The confrontation between mice and birds is turning the tranquil Marion Island into a stage for an ongoing battle. Scores of seabirds are left bloodied, some with flesh chewed off their heads. As chilling as these visuals are...
They have the largest wingspan.
That's what I thought, the largest wingspan, yeah. They do underscore the urgency of the situation. I know that because I have watched The Rescuers Down Under.
I don't know what that means.
The Rescuers Down Under is the sequel to The Rescuers, which was like a Disney movie from the 80s. And one of the best probably the most underrated like Disney animated sequel ever. The second one is fantastic. Anyway, out of the 29 species of seabirds breeding on the island, 19 are threatened with local extinction, according to the Mouse-Free Marion projects. The birds, having evolved without terrestrial predators on the island, simply do not know how to react to the relentless mouse attacks. Oh, that's what it is. They don't have a natural... How the hell did all these mice get on the island in the first place? Mice just climb onto them and slowly eat them until they succumb. Jesus! We are losing hundreds of thousands of seabirds every year through the mice. This is fucking wild. Jesus. Like Aggressive house mice
Insane.
the same week Jane Doe is released in CCC. Coincidence? I think not. It's all planned, NDA.
It's always the goddamn Chinese!
If China ever chilled out on censorship, they'd be so much more dominant. That's true. That's very true. Let's see. Enter the mouse-free Marion Project, one of the world's most pivotal bird conservation efforts. This ambitious project aims to deploy helicopters to disperse or bomb 600 tons of rodenticide-laced pellets over the island. Funding is still underway with about a quarter of the 29 million required so far raised. So they're going to basically drop these bombs that, when they explode, they just explode into a cloud of these rodenticide pellets that only the mice will eat. They're just going to genocide the mice on the island, basically. The strategy is to strike in winter 2027 when the mice are most famished and the summer breeding birds are mostly away. However, the success of this operation lies in the precision of covering every inch of this 25-kilometer long and 17-kilometer wide island. We have to get rid of every last mouse. If there was a male...
Bro, this is the fucking opening of Space Hammer too, dude. Use a fucking, trying to use a fucking like disease bomb. Fucking get rid of all the fucking the fucking bug boys, except this time it's mice.
Oh my gosh, you're kind of right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like they said, like every last mouse. If there was a male and female remaining, they could breed
Space
and
Marine too. I'm sorry.
eventually get back to where we are now. God, that's wild. That's why 99% of the extinct species went extinct in New Zealand. Mice and rats found their way over on boats and started raiding nests. Jesus. These things are like a literal plague. Consequences of climate change, history of eradication. Marion Island has been down a similar road before. In the mid-20th century, cats were introduced to control the burgeoning mouse population. However, the feline population exploded, devouring a staggering 450,000 birds annually. It was only in 1991 that the last of these predatory cats was removed in what was then a successful eradication project. So they've... Holy shit. So they've done this...
They didn't think.
They've done...
The fucking...
Holy shit. So they've done the same... They said that they've done the same species, like local genocide before, but to the cats instead of the mice. Which reminds me of that whole, like... You have you have a mouse.
They use the cats to control the mouse population. Is what it is.
Yeah, I know, but then like that results in the cats
They
thriving.
create a new problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the cats also eat the birds. Oh my god. The current situation requires an even bigger commitment to secure the future of Marion Island seabirds, but can history repeat itself? Only time will tell. The saga of Marion Island serves as a potent reminder of how intertwined we are with our environment and the fragile balance that exists within our ecosystems. Yeah, well, so they're gonna bomb this entire island, like every square inch of this island, with rodenticide pellets. That's fucking wild. Okay, next one is a bit of not drama, but it is dramatic in nature. Have you heard about the recent plane crash in Portland?
No.
Okay. So this is probably some of the best video I found on it. There's no video of the plane like coming down and hitting. It crashed into a neighborhood. It crashed right into a house.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. So hang on. Let me make sure that chat can hear this. So this is, you can see at the start of the video here, you can already see the explosion right here. Right? Right. Yeah. You can see it on the left side there, in the background.
Yeah.
This is like obviously like a front porch security camera.
Oh yeah, you'll see the plume.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, so this it's a small plane. It wasn't like a big passenger plane. It was like a little private plane.
Okay.
So There's where it hit the house.
Can you imagine like coming home from work
There it
and like,
is.
your house is on fucking fire?
Well, we'll get to
You're
that.
like, what the fuck happened?
We're gonna get to that. But yeah, like, this whole house just blew up. I shouldn't be laughing, but it's like, holy shit.
That's horrifying.
I know, right? Okay, that's pretty much the footage. So I have an article here. So Portland, Oregon, a plane crashed into a home in Oregon, leaving 3 people dead and thousands of people in the area without power.
Oh no.
Yeah, according to the investigators with National Transportation Safety Board, a Cessna 421C took off at 10:25 a.m. on Saturday for a maintenance test flight from Troutdale Airport. Soon after, the pilot reported controllability issues. Seconds later, a nearby helicopter pilot reported that the plane had crashed. The plane hit power lines on its way down, causing about 22,000 PGE customers to lose power for several hours on Saturday. The plane also crashed into multiple homes. Yeah, I mean, these houses are packed right next to each other.
Yeah.
So, yeah. In a news conference Tuesday morning, air safety investigator Michael Hicks, along with local authorities, gave an update on Saturday's plane crash. Hicks said finding out what those issues were could take up to 18 months. Jesus, that's a long time. Officials also confirmed the pilot, a passenger on the plane, and a woman in a townhome that was struck died in the crash. You remember say coming home from work? No, this woman was just chilling in her house watching TV, and then a plane came through her roof and crashed into her and blew her up and killed her.
What day of the week is it?
Saturday. This was on a Saturday.
Man.
Yeah. It said the medical examiner's
Dude, that's
office is...
so fucked.
Yeah, talk about, like... the false...
Sounds like, dude, that's even worse. Like, imagine coming home and, like, not only is your house blown the fuck up, but your wife is dead.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's fucked.
It was catastrophic. That's the only word I can use, said Tom Keegan, who was home Saturday morning. He said it was a beautiful day until the unthinkable happened. There was just this terrible, terrible sound. I can't even describe it. I saw a bunch of insulation and smoke. I stood up to see what that was, and that's when the explosion occurred. It threw me into the wall and consequently into the bathtub. I turned around, and the whole room was filled with smoke and insulation. It was like a snowstorm. As Keegan knew, all Keegan knew was to escape the flames. Barefoot, he made his way to the street and reunited with his wife, Judy, who had been setting up at the neighborhood pool when she saw the plane go down. He was soon taken to the hospital for monitoring. Meanwhile, a few homes over, Kim Williams and her 7-year-old daughter were heading home from the coast when they got the call that their townhome was burning. Kim's sister was trying to get into the home to rescue her 3 cats. Oh, I'm just frozen, and I'm trying to remember this code that I rarely use. She got to the townhomes a couple of hours after the fire had started. I just collapsed, she said, emotional. I got to the grass across the street from my house, and I guess fell on the ground sobbing. You never ever think this is going to happen to you. Yeah, like, how could you... Like, of all the, like, dangers that you, like, kind of, like, have in the back of your head, like, to protect yourself against, this is not one of them. You know,
there's nothing you can do. Like,
never,
it's just the thing that could just happen.
This is such a...
Alright, boys, time to start building the anti-air...
I mean, it's...
anti-air missile launchers on your roofs.
It's just...
New business.
Yeah, shit like this happens so rarely. It's such a freak rare accident that, like, it's just not practical to, like, even think about it being a possibility of happening to you.
Yeah.
So... And because of that, it's like something you're not, like, thinking about day to day. So when it happens, your brain just goes, like, into, like, haywire mode. It's like, this is so outside of normal. You know, you just, oh man. You never ever think it's going to happen to you. Later that day, I got a Start Your Life Over garbage bag from the Red Cross. You put it in a garbage bag? Jesus. Kim said it was a miracle her cat survived. One of them had been thrown from the explosion. Their other 2 cats were found the next day, hiding in the remnant of the home. Well, at least the cats survived, I guess. The theory is that he was flown out of the 3rd level window and landed on the grass across the street. His whiskers got a little charred. It's crazy. Dude, if you're that cat...
That is fucking crazy.
Dude, talk about having 9 fucking lives. That's like...
Yeah.
That's
like 3 of them.
That's like 3 or 4 of them right there. Damn.
Damn.
Holy shit.
The fireball got up to his whiskers.
I'm still
right?
living a
The
punk.
impact of being fucking thrown.
Hopefully it was fast. I figured that if a plane crashing through your roof at full speed and landing on top of you and then exploding, I'm pretty sure that's instantaneous. Like, you're just there, then you're just gone. Like, that's... Like, your brain can't process what's going on before you die, you know? Which, I mean, as much of a freak accident as it is preferable, you know? It's like you said the last time when we were talking about that plane crash in Brazil, how, like, you either want it to be, like, you die, like, instantly, or you have enough time to, like, accept your fate and, like, say your prayers.
Yeah.
But, like, everything in between that is, like, worst. It's, like, the absolute worst kind of place to be.
Yeah.
This is, like, the other side of that.
You either want to die, like, instantaneously, or once the panic is gone.
Yeah.
And you have time to, like come to terms with it, say your prayer, or whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, both the Keegan family and the Williams family have GoFundMe pages set up to help them recover. Where is the... They don't have a link to that? Why wouldn't they link that? I'm going to make a note to add that GoFundMe to the links. Oh, wait. Is this it here? It is here. Okay, it's right here. They do have a GoFundMe here. 25K. Okay, so they asked for 25K originally, so they made that at least. It's probably just for funeral expenses or something stuff. Rebuild after tragedy. 25K ain't gonna cover that.
Yeah, no.
So, anyway.
I mean, I imagine they have some help from, like, insurance and stuff.
I'd imagine they have something. What the hell just happened? Sorry. I accidentally hit my print screen button and it went dark. So yeah, that's...
Insurance only covers so much, though.
Yeah, exactly. They never cover 100% of it. I wonder if cats can get PTSD. It just starts freaking out every time a plane flies over now. Well, animals absolutely get PTSD.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
100%. Like, there's a reason that dogs, like, cower and... Like, you ever get, like... I don't know what your history of, like, pet adoption is. But, like, I've always, like, had rescue pets.
All of mine are like, street animals. I've never purchased, like, an animal. It's either, like, a street animal or, like...
So strays
or,
or rescues.
Or, like... No, either, like strays or, like, a family friend's dog or cat or whatever had kids or puppies.
Oh, okay,
and,
okay.
Like, they'll give me one. So it's like one or the other. But
Yeah.
it's never like, oh, yes, like, I purchased a dog from this fine breeder, and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's always either been just, like a stray or that.
I've never had
like, Luna was a stray.
I've always had, like, adoptions from, like, kennels and stuff. But, like, when you do that, you're adopting past traumas that you don't know about. And every pet that I've owned has, like, at some point, like, we discovered, like, something that just, like, a trigger for them that just sets them off, you know? And it's just something that you don't know what you do not know what happened to that animal, but you know that there's, like, they're really sensitive to this or that, and you just kind of learn that over time as they get exposed to different stuff. And I mean, I don't know if you would call it PTSD, but for all intents and purposes, that's what it is. You know, animals absolutely experience trauma and go through, like, PTSD kind of symptoms and behaviors. Absolutely. So that cat that was just chilling and then got its whiskers burned off, thrown out of a window.
Make that cat freak out.
Yeah, like
so for some context, right? Like, Luna and Stella, both of them, just seeing my grandma will kind of, like, put them on edge. Stella not so much, 'cause Stella just kind of, like, chill. Like, Stella came in after, and so she kind of got, like, she's just kind of chilling, right? But, Luna got, like, bullied a lot, basically, like, when she was, like, a kitten. And so, like, there's like a lot of trauma that like she just has, where like she sees certain things. Like if she just sees my grandma, or like there's like a sound, like Luna will jump. Stella will just look over, like,
Mm-hmm.
But Luna will like jump, freak out for a moment, like you like.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad because like she just like any little sound freaks her out.
Mm.
But yeah, it's just because like things that she's like experienced, right? Like things she had to deal with when she was a kid, like when I like first got her.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of sad because like Luna when I first got her was very like aloof, right? Like I told the story before, but how I got her was I picked her up from, cause she was a stray at my former assistant manager's like home. TLDR is it? Yeah, his cat fucked a stray cat, and the stray cat had kittens in his lawn, and so he was trying to like get rid of them basically because they were just kind of like he'd feed them right outside, but for the most part they were busy strays. Ironically, his cat's name, he was like a dark gray cat named Fuhrer. And Luna has a fucking Hitler stash. It's very funny.
Oh yeah, I've seen the pictures of Luna.
The way that fate has turned out. But basically I was like, oh, I kind of want to have a cat. I've never had a cat before. Luna's my first cat. And so we went to his place after work, right? We like drew up like the driveway. All the kittens were there. And they all kind of fucked off.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, oh, like I'll go get like a plate of food, and like they'll come back out. And as he was saying that, I looked down, and there was there was Luna just kind of sitting at her feet, looking up at us, like, what's their deal?
Yeah.
How's it going, fellow humans? And so I just like I picked her up, checked her behind, female. All right, perfect. I'll just take this one. It's cool. Later. And there you go.
Nice.
That's how I got Luna. But she was very like derpy. She's always been like very like, for her being the stray and the other one being the one that grew up with people, she's very social.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Stella, that's very antisocial. But yeah, she gets scared really easily.
Yeah, there are dogs that you can tell that they've like spent a lot of time going back and forth in and out of kennels, because there are certain behaviors that dogs will like adopt from living in a kennel for like extended periods of time. And like we knew like right away that the dog that my parents adopted, like our current dog, had spent a lot of time in a kennel, because like what he does is like whenever you pour him like a bowl of kibble, he doesn't just chow down on the kibble. He takes a single piece of kibble and he takes it away from the bowl of kibble into another room and eats it, and then he comes back to the bowl, gets another one, and takes it away.
Why?
Because in a kennel they just have a communal pot of kibble, and Toby, my dog, is a smaller dog, so he got bullied out of the kibble bowl by other more aggressive, bigger dogs. So the rare chance when he was able to get a piece, he would take it away so that he wouldn't get bothered by the other dogs at the kibble bowl, which is a really common thing inside of kennels. So like you kind of like start like piecing together like a dog's, like you're never going to know exactly what happened, but you can kind of start piecing together like something like this happened, something like that happened in their past. You just got to be aware of that, and just work through it. But the only stray I ever got was a kitten that I found wandering in the middle of the street alone. Aw. It was so tame that it almost got hit by a car and didn't care, had to have been abandoned. Yeah. Well, that's...
You'd be surprised. A lot of kittens, they just don't get it. They just don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of small...
My sister's kitten was picked up on the street by my step grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of found it on the street, and like I have the video on my phone. Cause they sent it to me, and like literally like it was like it's like this like dash cam footage of like the kitten just like it's like on the road. You can see his cars are passing over it as it's like literally in like the middle of like I'm talking like a busy like
a main thoroughfare.
Yeah, like I'm talking like a really busy like 4-way cross section. Like, there's cars passing over this thing from every direction possible.
Oh God.
And like it's just like miraculously doesn't get hit. And then he like my step grandpa gets out of the car and like he grabs it, basically takes it. And this kitten's just super cute little orange kitten. It's fucking adorable. He's so cute. I played with him for like hours when I went to go visit my dad's place. And the last time I went, he fucking cut into my fucking pinky. He cut into my
Jesus.
pinky all the way down to the bone.
Oh my
I was
god.
like, you little fucker. Yeah, I was like, well, you little fucker. But he was just kind of playing with my hand. He was just being cute. At the time, I didn't mind. And like, I saw the cut, and I was like, oh, it's fine. I'll take care of that later. Right? And I just kept playing with him until he like fucked off.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I went to go clean it up, I realized that he cut all the way down. I could see my fucking like my bone. And I was like, God.
God.
It's healed now. Like, yeah, you can't even tell. I don't have a scar there or anything. I don't really scar, but yeah, he fucking cut just all the way through my fucking pinky, and I was like, oh fuck.
Silence Duke says plane crash insurance. I'm pretty sure that must be a writer. Ain't no way that's a part of a normal insurance plan. That's got to be a writer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I hope the people, the survivors of this, can rebuild as best they can.
Yeah.
25,000 ain't gonna be enough, but yeah. I'm gonna move on. I'll get on to some fucking inner city behavior. I'll just say. Chase Bank is referring check fraud glitch incidents to authorities. This was so basically what was happening. I'll just read it. Chase Bank Center was reviewing incidents of individuals who may have participated in an online check fraud glitch trend and referred them to law enforcement authorities. Yeah, so what was happening is they were basically writing checks and then depositing them into their accounts, and then immediately withdrawing the amount of the check before the check was able to bounce, because the check doesn't bounce like immediately. It happens like within like a few hours, or a few minutes, I should say. So they were trying to exploit this glitch, which is kind of hilarious because it's like you're committing check fraud, like like that's what this is. It's not a glitch. It's check fraud. That's what you're doing. This is a federal crime. I'll tell you right now that my dad for decades owned his own automotive repair shop, and a lot of his customers were police officers. And I was a kid, just very much kind of like a latchkey kid almost. I'd go back. After school, I would either just go to my dad's business until he was done, and then finally go home, or I would just go home and I had a house key and I was just home alone until my dad got home.
Okay.
And my mom was working at the bank or working at the shop with my dad or whatever. But when I was at the shop, a lot of times the police officers would be in the waiting rooms and stuff like that, and they would get chatting and stuff like that. And you start hearing all kinds of stuff. And one of the things that you learn from talking to police officers, there's two things. One, the easiest way to get away with murder is to just keep your mouth shut. The vast majority of murders are solved because the person who did the killing just couldn't not tell somebody about it.
Yep.
If you have no connection to the victim, if you just shut the fuck up and keep your mouth shut, there's actually a really good chance you're going to get away with it. And number two, if you're going to be a criminal, stay away from the banks. That was like the other thing that you learned. Like, do not fuck with the banks. So these people were like basically fucking with the banks, and they're going to find out. This is very much going to be a fuck around, find out scenario here. This was painful to watch. NDA is talking about. Shoot, as I picked the guy up, she started burrowing into my beard to cuddle up. I only had her for a few weeks because I'm allergic, but she was cute. Well, I hope she found herself into a safe and loving home.
Aww.
And it's cool that you even though you were allergic, you were like, no, this needs saving. Good on you, NDA. Kudos. This is on the level of drugs and the watermelons. Yeah, it really is that dumb. Gen Z will eternally be known as a generation who spent all their time rediscovering old trends. In this case, it's check fraud. Well, there's a lot of old analog technology that's kind of making its way back into the mainstream, or at least into a niche at least. The biggest, most prominent one is vinyl records. There's a lot of musicians and bands and stuff like that are releasing like on vinyl, because
Yep.
because the generation that grew up entirely digitally, is like kind of like realizing that they grew up in like a fake non-tangible world, and they're clamoring for that tangibility, and so they're like going back in time and like looking into old technology, and they're kind of embracing it.
Yep.
So
My sister, I got her a record player for her birthday last year, and she like loves it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Gen Z is basically discovering like physical analog technology, and they're like they love it. They love that. I think they're just kind of, I think they're getting that that human need for like tangibility that they didn't even they didn't even realize they needed, because they've grown up in a world of without it. Exactly. So now that they're like
the tangibility of like, this is mine. I physically own this.
Exactly.
And this can't be taken away from me.
That's why
I own this, and I don't have to pay a service to continue to have this.
That's why I think
I can just use this whenever I want forever.
And I think there's actually been a movement in like gaming. It's just simply called buy physical, where like people are like encouraging, trying to like, if they're encouraging developers to release their games, in physical media format. And because they want physical collections of things. And it's also why I don't think that the discless, because like I think Xbox and I think PlayStation as well are both coming out with like discless versions of their consoles.
Discless collector's edition.
Yeah, something
that
like
too.
that. Yeah. And
so they've both been doing discless versions of their consoles, right? For the like digital only consoles,
right,
where they don't have a disc drive and they're usually like $100 cheaper or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
PlayStation did that for their, because PlayStation only has like one standard model, right? You get the PS5, that's it.
Yeah.
And the difference between the discless version and the regular version is the inclusion of a disc drive and $100, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is dumb, because I think their fucking discless version should have had more fucking space.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Like, to like make up for it and just make it the same fucking price, but hey, what do I know? But yeah, so there's the fucking, you can get that. And then the Xbox Series, they don't have a discless version of it. Instead, they had the Xbox Series S, which is a separate discless console that basically is just, it's a cheaper console. It's not as strong as the like main one.
Mm-hmm.
But it can still play a lot of the same games, and if not literally all of them. And again, it's just for if you're not really into that big into games, you just want like a console just to play.
Yeah. You know what? I also think that like this is the reason why like adult coloring books are a thing, and similar kinds of things. It's not because it's like childish. It's because it's like, because that who buys adult coloring books? Millennials and Gen Z. Like that's who buys adult coloring books. Why? It's because it's a physical thing to interact with, and they didn't really Gen Z more than millennials, but they didn't
like,
grow up with that. But then they become an adult, and then they're kind of rediscovering all this tangible
all the things
formats
that
and
they
stuff.
missed when they were
Exactly. And so they're like, no, I want to go back and do coloring books like I should have done as a child. Like.
Yeah. I know, like Hazel has a lot of things like that where I'm like, oh, this is like a little childish interest, and then like she's like, oh, well, like I didn't really get this as a kid, and I was like, huh.
Yeah, exactly. I think
it makes sense, right?
It makes total sense.
Like rediscovering like the childhood that you never fucking had.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like even like hell for like all like the shit I had to deal with growing up, like I still had a lot of that, right? Like I had a fucking DVD player. I had a VHS player. Somewhere in my living room, behind all my mom's fucking clutter, is it's a little drawer, right? It's not even a drawer, it's like a little closet almost. A little like cupboard, that's it, that's the word.
Mm-hmm.
That's just full of like my old fucking VHS tapes and DVD.
That's cool.
I know that's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in there. Right underneath everything. I'll uncover it one day. That'll be fun to look through.
I think there's a lot of aspects to this. Like, I guess interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. That's
because another thing I was thinking is that like they're having kids as well. They're becoming adults and they're having kids and they're realizing they don't have anything.
They have nothing to share.
They have nothing to share with their kids. They have nothing to pass down to their kids. So that's another. I think that's another reason that they're like they're going back in time and trying to connect with tangible things, which I think is a good thing. I think it's a really good thing.
I agree.
So like my personal thing, I like for games that I find to be particularly like exceptional, I will rebuy them as their physical versions if they're available. Like when Cyberpunk recently came out with the Cyberpunk 2.0 update and the whole big DLC package that came out. Like I streamed that game and I was like, this game, despite its absolutely dog shit, launch, even at launch it had like a seedling of greatness inside of it, and luckily they were able to recognize that seedling. And when 2.0 came out and the DLC came out, that game is a fucking masterpiece now. It is a masterpiece of RPG immersion, of gameplay mechanics, and of storytelling. And like cutscenes, like first person cutscenes in that game are like the way the music like dynamically becomes more and less intense as the conversations and stuff go on. It's incredible. It is I want to stream that one again. I know Patho is going to be streaming it too. I have a feeling a bunch of us are going to be streaming at the same time.
Yeah.
But
I'm waiting for chat to fund it.
But Cyberpunk it has become an absolute masterpiece. And when that came out, I bought the physical copy of it. I bought the physical copy of Stellar Blade. Like I will buy I have The Witcher physical. Like if it's a particularly exceptional game, I'll buy the physical copy of it just to have that tangible preservation of the media. But my main thing is books. My main thing is books, though. I have shelves and shelves. I have thousands and thousands of dollars worth of books, physical books, that are a pain in the ass because I'm in the middle of a move right now, as you know. They are a massive pain in the ass to move. But to me, they're absolutely worth it. I love having my physical books. I don't want to read any other way. So that's like my main thing that I like try to get in physical media.
So you know what I think is kind of ironic? So we're having this conversation, right, about like how like Gen Z and stuff are basically kind of like moving into like physical media and stuff. And ironically, despite being like the much earlier end of Gen Z, I've actually kind of done the opposite.
Yeah,
I moved almost exclusively to like digital media for everything. And I was trying to think why, like while you were talking, I was trying to think like why am I like this? Like, am I just a fucking contrarian? And I was thinking about it because I grew up with physical media, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, why wouldn't I want to keep doing the thing that I grew up with, right? The thing that I really enjoyed as a kid. And I think I figured out what it is.
You don't have places to put
and
it.
I think that's part of it, but it's more so like I think that my like pure disdain for like clutter and for like hoarding, I guess.
Oh,
like,
okay.
It kind of makes me just be completely counter, because like think about how much like physical media you can possibly like accrue throughout your life.
Yeah.
Most of which you're probably not going to touch very often.
Mm-mm.
Right? And so it's just like, I'm not someone who's like sentimental enough to be like, yes, and this is my box with all the things that I care about. I'll look through it every now and again, but I'm not gonna touch it. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I'm very much like a kind of like in the moment kind of person, right? And if anything, I'll think ahead, but like I'll think about what I'm gonna do in the future. Typically as things that I haven't done yet. I don't really care a whole lot about like going back.
Okay.
And so I think that might be why. I think just like my general my dislike of clutter and my dislike of hoarding due to like growing up with like my mom and stuff has made me kind of just dislike physical stuff. Like I have physical stuff. I have tons of stuff that I've collected over the years. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I want to collect this. Oh, I want to collect that.
Yeah.
I'm staring right now like a bunch of statues and stuff from like different franchises that I enjoy that I've kind of collected. And I'm like, this is great, but God, it's occupying space that I could put literally anything else on.
Like an air fryer.
Exactly. I look at my closet and I look at a bunch of like boxes and stuff for stuff that I've collected. Stuff that like I've grown like a bit of like sentimentality towards. Like I don't want to get rid of it, right? But like I don't touch any of that shit. It's just there, just occupying space. And so I think like because of that, I kind of like I don't know. I just I don't feel the same way about it, right? I like it's nice to have all these things I can collect and I can like show to my kids, but I can also just tell them about it. You know?
Do you think? And be real with me here. Do you think that when you move out of your place and you move into your own place with way more space, with somebody who is currently engaging in physical media adoption, that you'll change?
Probably.
Because I have a feeling you will.
Probably. Here's the thing. I think that once I have my own space and have like my own living room where I can sit down and actually watch this shit that I've like accumulated over the years, that like I had like dude, I haven't watched Land Before Time since I was 5, but I have like easily like 6 fucking different like Land Before Times like VHSs.
There's only one good
in
one.
My fucking like drawer. Maybe. I don't know. I like them all as a kid. I have a fuck ton of Power Rangers in my fucking drawers. Right? Like, I have, like, all sorts of different shit in there, right, that I, like, grew up with. And, like, I don't know. I can definitely see myself being like, oh my god, like, Keitho, you haven't seen this stuff? Dude, I grew up with this shit. Let's watch it.
Hell yeah.
Right? And then probably being like, wow, this sucks. I'm, like, in my late 20s. I don't find it entertaining at all. Where are the fucking cool gun bros shooting the muzzies? What's going on? But, like, at the same time, I can see her really enjoying it, and I can see myself enjoying spending that time. Right? But at that point, I have found a use for that media, right? And after we've watched it, we're probably not going to watch it again. And it's going to sit there until we have kids. Right? And it's just, like, I'm going to go back to being like, why the fuck am I keeping this? It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like part of me is like, I'm going to probably regret not having it later in life. Right? Not having it there for me to, like, consume when I want to consume it again, however long it might take for me to want that again. But at the same time, it's like, is that like, I don't know, like 2 to 3 hours of like joy worth like the amount of space it's gonna fucking occupy for like a year?
Well, like my parents, they have videotapes of like me when I was like 2 years old, like literally playing on a rocking horse. That's old.
Cute.
It's not old. I am, chat.
I have pictures around my house.
I had a rocking horse when I was like 2 or 3 years old. Like that's how fucking ancient I am. But the point is that they still have those tapes. You know what I mean? It's like they understand that they're not going to watch them all the time, but there might be a weekend where my dad just says, you know what? I'm just going to unplug from everything, and I'm just gonna sit in my room and just, you know, go back and relive these memories. And he'll pull those old tapes out. He'll take my VHS player, because I'm the only one with a VHS player in the family. And he'll just sit there for a weekend and just watch all the old memories. You know what I mean? And he'll get super satisfied with that. And then he'll put them all back in storage, and he's like, you know what? I'll probably never watch these again. But, you know, maybe you will, son. Who knows? You know, and it's like, those tapes obviously have more sentimental attachment value, but the principle still applies to like all this old media and stuff like that. So,
I guess I don't know. I like because like I have like old like tapes and like old photos and stuff. I was like actually when I was cleaning my closet before I started YouTubing. I cleaned out my entire closet and just redid my entire room to basically turn into like a little like mini studio. And when I did that, I was basically going through like I remember like I took like a night off. Like I had to work like a 12-hour shift at GameStop. I was at the mall at the time. Worked like a almost a full 12 hours. I think it was like 10 hours from the ballpark. At the mall, and then I came home and I just stayed up all night just working on this because I knew I had the next day off. And so I stayed up all night, just basically like emptying out my closet, right? And just getting boxes and just filling them with all the stuff that's in there. All the stuff in there was like old stuff, like my mom's stuff in there when we first bought our house when I was like 4. Like not even, I was like 3. There's a bunch of stuff that's like just stuffed in my closet that I've never touched, right? And it was like kind of cute going through like all these like old photos of like my mom and dad like before they had me and like at like
Yeah.
when I was a baby and like stuff like that, right? And I was like, oh, that's kind of cute. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I guess this is her nostalgia, right? At the same time, I showed it to her and like it just made her like sad,
Yeah,
I guess.
it depends.
This thing, like,
Yeah.
like a lot of things really do change, and so like that's kind of like made me like dislike looking back at like all the shitty stuff.
Yeah, I
And
get
that's why,
that.
like, I kind of want to focus on just like looking forward,
hmm
right? If that makes any sense.
No, that totally makes sense. I think it just depends on what kind of upbringing you had. Like, if you didn't
Yeah,
have
I
a
guess
very
yeah. It does depend on the person, yeah.
like, I got lucky and had like a really good upbringing, so like looking back is, I can look back fondly,
Yeah.
Whereas if you didn't have a good upbringing, you're gonna want to keep that shit in the past. Totally
Yeah.
makes sense. But like even like me, I look back at pictures that are like more than 2 generations removed. I'm just like, okay, like I don't get anything. I mean, it's interesting trivia, but I don't have like any attachment to that. Like I see pictures of like my
Yeah.
great great grandfather. I'm just like, oh, that's interesting, but I don't have any like sentimental attachment to that. I actually want to get to
Yeah.
there's a few good comments here. Hang on. So Typeik says, my grandpa was a journalist and a writer. Basically, his house was a library. He removed the kitchen and had a bathroom, a bed, a mini fridge, and everything else were bookshelves in his study room. Fucking goals. That sounds amazing.
Cool.
Although, selling that house is going to be a bitch.
No kitchen is rough.
Yeah, you're going to have to, like, fully remodel it back to having a kitchen and shit if you want to sell a place like that. Still need to finish the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime. The Brave Little Toaster made it hard for me to throw away things when I was a kid. Oh my god, dude, that movie is so that movie is fucking traumatic.
Wait, what movie?
The Brave Little Toaster.
That
It's
didn't know.
before you. It's before you. Trust me. But like for like my generation and like
What's it about?
it's about like well, as the name implies, it's like a sentient little toaster and like his other and like I think one of them is a mop and there's a few other just kind of like household appliances that are all like sentient and his friends, and it's like they're basically like it's kind of like Toy Story where like these are like these appliances get thrown away and they're basically like traumatized and left to fend for themselves and find new owners and stuff like that. And it's like but like it if you're a kid watching that movie, like that's the thing, like animated movies didn't pull punches back then when it came to like traumatizing kids, because the whole philosophy towards animated movies back then, which I think is actually a much more better philosophy that actually does good for children, is you could traumatize a kid however much you want, like literally to nearly infinite levels, so much as long as there's a happy ending. As long as there's a happy ending, you can traumatize kids as much as you want. Basically, that was like the philosophy, is that like there's a lot of animated, like another one that came out back at the time was like fucking traumatizing, was The Secret of Nim. That was another like 80s movie. I think it was 80s. That is dark and depressing as fuck. But it has a happy ending. It's a fantastic animated movie though. Let me see here.
Remember fucking Land Before Time like depressed me, right? Like,
It is.
mom
It
died and
is.
Stuff like that.
It's the same because
I watched that before I had my big like
religious
philosophical awakening.
religious epiphany. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like I remember watching and be like, oh my god, that's so sad, it's so like depressing. But like I still hadn't conceptualized the fact that people die in real life too.
Yeah. Well, this is why
Like I understood that like, oh, he's never gonna see her again, like that's it.
we have to
he's
like
gone,
think of like
right?
think of like
But-
modern animation movies. Like if there's like the main character is missing a parent, that parent just isn't there from the beginning, right? But in older movies, the two I can think of right off the top of my head are Land Before Time and Bambi. They show
they show you.
they show you the trauma of losing that parent. Like they weren't afraid to show kids trauma and loss, essentially. Back then, which I to this day think is a much healthier
It's a good
attitude.
thing.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
I think it's a very good thing. Let me see
Learning to
here.
cope early on.
Yeah.
is a really good way to make it so that you don't make like fucking whiny adults.
VHS degrades over time, regardless of how well it's kept. Yeah, VHS tapes, yeah, they do degrade. Digital copies are easier to preserve and duplicate and take up no space. Should be ripping old physical media as you watch it. Yeah, just throw it onto empty Blu-ray discs. Just burn it onto Blu-ray discs. Blu-rays are very resilient. So, let me see. My mom showed me the little toaster. It's good though. It is good. Another one that's a little bit more recent is the Iron Giant. That's another one.
That sounds vaguely familiar. I feel like I that's one of those like I think I maybe watched a part of it as a kid and I got bored, so I never finished it.
Yeah, it's basically a boy-less dog, but the dog is a giant killer robot voiced by Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
That's what it is. But at the end, like the robot makes like this really emotional sacrifice. Like he kind of like learns like the value of humanity and makes a sacrifices himself to like save like nuclear annihilation on the planet. And it's like this really like gut-wrenchingly like emotional moment. But it's good. It's fantastic. That's why you remember it. You know what I mean? You remember it for that kind of shit. Let me see here. Land Before Time.
Well,
Never-ending story. Fucking the death of the horse in Never-ending Story is so fucking traumatic, dude. Oh my god. What's his name? Is it Shadow? Is that his name? I think his name is Shadow. But watching this horse just sink into the swamp, like you just watch the whole, all the way up to like its eyeballs, and then the next scene is just like the kid just sitting there on the bank of the swamp, and the swamp is just bubbling where the horse was. You're just like, what the fuck, dude? It's so, oh my god, it's heart-wrenching. Brave Little Toaster, Nemo in Dreamland, yeah. Depressing cars getting scrapped. I read The Secret of Nim as a kid, so when I saw the movie, it didn't bother me at all. Yeah, The Secret of Nim is it's a dark but fantastic movie. Something the house was way easier than emptying it. We had to catalog, pack, sell, or move in around 22,000 books. When we finished, we just told the real estate agent to deal with it. Fair enough, I guess. But anyway, well, honestly, I did not expect to have this conversation just by bringing up the Chase Bank scam, but I'm glad it happened, and I'm just gonna go ahead and skip over this Chase Bank scam because there's nothing really to it, just a bunch of idiots being idiots and losing like tens of thousands of dollars.
Do you have the fucking videos of the guys like crying? Oh my god, you do that.
This
beautiful.
guy. Yeah. Here, let me make sure that the chat can hear it again. Make sure that the right.
I love they're all just like, oh yeah, dude, but I got cash out of it.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but I owe the bank $31,000. You understand what happens when you owe the bank $31,000? Here's the thing, it's not like you're gonna get away with it. They have your fucking they have your fucking government name, bro. What are you doing?
Fuck, man. They really told me to tap in. Next day I was supposed to clear and look at my account, yo. Bro, what the?
You're committing check fraud too. So you might just be in the hole. You might also be going to federal prison. Like
Here's the thing. You attempted to steal $31,000, right, from the people that have your name on file, right?
Social security number, everything.
Your social security number, all of your fucking like information, including, and again, you did this on one of their machines, which is going to catalog the fucking transaction.
Yeah.
How fucking dumb are you?
Yeah, and these idiots who like initially did the scam. They're out there just like, here's my face, here I am, committing check fraud, yeah! Like, all these retards are going to jail. Like, you don't think all these people aren't going to prison? Or are these gonna get, like, you know, something...
It's so fucking silly, dog.
Yeah, like, these people are morons. Again, I just call it, these days I just call it inner city behavior. That's what but yeah, it's just morons committing check fraud. There's really not much else to this case. Let me see here.
You expecting to get infinite money? Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: there are people that like unironically grew up playing GTA 5. Like unironically, that was their fucking childhood.
Well, not just that, but like there's a lot of people in these inner cities who legitimately don't understand just how basic money, how money works. They just don't understand it.
Not even that; they just lack basic fucking common sense.
Yeah.
Like, again, you are putting your fucking credit card, which has your fucking name on it. Just think about that for a second. Ignore the fact of all the info that this bank has on you because you fucking signed a contract to have a fucking bank account with them. Ignore all that. Just the fact that you are unironically committing a crime by inserting a piece of plastic with your fucking name printed on it.
Yeah, it's...
Just stop. You're literally giving them your ID, basically. It's like going to a fucking clerk and being like, hey, this is my name. I'm the person that robbed you. Anyway, I'm taking this money now. Like, just even without considering the fact that you have already given this clerk at this store your ID, your social, everything, right?
Oh yeah.
Ignoring that fact entirely.
And go ahead and take a picture while you're at it because every ATM has a video camera filming it. Like, it's...
like, dude, it's just the level of just like mindlessness. How mind-numbingly fucking dumb do you have to be for it to not cross your mind at all?
I knew this girl who
like,
broke
what
up
are
with
the
her
odds of me getting away with this?
Villain says that he knew this girl who broke up with her longtime girlfriend just to play more GTA RP based. Online bros before hoes. Okay, I want to move on with this stupid fucking check fraud thing. I'm glad we had that physical media convo though.
Yeah,
that was fun. This one made the rounds. Atlanta hospital allegedly loses 20 square inch chunk of a man's skull, and this is the kicker, and bills him $19,000 for a replacement.
What?
A Georgia man is suing an Atlanta hospital after staff allegedly lost a nearly 28 square inch piece of his skull after a routine procedure, and then billed him for a synthetic replacement when they couldn't find it. The fucking gall. Tornado cluster checked into Emory University Hospital Midtown in September 2022 for an intracerebral hemorrhage, commonly known as a brain bleed, and doctors determined a 4.7 by 6 inch piece of his skull needed to be removed to reduce pressure, according to an August 8th complaint obtained by the Atlantic Journal-Constitution. But after returning to the hospital 2 months later to have the piece of skull replaced, the hospital couldn't find it amidst a pile of other unidentified bone fragments from other patients' bodies.
What the fuck?
Hence the name of the podcast, chat. We inspected the freezer where bone flaps were stored and could not find a bone flap with Mr. Cluster's patient identification. A note left by hospital staff in Cluster's medical file read, there were several bone flaps within... Why do they call it a bone flap? That's such a ridiculous term for it. With incomplete or missing patient identification, but we could not be certain which of any of these belonged to Mr. Cluster. Mr. Cluster was part of a cluster fuck, apparently. With a hole in his head and nothing to fill it with, the removal left Cluster with a large depression in the right side of his skull. Cluster's surgery was canceled while the hospital fabricated a synthetic piece of skull. The crazy thing is that this is much more common than you might think. Hospitals and stuff losing like body parts or like getting body parts switched and shit like that is actually like scarily common. You just don't hear about it very often. To me, the kicker is the fact that they actually tried to charge. I don't either. The kicker to me about this whole story, honestly, is that they actually had the gall to try to charge him for their mistake. By the end of November, the replacement had been inserted into Cluster's head, but the hospital charged him over $19,000 for the synthetic bone to replace what they'd allegedly lost. Cluster's nightmare was far from over, however. After the synthetic bone was inserted, he contracted an infection and needed an additional surgery and was left unable to work for a time. By the end of his ordeal, Cluster's bill topped $146,800, and the hospital allegedly never offered him and his wife any discounts for the treatment. I fucking hate our medical institution in America. I
Yeah,
fucking
I'm
hate
sorry, but genuinely, here's the thing, right? Because everyone's always like, oh my god, yeah, but like communism bad. Dude, fuck it, dude. Honestly, for like medical stuff, actually, unironically, fuck it. Because here's the thing, right? Okay, fuck it. We have the fucking commie system for fucking medical shit, right? We do it the old-fashioned fucking Cuban way, right?
Mhm.
We end up with like no fucking doctors, right? Okay, because no one wants to fucking be a doctor because it makes no fucking money,
Yeah.
right? But all the doctors that we do have are really fucking good. Cool. Awesome. Great. Right? The only real issue, I think, in that is like medication stuff. Because like the thing with like medical companies is that they're fucking hate pharmaceutical companies. They're fucking
Pharmaceuticals
But
are
anyway.
awful. Yeah.
yeah, they're just awful to deal with in general. Because it's either like they just won't fucking make it, or they're gonna charge you an arm and like worth it. No in between. Right. But here's the thing, right? With the way that we have things right now, chat. If you want to go see a fucking doctor, not a fucking nurse practitioner, you're a fucking doctor. You're gonna be waiting months anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So like, what's the fucking point?
Oh
Because
yeah.
no one wants to be a fucking doctor anymore anyway. Because it's lucrative enough to just be a fucking nurse practitioner.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's not enough of a gap to make the work the gap in like what you have to do for schooling and shit like that no longer matches with the
Yeah.
gap in pay.
Yeah,
They don't line up anymore.
they don't. And so it's just like no one's fucking like if you go talk to your doctor's probably ancient, right? And then if you talk to someone who's like, oh yeah, I'm a doctor, quote unquote. Yeah, I'm an MD doctor. I'm a nurse practitioner, right? It's just like, dude. They like you'll have these like young guys like the 20s. They just like they don't know what the fuck like they're even on.
Well,
Like
like
they don't know what the fuck you're talking about half the time, and like it's like you sometimes not even fucking paying attention to. You're just like, oh yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, I'll let the nurse know. Okay, yeah, cool. You have any questions? Yeah, I want to ask about this and this and this. Oh, okay, I'll look into that for you. It's like you don't know.
you had to pay up
You
to
don't just
150K to
know?
the hospital. He might as well pay a lawyer to sue him. Hell yeah, it's fucking.
Yeah, dude.
This is the
insane.
thing. Like it reminds me. Like I don't know if it's happening here, but like in Britain, there's this massive credential scandal that's happening where like a bunch of like Jamaican and African doctors are faking their credentials to be doctors, and so like there's a ton of like minority immigrant doctors at the NHS over in Britain that are absolutely completely unqualified to be doctors. That's like this huge scandal over there, and it's literally like it's not like 3 or 4%. It's literally like a third of the doctors in the NHS are frauds. It's
Well,
fucking
they see
insane.
opportunities. There's no doctors.
Yeah,
There's no
it's
doctors
insane,
anywhere.
dude.
No
And
one
that's
wants
the
to be
thing,
a
like,
lucky doctor.
if there's one thing that like I will actually like shake hands and be like, okay, let's talk when it comes to like leftists, it's healthcare. That is like the
Yeah.
one topic where I'm like, let's talk when it comes to like leftist bullshit, you know? Because clearly this system doesn't work.
Yep. Like, you guys know me, I'm super fucking anti-commie, but I will gladly go the fucking commie route for fucking, like, for healthcare. Because honestly, like, it really just is no better. The way that we're doing things right now.
Yeah,
Like, it really just straight up is no better. It's the same, except it costs me more. Like, it's not worth it. It's
Yeah,
just not worth it.
I don't know enough about like all the different ideas and stuff like that around like healthcare
Neither do
solutions
I.
I really don't, but like, so I don't know if they just embrace the communist position on it, but it is like the one side where I would like hear a communist out.
Yeah, the
You
issue
know?
is that like there's so many different like aspects to it, right? Because it's not just like, because like right now we're just talking about like doctor quality, right? Like and like the quality of staff, right?
Mhm.
That's one thing, right? That's one aspect, right? But there's also like the insurance part of it. So there's like all like legal stuff around that, right? There's
Yeah.
also the everything that also again ties into the insurance, right? The insurance, everything goes to the insurance. Like the insurance companies, they have to have their little fingers in fucking everything, right? So that's gonna tie into whether you're looking at like government insurance, whether you're looking at private insurance. That's gonna tie into like whether you're getting like the drugs that you need, right? Where are they coming from?
Mhm.
Who's fucking making them? How much fucking are they?
How much
Have I told you guys
power
how
the pharmaceutical
growing
lobbies
up-
have over the government and shit like that? It's
Yeah,
it's
have I told you
disgusting.
guys how growing up I was told to just kind of become comfortable with the fact that I might just die after going to a restaurant one day, cross-contamination, because I physically couldn't afford EpiPens.
Yeah.
Have I told you guys about that?
I know about this story.
I don't carry EpiPens anymore. I just don't. I know I have like a few expired ones around because by the time that I had access to EpiPens, I'd already come to terms with fucking dying. I was like, well, fuck it. At this point, I don't need them anymore. Like, I don't care. Like, screw it. I've come to terms with this. Like, it's fine. I go out and I eat food and like I do like my like basic like, oh, you know, like what's in this, right? Okay, cool, awesome.
It seems to be
And
working
like that's
fine.
it. Fuck it. For the most part, I stick away from Chinese restaurants because I just don't trust them to not contaminate my food. Sorry, that's racist. I don't fucking care.
No Panda Express.
Nope, never Panda Express. If I do get like sometimes my family will go Panda Express and I'll have some other like orange chicken. Right?
It is
But only
delicious.
if they didn't order anything else that was seafood. If there is rice with shrimp, I'm not eating anything out of that bag. Nothing. But for the most part, yeah, I just avoid Chinese places because I just, no offense, but I just don't trust that. I don't full offense. I don't trust the Chinese. You guys are bad at like like cross contaminating.
They're not really good. They're not. Quality control is not their strong suit. That's for sure.
No, it's not. So like, you know, I've been fine so far, right? But it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things that like as a kid, like imagine being like younger than like 7, like being like 5 or 6, right? Like 6, 7. So let's just say 6. And being told by a fucking, like, an old, like, medical specialist, like, hey, if you can't afford this medication that's gonna cost you, like, fuck, how much was it for, like, an EpiPen at the time? It was, like, $2,000?
Yeah,
like
they're
like,
crazy
ridiculous amount of money.
expensive.
They're a lot cheaper now. They actually get covered, because I think, pretty sure the like, EpiPen, like, the company that makes EpiPens, they basically got caught having a monopoly over, like, epinephrine.
Oh.
And they got sued into, like, oblivion. And so they had to lower their fucking prices.
Oh, they probably got
like a tenth.
They probably got the FTC probably knocked them with antitrust violations and yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea, but I know eventually we were able to afford them, and they were like a tenth of the price. Now it's like, oh, I don't know, like 108, something like that for like an EpiPen. It's still expensive, but not like it's not like, you know.
But they're affordable.
Several $1,000s for like one, right? And they expire like after like I think like 2-3 years, something like that. So like it's not something you want to be paying $2,000 every like couple of years to have like a fresh one.
But like $200
right?
for every couple of years, I think that's worth it to have one.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine now. I don't bother. Like I have like 4 at my house somewhere. They're all expired. They're all expired like almost 10 years ago. But
might be worth getting one.
Nah, it's fine. But like imagine like being like 6 and just being told like, hey, if you can't afford this $2,000 thing, right? There's a good chance that one day you're just not gonna come out of a restaurant.
Yeah, you just gotta be careful. That's all. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, well, like
well, it's like you know what
what
foods are fine for you, so you can stick to those foods. It's that simple.
Oh no, that's the thing. Allergies like change over time. They're not like a
yours
consistent
do.
thing. Yeah. Well, it depends on like for like everyone. Like some people like they'll have allergies and then they'll get better.
That's true.
Right?
I used to be when I was a kid. I was allergic
people...
to eggs, and I'm no longer allergic to eggs. So,
yeah,
a lot of people outgrow allergies, but they also get new ones.
When I was a kid, I wasn't allergic to like anything, except for like dust, and then I became allergic to like shellfish to the point where it now can kill me. And I became allergic to like mango to the point where I'm pretty sure it can also kill me. I've been like I'm allergic to like so many different like things. It's like it's wild. And none of them get better.
My mom, like when she was like in her like early 50s, like overnight, she gained like a really, really, really bad allergy to strawberries.
It'll happen.
Yeah, it's wild how that shit happens. So
it'll just fucking happen. Like you'd never fucking know. Like I remember, like as a kid, I would eat like shrimp. And I'd be like, man, this makes my throat itchy. I don't want to eat anymore. My parents would be like, just fucking eat it. It's good for you. It tastes good. And I'm just like, but it makes my throat itchy. And they're just like, you're just complaining. Just eat it. And I went to the doctor. My mom was like, I don't know. I don't think she's just complaining about it. So we went to the doctor. It's like, lo and behold.
Yeah.
I have a really bad allergy to shrimp. And at the time, it was like, I can still eat it. It just makes my throat itchy. Right? But eventually got to the point where it's like, yeah, if you touch shrimp, there's a good chance you're just going to die.
Yeah. Your throat's gonna it's gonna swell to the point where you can't breathe anymore. You're just gonna suffocate.
Last time I ever touched a shrimp was I went fishing with my stepdad, and we were using shrimp as bait, like frozen shrimp. And he had his rod stuck on like a rock, like his like fishing line stuck on like a rock, and he was pretty sure he was holding onto a big one. I was like, I don't think so, but okay. I think I'd like in the time that he was like stuck on that one fish, I caught like 3 others. But he was like, no, I've really got it. I've really got it. Like, cause he would keep like putting the line out. He's like, oh, it's not moving, right? And I'm like, I don't know. I guess it just like he'd feel something or something, right? And so he's like, no, I've got it. He's like, no. Just give me a second. I was sitting there waiting. I was like bored. I just went. I was like, fuck it. I'll just be careful. And I grabbed the shrimp out of the bag, and with the force that it took for me to basically skewer it onto the hook, the shell ended up poking my thumb.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, that's fine.
I didn't eat it.
Poke. And so I kept like fishing, right? And I think I caught like 2 more things before like my thumb got itchy to the point where I can no longer resist it. Like to the point where it was like, okay, my thumb is completely red and it's swelling.
Ooh.
We should probably go home.
Jeez.
So that's what we did. We went home and I just kind of took some Benadryl, and like after a while it was fine, but like my thumb was like twice the size for like a good like chunk of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not bad. It's sorry, it's not good. And I remember like at some point like growing up, like I started having the same like reaction that I had to shrimp as like a kid, where like I can eat it but it would make me itchy. I started having the same reaction with mango. And mango was my favorite fruit, so I was very sad about it. And then my
that's
second
what
favorite
happens.
food was watermelon, and then it started to happen to me with watermelon.
Strawberries was my mom's favorite fruit. And
Yeah, dude, it sucks.
It seems to happen.
Apparently, sometimes overexposure to like that's the thing, right? So people are like, oh, you need to have like exposure therapy for allergies. Sometimes it actually has the opposite effect.
Jesus Christ! If I ended up with an allergy to like Taco Bell, I'm gonna kill myself.
Same. But yeah. Also, like, dude, I remember like I didn't realize like this is like a thing people talk about, but apparently people think that allergies don't exist in third world countries. It's like, oh yeah, that's just like a modern thing because of all the medication, all the blah blah blah, and like yada 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 yada. No, allergies do exist in third world countries. They just don't fucking diagnose them.
I swear to God, peanut
They got other
allergies.
shit to
I
deal
swear to
with.
God, peanut allergies is a new thing, though. I swear to God.
You think so?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but it just seems like one of those fucking Gen Z allergies.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like peanut allergies have been around for like a very long time.
I don't know.
But like whatchamacallit? Like yeah, like people really do think that like, oh yes, like the government calls the allergies. Like, ah yes, the allergies are because of the medication. Ah yes, the allergies only happen in like the over sanitized like first world countries. No. I have a cousin that lives in Cuba in like a really shitty fishing hamlet where my fucking grandma's family lives. And he is allergic to all the same shit that I am almost. He lives in a fucking fishing hamlet! And he's allergic to fish!
The irony.
Like literally the entire time, like I never had an asthma attack before, right? This was in 2018.
Not the Taco Bell allergy. I know a faith though. Like,
Well, no. I went to go visit my family, right? Like my grandma's family, because I hadn't seen them since I was like 7, right? And the entire time that I was there, like that night, I started fucking dying from allergy because it's a dusty, shitty fucking village somewhere on the coast of some fucking like tree-covered fucking area in Cuba, right? And there is nothing in the air other than dust and the smell of seafood, 24/7.
peanut allergies
Like,
are new, the NBA says.
Are they?
It's a result of
Having
having
too
too
clean
clean
of
of
a
smell,
childhood?
and it can be cured by being infected by a specific species of benign parasite. Huh.
That's interesting.
I had a feeling that peanut allergies were a new thing. I have a feeling that there's several allergies that are like new to like humanity, but
That's interesting. I'm curious about that.
yeah.
But yeah, and so that night, right? There's a bunch of bugs as well. It's like a shitty fucking hamlet. There's like bugs everywhere, and I hated it.
Shitty Hamlet
So
is
I
kind
just
of
like
redundant.
I covered myself with like a blanket, like really thick blanket, while I was trying to sleep. And at some point overnight, the fan turned off, so it's fucking hot, even though it's fucking December, It's fucking hot, right? The fan is off. I'm underneath a blanket that's not very breathable, that's covered with bugs on the outside of it. I'm trying my best to fucking sleep.
Oh my god.
Right? I'm stuffed out of my fucking mind because the air is full of, everything is full of dust.
It's just
for one, not
thick
just the
with
air.
shit.
Right?
Yeah.
And there is like a constant smell of like seafood that's like just it's triggering my fucking brain to think that like I'm like I'm having fucking allergies, right? So I wake up in a panic because I can't fucking breathe, right? We're into the living room where I have like my bags and stuff, trying to get like my like Benadryl because I did bring some. Actually no, I did bring some. But my family had some of Cuban variant called Benadrylina. Which let's just say it's a lot stronger.
I was gonna say it's that
I had half a pill.
south of the border shit. It's
Context,
pretty strong.
Chat. For some context, chat. So they like the liquid pills, like the liquid gel pills. I can take 8 of them, and they won't knock me out.
Oh god.
I had half of one of these on the way home, and I passed out on the like shitty, constantly bumping car ride 4 hours back to like.
That's good
to
shit.
Havana. Yeah, I was out like a fucking light, dude. But it took a while, but eventually I did fucking pass out, and I did not wake up till we were basically there. Like, we were basically home. But yeah, and so like I went out to go like I was dying. I was like, I need some fucking fresh air. I need to like smell alcohol. I need something. And I walked outside, and lo and behold, my great aunt, my grandma's sister, is there with my cousin, like on the ground, and he's having also an asthma attack. He's like freaking out. And I was like, "Fuck, are you also allergic?" And he's just like, "Yeah, this is me every morning." And I was like, "Fuck, that sucks." So we just kind of like sat outside. I had like a bottle of it's like alcohol that I had like in my bag. And we were just passing the bottle back and forth, like smelling it. And just kind of like just sniffling while sitting next to each other. It fucking sucked. It sucked so bad. But yeah, he just lives like that. He just lives like that. That's just his life. It's every morning it's like that for him. Every morning he has a fucking asthma attack because in his sleep, like he he's not constantly taking medication and shit, and so he inhales all these fucking allergens, and then he wakes up and he's suffocating because he's been laying down and sinuses are fucking killing all night. And like again, it's definitely not like yes, it's just it's just like it's just the cleanness and stuff.
Yeah.
No,
No,
this
it's
dude's
not
lived here his
just.
entire fucking life, and he just deals with this every day of his life. He tried to like leave by like going to school to like study and stuff, but his mom got sick, so he had to stay. And that's just him. It's just his life.
NDA has an
That
interesting
shit sucks.
comment here. One of the newest issues with space colonization is the amount of foods we'll be allergic to because of the amount of bacteria and parasites we have, which keep our immune systems from going out of control. It's this out of control process which is the cause of allergies, especially food allergies. Yeah, that's I've heard there's a lot of stories about like how humans that are going to be like colonizing like Mars and shit like that, their physiognomies are going to have to effectively change to a point where they can almost be considered a different species. Like their bone because their day-night cycles are different. Their bone densities are going to be different. The way their blood flows is going to be different because of differences of gravity. And like right here, this is another element of that. Like the bacteria and stuff like that we have symbiotically. Like every single person has like a unique version of staph bacteria on their skin to protect it. Like you don't know what a staph infection is. It's like this really aggressive like bacterial infection on the skin. That's because of staph. We live in symbiosis with like a lot of microorganisms, and those microorganisms can't live on these other planets. So how's that going to work? You know what I mean? So it's like the physiognomy is going to change to a point where you could arguably classify like Martians as their own species.
That's cool.
It's a really fascinating, like, kind of thought experiment to kind of go through. Like, it's stuff that we have to actually, like, start to, like, seriously think about, because Mars colonization, because of Elon Musk, is, like, becoming more and more of, like, a plausible reality. And so, like, these kinds of things have to be, like, thought of. You know? So, anyway, we gotta move on. We haven't even hit the cultural stuff, and I have, like, a half dozen more stories to go through. So,
Let's go.
this next one. This one's kind of rough. I'm gonna warn you ahead of time. This one's kind of rough. Okay.
Okay.
Husband who drugged his wife to film her being raped by 50 men took part in orgies with up to 3 other perverts who took turns having sex with his unconscious victim. Trial hears.
Wow.
This is one of those headlines where, like, it gets worse and
Fuck.
worse with every single word. You know? Like, you just read
Yeah,
it.
it's like drugged his wife. Okay.
Yeah.
We're being raped by 50 men. Jesus fucking Christ.
Having,
Or just 3 other perverts who took turns having sex with his unconscious victim. Jesus fucking Christ.
yeah,
What
like,
the hell?
when you say what the fuck, like, multiple times in a headline, you know you've got, like, a fucking
Yeah.
holy shit kind of headline. The depraved,
Fucking hell,
the
dude.
depraved, I've got it even
Don't call
more.
him a husband. The depraved cuck.
Yeah, the depraved piece of absolute shit, who drugged his wife to film her being raped by strangers, also recorded himself taking part with up to 3 other men at a time in twisted orgies. A French court heard. Of course, it's in France. Dominique Pellicot, 71, filmed and painstakingly cataloged more than 20,000 videos and images of his wife Giselle being abused by 72 different men, 50 of whom have been identified over 9 years from 2011 until his arrest in 2020. Jesus, that paragraph, dude. Having raped his wife
Fucking
several
hell.
times himself, he played the role of director, filming strangers having their way with the unconscious woman he had drugged with powerful tranquilizers. How the fuck did this guy manage to marry this woman? Like, how did this woman, like, there had to be red flags.
You know what? Wait, hold on. I just want to say. So, this man is 79 now. His wife is 72 now. This started like a decade ago. They should have in their fucking 60s. What the fuck?
Yeah. I don't really have much commentary on this one, except just saying what the fuck over and over and over again. Because it's just one of those stories where it's just kind of like, you're kind of like rendered speechless, you know? Having raped his wife several times himself, he played the role of director or filming training his way unconsciously he drugged with power.
You read this already.
Yeah, but some of the footage showed Mr. Pellico taking turns defiling his wife with 3 other men in one single incident, it was revealed today. The instances of abuse sometimes lasted as long as 6 hours, the court was told, with an unconscious Giselle clearly heard snorting and breathing heavily in the dark clips. Oh, this is getting tough to read. The revelation came after the court...
I can read the rest.
And,
I can read anything with this big face.
yeah, please. I'm having a hard
The
time with
revelation
this
came
one.
after the court in Avignon heard yesterday that Mr. Pellicot once accused his perplexed wife of infidelity when she discovered she had contracted a sexually transmitted disease.
Okay, wait a
So
minute.
Pellicot now...
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That, if this is a reciprocation for that, this is a very, very lopsided response. Like, just divorce her.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
No, it's just like, yeah, dude, like, bro, she's confused why she has, like, an STD suddenly, and he's just like, oh, you must be cheating on me. When Giselle Pellicot, now 72, told her husband that she needed treatment for an unexplained sexual illness, he suggested she must be having affairs while she was out cycling and playing, bules, asking her with a hollow laugh, so what are you doing with your days?
God. Photo. Here we go.
71-year-old grandma was oblivious to the grim truth that her gynecological trouble resulted from being serially abused after Pellicot slipped tranquilizers into her evening meals. The retired power company workers attempted to portray his wife as the sex-obsessed party in their seemingly perfect marriage. Emerged when Judge Roger Arata outlined the persecution case. together with 50 men from all walks of French life, whom he recruited on a website for voyeurs and swingers. Bellicotte, also 71, is accused of aggravated rape.
That's
He is
it?
said to have orchestrated the attacks on his wife. It's fucking France, dude.
Fair enough.
The attacks on his wife between 2011 and 2020, which came to light after he was arrested for taking photographs up the skirts of female supermarket shoppers. Commissioner Jerome Boss-Platier reveals how the investigation into France's worst case of rape began as a classic investigation into voyeurism, but changed direction with the discovery on an SD card of a photo of the naked victim with the garter belt in a position in which she is unconscious. When police searched the Bellicotte's retirement chalet in the pretty provincial village of Mazan, they found some 20,000 images of the wife being defiled by 72 strange men. Bellicotte, who often directed the rapes, filed his films with tags such as her rapists, abuse, and my slut. He also noted the attackers' names and details and acts they perpetrated, allowing police to trace 50 of them. However, a further 22 were unidentifiable and will never be brought to justice as the case has now been closed.
Oh my god. Do you want to keep going
To
with
satisfy
this?
Oh yeah, I'll read the whole thing.
Okay.
Satisfy themselves that MME Bellicotte had been unconscious and had...
It's Madam, by the
MME?
way.
Is that how you shorten Madam?
That's how you shorten Madam.
That's crazy. Madame Bellicotte, Mrs. Bellicotte, has been unconscious and had not consented to sex, as many of the arrested attackers claimed. Investigators had been forced to confront her with the sickening videos. Asked at a pre-trial hearing how she reacted on learning she had been debased by a supposedly respectable family man with whom she had 3 children, she said, "He disgusts me. I felt dirty, defiled, betrayed. It was a tsunami. I was hit by a high-speed train. The shock caused her to have a breakdown, and she is said to have attempted suicide several times.
Can you blame
Determined
her?
to shame her attackers and highlight the crime of drug-induced rape. She has encourageously waived her right to have a trial held in private and remain anonymous. Yesterday, the court heard that Bellicotte even drugged and took compromising photographs of his daughter.
Jesus.
Investigators are said to have uncovered a file labeled My Daughter Naked, in which they found a photograph of Caroline Darien, now a middle-aged mother, lying asleep on a bed. She appears to have been dressed in some of her mother's clothes, but was partially naked. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. If I found out that, my, girlfriend's dad fucking, at least it's just her naked. It's still fucking gross. Wait, hold on. There's so much more. Jesus Christ. The picture had been taken in the family home in Villiers-sur-Marne, near Paris, before 2013, when Bellicotte and his wife retired and moved to Provence. As the judge alluded to this incident, Madame Darien, who had since written a memoir titled I No Longer Call Him Papa, was overcome with emotion and had to be helped from the courtroom. Though her father has admitted to having uncontrollable sexual impulses and drugging his wife for rape, his lawyer, Beatrice Savaro, says he will deny violating his daughter.
Okay.
One of the men accused of raping Madame Bellicotte is said to be on the run, but 49 are squeezed into the modern courtroom. While 14 of them plead guilty, Judge Arata said 35 denied the charge. The victim and her family shook their heads in anger and disbelief as he described their alleged attacks, often in unprintable detail, and outlined the excuses and explanations they had offered under questioning. A recurring theme was that Bellicotte had convinced the men he invited to the house that they were taking part in a kinky sex game to which his wife was a willing party. Some of the accused also claimed they were aware that what they were doing was wrong, but were afraid to leave the house without satisfying Bellicotte's wishes. One claimed the husband was entirely in charge and that he had just acted like a robot. Another, who allegedly raped Madame Bellicotte on 6 occasions, also said he had behaved according to her husband's instructions. Yet another claimed Bellicotte wanted to have homosexual sex with him, and he agreed on condition that he could rape his wife first. How do you just
Christ,
say that?
dude.
One man excused himself by saying he assumed a woman couldn't have been raped if he had sex with her when her husband was present. The fuck are you, Muslim? Then there was a man who claimed he had no idea the victim was asleep because she was lying face down. And so the litany of denial went on.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
During a break, the victim's lawyer, Antoine Camus, insisted that under French law, none of these explanations could exonerate the men from the charges of rape. One needed only to look at the videos to see that Madame Pellicot looked dead and had no idea what was happening, he said. Moreover, the court heard how Pellicot told investigators that all the men were aware that he had rendered her unconscious and that she had not consented. Wow. When interviewed, the court heard Pellicot describing the modus operandi he employed to allay his wife's suspicions. When a rendezvous was arranged, he would order the men to park their cars away from the house, ban them from smoking and wearing aftershave, and made them undress in the kitchen to ensure they didn't leave clothes in the bedroom. The case, which is scandalizing France, fuck brain, it's expected to last 4 months, will continue today with evidence from detectives who led the investigation.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so he only took naked pictures of his fucking daughter, his like middle-aged daughter.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, no, dude. If my like wife, right? If like the mother of my children, I find out like was drugged and had pictures, even just pictures, even if like her dad didn't fucking touch her, I would kill him. That's it.
Yeah, no shit. Look at this. Apparently this is the woman.
Old Biddy. Poor old Biddy.
God.
Poor abuelita. She's looking like grandma, dude.
Yeah, it even calls her grandma in the article.
Yeah. I mean, she must be. Her daughter has children, so yeah, that's how that works.
God. What a fucking shit
Why
show.
would you admit that? Yes, Rosa, France has a lot of Muslims. Yeah, I know. France is a Muslim country.
I know, this is just... Yeah, it is a Muslim country. Yeah, I don't really have any comments on this, except just fucking
What
kill
the
them
fuck?
all.
I agree.
Did they have the death
I
penalty
need
in
water
France?
after that. I'd probably not. Bunch of fucking weak, limp dick, cuck faggots. I'll be right back. I need to get some water.
Oh my god. Let me read chat. You admit that? Yes. France is a lot of us. This is why Europeans hate the French. Everybody hates the French. Yeah, it's just... Again, do they even have the death penalty there? I doubt they do. I mean... It's just one of those stories where it's just like... I can't even imagine getting into the headspace where I could do such a thing. To not just my wife, but just like another person in general. You know what I mean? I can't fathom, you know what I mean? It's like, it's such a depraved, sick and twisted and evil thing to do that, like, my head can't really grasp it, you know, if that makes sense. Like, my brain just can't reconcile with it. I got another story, just a few stories from now, chat, that's actually more shocking than this one.
I'm back. It was a lot to read.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Again, I don't really have any commentary. I'm just like, it's just, what the absolute fuck? This is just... I was telling Chad how it's like, it's just one of those stories where, like, I can't... It's so depraved and evil that, like, my brain can't really, like, get there to accept that it's happening. You know what I mean? Like, I can't, like, my brain can't fathom. Like, I would never be able to, like, if I was writing some fiction, and I was like, what evil thing can I have my bad guy do to, like, establish that he's evil? I couldn't come up with something this fucking evil. You know what I mean? You know?
No, I really don't know what you mean. I really don't. On the list of, like, evil things that I have, like, encountered, like, in real life, this is, like, maybe top 5, maybe, but, like...
Oh, just you wait. A few stories from now, that's something that's probably going to be in your top 3 then.
Wait.
Just giving you a heads up on that.
We'll see.
Honestly, though, like, this is basically just a case of like, gang date rape, I guess you can call it.
Yeah.
That's what this is. It's gang date rape. Gang date rape.
Yeah.
Uh,
Compared to things that I have just experienced in my personal life, this, like, if this happened to, like, a family member, this would be, like, top 5, right?
honestly, the things that I hear that
this
happen in
would
the
not
Middle
be
East.
worst thing.
this isn't close. Like that story that
Yeah.
we brought up last time about that guy who's like his recompense for like raping the girl was to like let the brother of that girl rape his own sister. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yep.
I mean,
So I actually looked more into that. So that happened in like a village. Actually, it wasn't actually the government that allowed that. Like the Pakistani government, that happened in like a village.
Yeah.
Like a more like rural village, and basically like the 40 like town like
elders.
officials, I guess. Yeah, whatever. They were basically like, oh yeah, you raped this girl. Well, if you let the man whose like wife you raped rape your younger sister, it's like a 15-year-old girl, then we'll forgive you. And so he was like, yeah, fuck it, because like the actual like crime for rape, I'm pretty sure is they chop off your pee-pee. And so he was like, yeah, fuck it. And so they had his like 15-year-old sister, innocent sister, be raped in front of her parents and the 40 officials
Yeah, it's
to basically confirm that it happened, and that the revenge had gone through. It's super fucked up.
it's so fucked up.
But apparently the Pakistani government did go, and after that went viral, they did go and actually apprehend those officials. So, good on them.
That's good.
But yeah, like this is on the scale of things that I know exist, and on the scale of things that I can come up with in my mind, this is not even close to top 10. Not even close to top 20.
Yeah, honestly, now that you're saying that, I'm like thinking about it more and more, and I'm kind of like realizing that too. It's like this isn't.
Yeah.
I've unfortunately heard of many even worse things. I think one of them we're gonna get to soon. This one is morbid but funny.
Okay.
Remember that that infamous uncontacted tribes about killing people? Well, it happened again.
The ones that I always say we should fucking just wipe out and take their land?
Yeah, uncontacted Amazon tribe used bow and arrows to kill 2 loggers and attacked and has left another 2 missing. Well, I guess they've been contacted now. 2 loggers of the Amazon have been killed by arrows in the attack with an indigenous tribe that has left another 2 missing. Members of Mashupiro, an indigenous community that has long isolated itself away from society, attacked the workers who were opening a trail in the Madre de Dios region of the forest. Fenamad, an organization that represents more than 30 communities in the region, said the clash occurred in an area near the Pariamanu River. At least 2 workers were killed by arrows. Honestly, that's a fucking Chad way to die, actually. Fucking bow and arrow. Another was injured, and 2 are missing, according to the organization's spokesperson, Daniel Pena. FENMAD has also previously lobbied the government to protect the Mascopiros forest. It comes after members of the tribe injured 1 person in another attack with bows and arrows in August. This is just, honestly, the thing about this, this story is that a lot of people, like, forget the fact that our modern civilization, with all of its technological marvels, is still living side by side with actual ancient tribal civilizations that have not advanced for thousands of years. Like, people forget that, like, the ancient world is still around. You know what I mean? I think that people, like, forget that a lot of the time. So.
Yeah. Look, I'm just saying. I think, right? We don't even need, here's the thing. We don't even need guns. We just send them we just dropship a couple blankets.
With smallpox on them?
Yeah, dude.
Just like
Just
go the way of the
couple
American
blankets.
Indian.
Wait a month. Come back. Kill whoever's left. Boom. New land.
Start drilling for oil, baby.
Build houses. I don't know about oil. This is like, what, South America?
There's plenty of, like, that's what Venezuela's for.
I guess.
Or mining for gold or whatever the fuck is on their land. Members of the Machu Picchu have been seen outside the territory in recent months, according to images
Build
released by
houses,
the
please. The housing market's fucked.
Just said the community
I'll move there.
is under massive pressure for the logging industry. In June, images were released showing the Machu Picchu brandishing spears on the banks of a river in remote Peru. At least 4 people, including workers and residents of the area, have died between 2015 and 2022 in clashes with the Machu Picchu, according to the Ministry of Culture. Incredible footage was also captured showing the tribe, showing them stood around in small clusters, some jogging to pick up large spears resting in the dirt. Others talk and gesture to each other and help carry objects along the river. These incredible images show that a large number of isolated Machu Picchu live alone in a few miles from where the loggers are about to start their operations. The Machu Picchu have seldom appeared as a rule and do not communicate much with anyone, according to the NGO. I'm not going to keep going with this. This is just talking about the logging industry at this point. But apparently there's like
it's one of those things where it's like, dude, wait, is it these guys or is it a different tribe in Africa? I can't remember.
No, there's one
I
that's...
feel like there's like a similar one.
Well, I'm sure that there are, like, probably some in Africa, but the famous one is that one that's on that island. I can't remember the name of the island. But there's a famous island that's completely run.
That's the one that I'm thinking about. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's like the famous one. Because they think.
Yeah, like dude.
Like Africa, they have
sent like a messenger, I think, and then they killed the messenger or something like that. Or, like they sent someone trying to make content, they just killed him.
Yeah, and they ate him, I think.
Yeah. If I send someone to you to try to make peace, and your reaction is to kill them, I'm like, well, I tried.
I think.
That's it.
I think Africa's like the tribes like in like deep in like the Congo jungle and stuff like that in Africa. I think that's where the cargo cults are. You know what cargo cults are?
No.
So there's all these tribes that like were like remained like uncontacted for the longest time. And like during the war, we would fly like big cargo planes, shit like that, over the jungles, and the local tribes thought that those like would see those planes and thought that they were like deities, and so they would literally would like try to reconstruct the cargo planes on the ground like out of like sticks and twigs and shit, and they would like worship. They would build like idol statues of planes and shit, and they would become like their religion. And
that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and they became known as cargo cults. I think they're mainly in Africa, but I think they're like in South America too.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's. I honestly suggest that take if you ever have an hour to just hang out, like to chill, like with Patho or something like that, and you're not gaming, just go into Wikipedia and look up cargo cults. It's a fascinating rabbit hole. So.
Solution.
Polynesian islands. Yeah, they're there. Okay.
Land a plane. Cover yourself in like a suit.
Neither in Africa. Okay, I was wrong. They're not in Africa. They're on the islands. Okay, they're on. Oh, that makes sense too because of the Pacific theater of war during the war. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So they're on the Polynesian islands, not in like mainland Africa.
U.S. military parades as part of their ceremonies. It's kind of interesting.
Thank you, Angel, for the correction there. So. Also,
dude, imagine like showing up to like one of these places in like a chopper and like a funny suit, so like you don't look like you're human, and then just be like, like beep boop, I am your god now.
Dude, Cornell, I'll tell you right now, I know that you don't care about this, but they do have. I'll tell you right now, Polynesian women are fucking gorgeous. Anyway, so yeah, just another incident with an uncontacted tribe.
I was gonna say,
got people killed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said it's not going to matter to him.
Lamau.
There's an African tribe that worships King Charles as a god. Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, there's, again, like I'm telling you, like look up cargo cults and all these.
That's
like,
the fucking goal, man.
Yeah, it's such a fascinating rabbit hole. How they like mimic like American military customs and stuff like that as their religion. It's really interesting.
Michael Jackson is the king of some Nigerian tribe.
No shit. Well, he is the king of pop. Maybe it's the pop tribe. I'm gonna skip that one.
You like go over to like say hi and they're just like Shimone.
Okay, I'm gonna skip a couple here.
Ow!
We'll move on to this one. So a star of TLC's 1,000-pound sisters arrested at a safari park after incident with a camel.
What?
Okay. Um, Amy Slatton was arrested after police were called to a Tennessee safari park following a report of a camel bite. As police arrived, they noticed suspicious odors coming from a vehicle where the reality star was inside. Police then arrested Slatton on suspended... What is D star G?
Suspected
Drug charges. And child endangerment. She was booked into Crockett County Jail. So I found a story that goes into more detail about this. So reality TV star Amy Slatton Halterman was arrested on Labor Day at a Tennessee zoo on drug and child endangerment charges. Halterman, 36, who stars along with her sister in TLC's 1,000-Pound Sisters, was charged with illegal possession of... I'm surprised he made it to 36 at that weight, to be honest. Illegal possession of Schedule 6 and top 2 counts of child endangerment on Monday. Deputies had responded to a call regarding a guest allegedly bitten by a camel at Tennessee Safari Park.
6?
I don't know. It's like, I know it's like severity of drugs.
Schedule 1 and Schedule 6.
I know it's like drug classification. I don't know what like the severity is. Like, I don't know if like the lower number is the more severe one or if the higher one is. Like, I don't know how it works. I don't know drug stuff. You know this. Let's see. Bitten by a camel at Tennessee Safari Park, a drive and walk through zoo in Alamo. When deputies arrived, they were, quote, immediately overtaken by suspicious odors coming from the guest's vehicle. Authorities did not disclose what the cause of the smell was, but said Halterman and Brian Scott Laverne were in the vehicle and both were hit with the same charges. What is the smell of the source of the smell then? They were booked into the Crockett County Jail. A judge on Tuesday set bond at $10,000 for each of them. Halterman has 2 kids, 4 and 2, with Michael Halterman, who filed for divorce in March of 2023. It's not clear who was bitten by the camel or if Halterman's children were with her at the time of the incident. So what's the point? So what's the child endangerment charge come from? I'm sorry, but this doesn't give me a lot of information. What caused the smell? And why the child endangerment charge? I don't know. 1,000
Who is Michael Halterman? What does this man look like?
Probably not good.
No, let's see. I'm curious.
Okay.
I bet you anything he's like a pretty like normal looking guy.
He's probably normal.
He hooked up with her for the fucking popularity and the fame.
Yeah.
Put a kid in her, and then divorced her so he has half her shit.
Oh, maybe. Like a reverse. Oh, he's a fat guy too.
Oh, maybe not.
There he is. Although he is a pretty normal-looking American dude. Here, I'll show you chat.
Yeah.
Go chat. So this is him right here. There you go. So, yeah. He's a pretty normal American fat guy.
She doesn't look like what I'd imagine 1,000 pounds looks like.
No, she doesn't look like she weighs 1,000 pounds. Now, she does in that. She does. Actually, that doesn't even look like 1,000 pounds.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, a fat girl gets bitten by a camel at a zoo and gets charged for it, I guess. Whatever. What a stupid story.
A famous fat girl.
A famous fat girl. I guess. Either way, we're talking about something like alcohol, or you misread 4 is 6. Did I?
No, it's
No,
6.
it's a 6. Maybe it's a typo. It's right there, chat. See, I know our Roman numerals. It was between the 2 sisters. One was 600, the other was like 500. Oh, okay. So them combined is 1,000 pounds. Okay, that makes more sense. Whenever drugs are found, you will get a child endangerment case. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Didn't I don't mean to get into like YouTuber drama, but isn't this like the reason why Nick Rekieta's kids were taken away from him? Because he got found with a bunch of cocaine and shit in his house.
That checks out.
So that actually makes sense now that you say that. Okay. Well, still, that's kind of a... I don't know. That was kind of a dumb story to cover. Now, this next one is the one I warned you about. about topping.
I'm ready.
Huh? You ready? I hope chat's ready.
Yeah.
All right. Woman kept as a sex slave by Poland's Josef Fritzl had all her teeth and both of her lips removed, leaving her with just a hole for a mouth as part of captor's cruel experiments.
Yeah, this is still not.
Damn, dude. One of these days. One of these days.
I'm not really phased by this. That's fucked up. Don't get me wrong. It's really fucked up.
One of
But I'm
these.
genuinely not that phased.
I think it's gonna become like a running thing on this channel. Is to find a story that will phase you.
Yeah, I've heard of worse.
I mean, the woman said to have been kept as a sex slave.
At least she's an adult.
I guess that's true. Actually, at least she's an adult. A sex slave locked in a barn by Poland's Josef Fritzl. Who is this guy? Why
is his name like, yeah.
Why is his name
Poland's
like
Josef Fritzl.
like I'm supposed to know who the fuck that
famous
is?
Poland man.
I guess he's just like a famous sex slave haver in Poland.
I don't know.
The incest monster's lawyer. Oh my gosh, this.
Just Google the name of the guy rather than like stories.
Yeah,
Like you're
Joseph.
looking at like you know.
Yeah, Joseph. Let me see if I can.
Josef Fritzl.
Fritz TZL. Okay. Joseph Fritz TZL. Fritzl case. No. The Fritzl case emerged in 2008 when a woman named Elizabeth Fritzl performed investigations in the city of Amstein, Lower Austria.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, this is worse.
Held captive against her will for 24 years by her father, Josef Fritzl. Oh, that's
I
why,
remember
because
this.
this is a famous case. Okay.
Yep. I very much remember this. Yeah.
Incestuous
He like forced her.
rapes.
He forced her to have children and shit. Yeah.
7
I remember
children?
this.
Oh my god. I never heard of this. 3 remained in captivity with their mother. 1 died shortly after birth and was cremated by Fritzl. And the other 3 were... God, dude, this is like a real life... Like...
Yep.
Just... Yeah. I don't even have...
He
Yeah.
literally I think when she was like really young, I think she was like a teenager. He started fucking raping her,
Jesus.
and just for her entire life, yeah, he just like.
This guy said 15 children.
Yep, most of them are his daughters.
Fuck.
Most of them are also his grandchildren. Yeah, this dude's fucked up. I thought this guy was fucking like
How is this guy
in
not
jail
dead?
or dead.
This is Poland. How has Poland not killed this guy? Attack type.
Yeah, because that whole thing happened in like 2008.
I mean, this is like, what's that?
It was something
Is it
crazy. I
John
think it was
Wayne
like his
Gacy?
daughter like escaped or something. I think it was like was how everything happened. Like his daughter like escaped and told everyone what happened.
What's the name of that American serial killer who like ate his victims? Is it John Wayne Gacy? I can't remember. Because this is like one of those.
John Wayne Gacy was the fucking clown guy. He fucked a bunch of like young boys because he was very gay. I don't think he ate them though. I think they were all buried under his house.
Okay.
I don't think he ate them.
There was a serial killer that ate his victims in America. I'm pretty damn sure. Maybe chat can come in clutch here. Well, who in chat has serial killer knowledge? Jeffrey Dahmer. Thank you, Cordell. Yes, Jeffrey Dahmer. He's the one who like ate his victims.
Isn't that the guy that is that the guy that would like lure women into like his car?
Yeah,
He,
he's
like,
the one
raped
that they
him as
just
well?
made that Netflix documentary about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it wasn't like a documentary, it was like a docu-series. It was like a show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, so
my car broke down. You think you can help me fix it?
Jesus Christ, dude. So yeah, this guy basically turned this woman into an actual, like a real life sex doll with like no teeth or lips and shit. Let's see. Held captive for 4 years by a rapist monster emerged from the medical reports of the doctors who raised the alarm. Her alleged captor, Mathieu Jacques, 35, was charged last week with mental, physical, and sexual abuse after the woman arrived at hospital to be treated for a dislocated shoulder. Yeah, that's the least of her worries. And her account of what happened during her years of captivity suggests Jacques was carrying out experiments on her.
Wait, is it Josef Fritzl or is it
Yeah,
Jacques?
like, wait a minute.
what?
The woman had said to be kept as a sex slave, locked in a barn, perfectly mutilated with injuries, including the loss of both her lips and teeth. The disturbing new details about the suffering of the woman alleged to have been held in captive for 4 years by a rapist monster emerged from the doctors who raised the alarm. Her alleged captor... What? So... I don't understand. So, was she like a sex slave for Fritzl, who was then recaptured by another person and had this shit happen to her? Because, is that what happened? Like, because it just says, like...
Hold on. Let's just keep reading.
At her account of what happened during her years of captivity suggests Jacques was carrying out experiments, also in her 30s, identified only by her first name, Malgorzata, told fellow patients how she had been repeatedly raped and tortured while locked in the outbuilding in the village of Glago, West Poland. And when examined by doctors, they found her brutal treatment had left her with such extensive facial damage that she had lost all her teeth and had no lips, while the rest of her body was covered in a variety of abrasions and scars. The woman had previously been admitted to hospital on several occasions during the years she was held captive, even giving birth to a baby, but she was understood to be too afraid of her captor to tell anyone about her horrifying plight. And it was only after she arrived last week with her face so badly disfigured and began to confide in other patients that doctors treating her finally alerted the authorities and a full investigation was launched. The baby she had was immediately given up for adoption, apparently against her wishes. After she finally revealed her horrific situation, Jacques was arrested and is now being held in Glogau prison while investigations take place. So what the fuck does Fritz have to do with this? I don't understand. I think the only thing I can think of is she was a sex slave for Fritzl, was released upon Fritzl being convicted or whatever, and then was recaptured by this Jacques guy who did these experiments on her. In which case, I'm amazed that she didn't kill herself at this point.
Wait, scroll further down.
Let's see. Sources saw that while the woman was in the hospital, she began talking to another patient about what had happened. They were speaking in confidence, but the patient alerted the doctors about what had happened to her. She is in a really serious condition, both physically and psychologically. From what we heard, the girl does not have lips now because of everything he had done to her. Her face is covered in bruises, and she just had an open hole where her mouth is without the lips. The woman said that Jacques was doing some kind of trial on her. He was experimenting on her. He was trying out different things on her. On Monday, she was transferred from a hospital in Glogau to a specialist hospital. We have no idea where, but believe it's a psychiatric hospital. One of those who saw her last week said that although in her 30s, she looked well over 50 due to her physical condition.
They just don't show her face.
Wait, who's this? Picture of Zofia, the motherly alleged kidnapper. Okay.
Yeah, so these are the parents of the...
Yeah, I don't blame them for not showing her face. As well as the shoulder and the pregnancy resulting in a baby in 2021. She had also been taken to hospital on other occasions with a broken arm and a broken leg. When asked why hospital officials did not raise the alarm sooner or questioned why she was being admitted with so many injuries, they said she had refused to contact several social services. Emma Todrov, spokesperson for the Glogau District Hospital, told local magazine Onet they had reviewed her case history in recent days. She said the woman came to us with injuries indicating the violence could have been used against her. Violence could have been used against her. Each time we had a conversation with her about it, and each time she swore no one was using violence against her, she categorically refused to notify the services. And thus the hospital's hands were tied. Yeah, they do have, like, because of like the doctor-patient confidentiality laws and stuff like that, they do have... There's a lot of regulations about what they're allowed to do when it comes to like notifying authorities about shit. Which is lame, but I also understand why it's a thing, you know?
Yeah.
let's see. The barn was divided into two with a small fake window with lace curtains on one side. Through the window, all that can be seen is another wall, which is said to have been filled with insulation and soundproofing. I hate the fact that I'm laughing at that. Like, why bother with that fake window in the first place? Tall conifer trees or planets in the barn cannot be easily seen from cars passing on the road, while a sheep's skull lies on a ledge of the building. At the back of the barn, a dirt track leads out to the forest where neighbors said Jock would be seen at night, sometimes walking through the woods with a flashlight. There's still no connection with Fritz, though. With Fritzl. I just don't...
Yeah.
I don't understand the Fritzl connection here. Another barn falling apart a few meters from the other would sometimes be covered in curtains at nighttime, with neighbors speculating that is where the victim was washed with a hose. God. The thing is that the trees, though, that's really common because trees also, they don't act as just privacy barriers, they also act as windbreakers. So the tree lines is normal. The pair reportedly met on a dating app in 2019, starting a relationship together. With Malgorzata, Jock took her disused animal barn on a farm where he lived with his parents. Fucking dating apps, chat. Not even once. Let's just stick that on the sill. This looks pretty normal. I don't think this doesn't look ominous or weird or anything. This just looks like a normal farm in Poland.
Yeah.
The victim was subject to rape, beatings, and would be hosed down with water whenever she failed to meet her alleged abuser's demands.
He's been compared to Josef Fritzl. Is that it? Is that just it?
I mean, there is no connection. Poland's Fritzl.
Read that line above.
Yeah, because Fritzl was Austria. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Journals are retards, yes, Jenny? Okay, yeah, they're just comparing him to Fritzl.
Okay, they're just sensationalizing.
For reasons. Yeah, this is right there. Look, that's right there. Jack now faces up 25 years in jail.
Yep, okay.
He's been compared to.
I mean, I could see why. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that's... I mean, it's only the one victim, but... Yeah, I mean, the severity against that one victim.
They're just calling him Poland's Fritzl, I see, guys.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. That was annoying as fuck. Father Josef burst into tears as he told Polish media outlet Onet, "My wife and I really didn't see any girl here. It's a shock for us. It's impossible. It couldn't have lasted years, maybe a few months, but not that long because it would have been revealed sooner." His mother Zofia, who claims she did not know anything, told Crowd Media, "There was never a situation when I even thought that someone might be there. My husband was in the hospital in Zelonia Góra for 2.5 months. Ah, thank you for the subscription, Potato King. Ha, the notice worked. Look at that.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hello.
Let's see. If she was there and knew that he was leaving by himself in the car, why didn't she shout? Why didn't she knock? Miss Jock later told Gazeta Wyborczka, "We didn't go in there at all. There was nothing there at all, so why bother?" Next door neighbor Jagiero Zizdawa. I don't trust these names that have so many Z's in them. This is like an alien name. Whose garden runs adjacent to the barn, told Mail Online she also heard no noise but thought Jock was a weirdo. My husband works at... That's one way to put it. Oh. I heard the notice again, but I didn't see anything. My husband works out here at the garden all the time, and let's see, I never heard anything. She said, "If you look through the small window at the end, there are really thick walls, and then inside there is another wall. Because of the trees surrounding the barn at the front, I couldn't see anything and had no suspicions. I couldn't see anything and I couldn't hear anything. The police probably know there is something some sort of soundproofing in there." Jock now faces up to 25 years in jail in a case that has been compared with one of Austria's most notorious criminals, Josef Fritzl, who kept his daughter captive for 24 years, fathering 7 children with her. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so it sounds like because she would leave semi-regularly to go to the hospital.
It sounds like
So
she
it's not
got
like-
severe Stockholm syndrome or something like that.
Yeah,
she just-
either A, that, or B, you just kept her fucking gagged and tied. Like, easy. Like, what do you mean?
Well, the thing is, if she's gagged and tied, then she's clearly being abused, and if that in that case the hospital has to report it, basically. Like I think that
You don't think her being fucking beaten in the face?
Well,
because like the
yeah.
hospital had clear reasons to already report her for being abused.
Yeah, but they didn't.
That much is obvious.
They didn't because they addressed it early in the article though.
Because she refused it.
Yeah, exactly.
And so they have to. Their hands are tied. They can't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's no reason why you wouldn't, tie her up and shit, or
yeah.
Whatever.
He clearly knew what the laws were and stuff like that. Because if he did it, he wouldn't have never let her go to the hospital.
I mean, yeah, and clearly he knew that she had like some sort of fucking, she had Stockholm syndrome stuff.
Yeah, something's going on there. So, yeesh. Okay. I think we're done with the dude should get life in the solitary. He should just be hung from the nearest lamppost. Treating monsters like this humanely. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the thing about solitary is that's just wasting taxpayer money on feeding and housing the guy. Just hang him.
I don't like that we don't get much of her statement other than she didn't want to sell him out on it. Like, for all you know, this is a fucking fetish or some shit. Women are fucking weird, dog.
Damn.
I'm just saying.
Rosa,
like,
you're victim blaming.
This might be. I don't care. I'm just saying the truth. This could very easily, like, dude, you were let
you
out,
never know.
And now you're just like, no, I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, the fact that
no,
it got as
don't tell
far,
anyone.
the fact that it got as
Like,
far as
how
it
do you
did.
let it get this far?
Well, not just that,
And
but
like you're being let out, and you're like, dude, I'm just saying, it might be her fucking fetish. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. But it also said that
I'm just saying.
It also said that she was talking about what's happening with another patient. Like,
yeah.
So she was clearly talking about it with other patients. She just denied it with the doctors. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, there might there's a very
doctors are a bunch of fucking snitches, right? But
yeah,
I don't trust this old abuelita.
That's right.
And again, it didn't even say that she was complaining about it. She was just kind of like telling them about it. It's like, oh yeah, he's running experiments on me and stuff. I have no teeth. Isn't it cool? My mouth is basically like a fleshlight. Like, I don't know. Like, I can imagine that being the thing. I genuinely can imagine her just being into it. Women are fucking weird, dog.
Yeah, I mean, women
are really fucking weird,
I mean,
dog.
think about the kind of fantasies, like the most common fantasies that women have. And it's just like, yeah, women...
Like, tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, look at, like, 50 Shades of Grey. Like, that's all kinds of, like, kink torture shit. And, like, you know what I mean? That's all it is. And women fucking love it. You know?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's hard to say, but it's definitely a possibility. I could absolutely see that being the case. Yeah, who knows? There's some fetishes that shouldn't be allowed, even consensually. Yeah.
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 I agree with that.
Like, there's that guy who wanted to, like, he wanted to eat a person consensually. Remember that dude? He was like I think he was a German guy. I can't remember. But he was like looking for candidates who like wanted to like had like where cannibalism was like a fetish for them, and he wanted to like draw a contract that would allow the guy with the fetish to like get killed and eaten by the other guy, like consensual cannibalism. And that the government was like, yeah, no.
Yeah, people are fucking weird.
Yeah. People got all kinds, yeah. So, you know why A novels made for when I've got some concerns about women in
I
general.
genuinely can't say shit. Peso plans to fucking write like a contract.
I can't blame her.
For me to just do like whatever, like with her.
Patho.
Patho's weird.
You might want to be careful with that.
I love Patho. Patho's very, very cute, but she's very fucking weird. I'm just saying. Again, I'm saying. Like, Patho said the weirdest shit to me. I'm not gonna say it because it's between me and her, but
I
I'm
know.
just saying. I can see a woman being like, yeah, this is my kink. I want to take all my fucking teeth out and just use my face every day. Like, women are fucking weird, dog. I'm just saying the truth.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Again, at least she's not a kid. She's, what, 2019? she's in her 30s.
Yeah.
Almost in her 20s, right? She's probably already.
She's well into adulthood.
Yeah, she made this fucking choice. She is fucking sound enough of mind. Like the thing. I don't know about that one actually, but like she's adult enough to make her own fucking decisions. If she said, nah, I'm not gonna do anything. I don't want anyone to do anything about this. I like this. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna knock on the door. I'm not gonna yell. Like I'm just gonna kind of just hang out and just let him fuck my mouth out. Okay, it's okay. It's your thing. Who the fuck am I to judge?
I have food and shelter. I'm good.
Yeah, right? It's like, I have food and shelter, you put a baby in me? Fuck it.
I have legacy. Oh,
I'm
man.
just saying, women are fucking weird, man. Can you imagine they're gonna go missing one day and there's gonna be a new article about a Floridian lesbian couple that cannibalize each other? How do you cannibalize each other?
I don't know. That's a good question. Oh,
You
man.
gotta set up like one of those like automatic contraptions. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna see this conveyor belt, and this conveyor belt is gonna basically cook both of us and then force feed us into each other simultaneously until we both go and just gone.
Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Let me bring up the next window's worth of stuff. So
When you just 69 each other to death.
damn. Like you could like scissor each other in half.
Like imagine you're like 69ing with someone, right? But you like instead of starting at the crotch, you start like the toes, you just start eating them from like the feet up until you like just kind of like you
just kind of gone.
Yeah.
See, you're seeing it happen in real time right now, chat. Like you're watching a woman get like fucking sick, twisted fantasies that she wants to play out. Like you're seeing it happen right here in front of you.
No, I'm not into that. I'm not into that. I'm not into that.
But you came up with it, goddammit.
Hold on. For the record, I did tell Patho, right? Because Patho has like a cannibalism thing. I did tell her that like when I'm dead, if that's what she wants, she can totally eat me. I don't care.
I mean, it'd be cheaper and more efficient than cremation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a Protestant,
What's
so
happening?
I'm very much in
Well,
favor of...
Why are we
I'm
no
cha-
longer share screening?
I'm changing windows.
Oh.
Hang on.
Second window.
Yeah, we're moving into the pop culture news related stuff. Now, it's 7:30 my time, which is 9:30 your time, which means we got about an hour and a half max. So
Okay.
I'm probably gonna skip the Dr. Disrespect stuff.
That's fine. I don't
I don't really know much about it, and I don't. How much about it do you know of?
I know an amount. I know that the TLDR of it is that he basically got accused of talking to an underage person through whispers on Twitch.
Right.
And basically, Twitch, like, mod staff tried to basically, like, fuck him over on it.
Uh-huh.
They went to court over it. He sued them, and they settled, right?
Uh-huh.
Which means he was found not guilty.
Right.
It became a huge thing. They kept bringing, like, people kept talking about it, right? Seems like everything got brought back up. This is the last I've heard of it. This is the most recent, like, I saw of it. I haven't even read this whole thing yet. But
Okay.
I haven't heard about this in, like, a month, maybe 2 now. This is, like, the
Okay.
first that's, like, popped up of it since.
Yeah, because it kind of went away for a bit, and then he made
Yeah.
that video with him
He-
on the boat.
I haven't seen that. I know he did the one stream where he was like, oh yeah, like I'm back, right? And then he got like a phone call and he was like, hey, never mind, I gotta go. And then he like ended stream. He's like, I started vacation early, and then he left.
Yeah. Well, like I think it was like yesterday or the day before he released like this kind of cringy video of like him driving a boat. And it was like, I'm coming back tomorrow or whatever. And then he made,
Well, I
and then
haven't
he
seen
came
it.
back. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know too much about it, and I kind of want to like stay away from like content creator and VTuber drama and that kind of stuff. So yeah.
We can move on. It's fine. I'm probably
Okay.
gonna cover this on Wednesday.
Okay, yeah.
On OCV.
You
so.
can have fun with that. I want to talk
Yeah.
about the game that is no longer with us.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
It's gone.
as of yesterday.
As of yesterday, Concord is officially offline, and I think refunds have been issued.
It lasted how long? Like a week? 2 weeks?
Well, a week and a half. I think it lasted like 11 days or something like that. So, and it is officially offline as of yesterday. So this is the announcement that it was getting taken offline on September 6th. Players receive a full refund, Sony announced today. I'm actually kind of jealous. I actually think that physical copies of this game might actually be like a collector's item now. Because of just
copies?
Yeah, they sold physical copies. But based purely off of like scarcity. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to get into the details of the game itself. But yeah, 11 days. I was right.
120, 130.
Yeah, see, it's already. I'm telling
Not
you,
that much.
it's not that much of an uptick, honestly. I think I saw one eBay posting for like $25,000, but it's like nobody's going to pay that. Just because it lists for that much, it doesn't mean anybody's going to pay for it. Concord is the Flappy Bird of the console world. Oh my god.
Oh, it's actually a Kotaku article from 3 days ago. People are rushing to sell Concord on eBay for way too much.
Well, I know that like Craig from Side Scroll is like the day, like while he was like, because he was live on Side Scrollers, he switched over to his phone and went to like Best Buy while he was still on stream and bought 2 copies of it at the store. And they told him when he was at checkout that those are the only 2 copies that have ever been sold at the store.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
I imagine the stores probably got like maybe like a handful of copies at least, if any.
Yeah. Well, it's like Purple just said, like Flappy Bird was actually popular though.
Yeah.
And
I remember Flappy Bird was blowing up when I was in middle school.
And like I think we already know like the basics of this, how it was 8 years in the making. It cost. We're now learning that because originally, remember, the cost was like around 100 million. Like the original estimated cost for this game was like 50 to 150. Now it looks like it's upward of 200. That's what they're saying now, and we will know. I think we're gonna know exactly how much it costs because the reason they did this is the same reason that Disney pulled like Willow and a bunch of other shows off their streaming platform, and it's the same reason that Warner Brothers canned Batgirl, despite the fact the movie was done. They finished Batgirl. It's like $150-something million production, and then they just never released it, and they deleted all the files and just scrapped it from existence. Warner Brothers did that.
It costs money to put these things out.
Exactly.
It costs money to air it on like in theaters. It costs money to maintain the servers.
Yep,
That's the first thing I said. Like when I heard about this, I was like, dude, that means that they made so little money that not only can they not make back the money they made, but they actually can't even afford to keep the game fucking running, because it is less of a loss to just refund the few people that bought the game than it is to probably maintain this for like another week.
Around 25,000 copies. That's it.
Yeah,
That's how many. So 25,000 times $40 is what? 25,000 times 4 is 100 and another. So that's $1 million. So they made $1 million off of a $200 million production. And the thing is that like the context for the how grand of a failure this is, because I think that this is I don't think this has ever happened before, where like a major release like this happened and then was just scrubbed from existence, like something so high profile and high budget, you know?
Yeah, that's wild.
Like not in the gaming world. Like this is the first time I've seen this happen in the gaming world.
I like how they even compare it to Suicide Squad.
Well, the Suicide Squad is at least still running.
Yeah, it's at least running. I like, again, they mentioned it's like, oh yeah, they debuted to a tragic 697 peak concurrent players on Steam, a number that made the 12,786 players of Suicide Squad who killed the Justice League, which is dumb disappointment by Warner Bros. And caused a 200 million hit revenue look like a fucking titan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. Dude, fuck, man, that is rough.
You have to
I
remember...
do love how IGN is just so like hit or miss. You never know if you're gonna get like a Loki or like someone who's super base who's gonna be like, yeah, this sucks.
Yeah, that's the thing about IGN. It's like they actually have some people that are like good on the site.
Yeah.
Like you never know what you're gonna get with IGN. Never
I still
trust
like
IGN.
a lot.
I still go to IGN
Just generally.
for information.
I
Because
like them because like you're gonna get like no matter what you're gonna get like a person's like perspective on it, whether that person is retarded or not. Right? It's like
Mhm.
it's not like yes, the entire company only hires people that have these views. Like they really genuinely just kind of hire anybody.
yeah, that's what it seems like to me too. It seems to be
Which
like
which I can respect.
I just think that the majority of the people out there that are available to hire do lean in that one direction, but I don't think that
Yeah.
that's the directive of the site. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Um,
Which is nice.
So you actually do get good articles coming out of IGN every now and then.
Mhm.
And honestly, I think that in like the always shrinking world of online games journalism, IGN will be the one left standing. Like
I feel.
it wasn't like a couple months ago when they bought like all of those outlets and then just shut them down. They bought like Rock Paper Shotgun and like a half dozen other like online outlets, and then they're just gone. They bought them and then killed them. You know, like IGN will be the last online game journal site standing, I think.
I think you're right. Yeah.
But and it's interesting too. Like when I like look into stuff about, I don't even know what this link is. I wanted to talk about this a little bit because I think that this is funny, but I honestly I actually feel sorry for this person.
Same.
Because the way that this person, and like there's like this viral video of her like going to a store. I don't have it here.
Yeah,
so
excited to like pick up the game.
Yeah, she's like super excited to pick up the game. She's just like she's like looking to the people next to her like, I'm in this game. Isn't that cool? She's doing the exact same thing that I would do if I were
Yeah.
like the basis of a character in like a major AAA, high profile game. She's doing the exact same thing I would do. You know what I mean? I don't. Maybe I'm ignorant,
Yeah.
but I don't see her running her mouth and hating on gamers online or anything. I've only seen her just be like, "Isn't it cool that I'm in this game?" Let me read through here because like transgender. She's a transgender singer named Jamila Adderley. Basically was the basis of this hideous character. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is. You, a transgender person, look way better than this thing.
Yeah.
It's like they can't even help but uglify trans characters, trans people. You know what I mean? Like, yes,
She looks more feminine
Yeah,
than that character does.
You could tell that this person has actually done like facial reconstruction
Surgery
surgeries
and
and stuff
stuff,
like that to actually feminize her face. But they uglified even the trans woman. You know what I mean? It's like they cannot help themselves. Trans aren't a species. Well, no. Oh god, what's going on in the chat? They're talking about Obama. What the hell? Kamala Obama? What's happening?
I think it's because of the like White House, the thing in the background behind her.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, whatever. According to The Pink News, Adderley wrote on Instagram, I had to go for a walk because I just don't like it when PlayStation wants to turn me into the baddest knife-wielding assassin in all the land. He added, that's right, yours truly as a free grunter, Baz in PlayStation new multiplayer video game Concord. The baddest. Jeez, let me see here. I'm just looking at, I just want to look at the quotes. Every character brings their own unique personality, skills, and wide-ranging perspectives to the crew. Every week when you log into Concord, you will be welcomed with a new cinematic vignette that will give you a chance to see our characters off the job. It will feature ongoing narrative arcs that grow the character stories and relationships and unpack the broader Concord galaxy. This is the thing about Concord, is that there are some kernels of interesting ideas that were just woefully poorly executed on. And in this case, didn't even have a chance to execute on. Because the thing is, like, yeah, this is a good idea, but when you apply it to characters who look like this, nobody's gonna give a fuck.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing that killed this game. Like, this game was killed purely by, well, not
design.
No, two things. Character design and price point. Those are the two things that killed it.
Yeah, price point in the market that's jumping into is jumping into the fucking, like...
It's jumping into a
like,
free-to-play
shooter
market. It's a free
It's
to
just
play
not gonna
market.
happen.
You can't.
It's very difficult to sell this, especially like when there are non-free to play options that are just way higher quality. Like Siege, Rainbow Six Siege is in the same market. It's also a hero shooter.
Did I check out the AI edit side scrollers found? Yeah, I did see those where they like basically took the characters and fed it through AI and said make her hot, and they came out looking hot.
What it? Rainbow Six Siege is a full priced paid game that is also in the 5v5 hero shooter market. But Rainbow Six Siege jumped in a long time ago.
Oh yeah, it jumped back in when there was still there wasn't nowhere near saturation in that market.
Yep. It's also very unique aesthetically compared to this, where it's just it's just Overwatch.
Mm-hmm. My whole thing is that
you know.
And Umber has a point here. A game like this doesn't take 8 years if developers know what they are doing. Well, this is the thing: is that there is. Do I have it here? Oh crap! I don't know if I have it. There's an image that was leaked of a character design from way back, 6 years ago. So only a couple of years into the development cycle. Let me see if I can dig it up. It's in the Discord somewhere. I think it might be.
Season's way out.
I think it might be in the WTF podcast channel. Yes, found it. Let me save this.
That is true, Cassius, but the point I'm making is that you can put out a game like this, right, as a paid game, but there was a time for that, and that time is long gone. Is kind of what I was trying to get at. That game succeeded massively.
Here.
Right? For whatever it's turned into, right? That game did succeed massively.
So this was leaked by one of Bungie's developers, releasing this image of Concord's Discord. This was Amari. So this is the character Amari, which is this hideous, horrific, almost AI generated looking monstrosity.
I heard this as well, but I don't know if this is true.
I don't either. I don't know. I was thinking about that too, which is why I didn't want to originally. I'm only sharing this because it was kind of, not brought up in chat, but chat brought up just the AI-ification where they just fed this character through the AIs and make her hot and stuff like that.
It's someone sent me this as well, and
I don't know.
I don't know. I find the lack of a source to be a little sauce.
Yeah, I'm not
and
either.
again, just Bungie. What the fuck is Bungie's? Yeah, I guess Bungie's owned by Sony technically, so.
Yeah, I mean, there's plausibility, but there's no. None of this hasn't been verified. Is what I'm saying. However, if true, this
I swear I saw this floating around on Twitter as just something that someone was yes, this is what I made as my.
You want to know why else I think
it's going on?
You want to know why else I think this is plausible? Is because you have to remember that this game is entirely just a game studio saying we can make Overwatch right after Overwatch releases and finds a bunch of massive success. Because remember this game had 8-year development cycle. What came out back in 2016? Overwatch. So it's clear this whole game was clearly just trying to make an Overwatch clone. And a lot of the clothing style of the hot women in Overwatch, because I remember it's this where it's they're covered from head to toe and from ankle to wrist, but they have they got the yoga latex. They're wearing latex and yoga pants and shit like that shows off their ass and maybe even camel toe and shit like that. This is clear. This looks a lot like Tracer. You know what I mean? With the spandex pants and then the thing on her chest, you could see that's why I think that this is plausible, is they were trying to hit that same aesthetic originally. But then it got wokeified or whatever, and it turned into this monstrosity. So I don't know what the plausibility of this is, but I could see it being true. Why don't you yourself put DEI garbage in the narrative of Destiny? They made some characters gay and had a respectable character be humiliated because of my children. I don't know anything about Destiny. You'd have to talk about you know about Destiny, Rosa. I know nothing about Destiny.
I hopped off the lore. I hopped off the lore the second I saw it was going to shit.
Okay.
I was big into the lore of Destiny 1. I don't remember anything of it. It's been a while, but I was very big into the lore of Destiny 1, and then Destiny 2's lore was like, okay, well, this is fine. And then Curse of Osiris DLC dropped, and they like retcon like a major part of the lore just to like be like, oh, but like actually that's not what this is. This is something different. Oh, the information was wrong. We definitely didn't just retcon this because we wanted to, change the story a different direction. No, this is the truth all along. And I was like, no, fuck all, that's bullshit. And I hopped off it. I was like, yeah, if you guys are doing that to the lore, I'm gonna lose interest.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. They rode that all the way down to the fucking the game's end.
Mm-hmm.
They retconned everything to the end. Yep, that's what they did. They just kept retconning shit till the end because they just like, oh, we're gonna change the story. And aha, are you surprised that the lore was wrong and actually this is the truth? Haha! And it's like, no, I'm not. You guys are fucking full of it. And you've lost the plot.
Yeah.
No, I'm not interested anymore. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you undo the time that people spend uncovering lore and piecing it together and like writing stories and figuring out basically like everything that happened, to say, haha, actually all of that was a lie, and actually this is the truth now. Like, no, you just undid all of my fucking work uncovering the shit that you put down, right? Just to tell me that basically all that work was for nothing, and now all I have to do is just wait for you to tell me what the actual plot was. I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. Like, no.
Yeah.
I lost interest. I became a PvP player exclusively, and then they fucked the PvP, and I was like, well, that's it. I'm done. I have nothing else in Destiny. And I kept coming back every single fucking DLC. I would come back, except for the last one. I fucking refused. I refused to buy the last one. I refused to admit, like I bought everything up to the last one. I refused to ever be a person that stuck through the end and paid for every single piece of fucking garbage that Bungie put out. I am proud to say that even if it was only the last fucking DLC that I skipped out on, I am proud to say that I did not sit there and buy every single bit of slop.
Yeah.
At the very least, I at some point learned my fucking lesson.
Yeah, Potato just brought up the point I was going to say, where Bungie is one of the most recent studios that got destroyed. Like Sony basically laid off a bunch of people and then absorbed the rest of them just into like Sony games. So like Bungie basically just doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. And honestly, deservedly so. It's like
that's what happens.
These Western game devs are going to have to. I would say, like, you look at Concord, and again, I'll just wrap it up about this trans person. I don't think she did anything wrong, and she behaved the same way that I did, and I don't see her going around calling gamers a bunch of right-wing chuds and shit like that. Unless I'm ignorant, I don't know. I haven't looked up her Twitter. Maybe she is. I don't know. But if it's true that she's not doing that shit, then I feel sorry for her, and I don't think she should be getting any hate. I really don't. I think she's a victim in this. I think that because she didn't go to the studio asking to be a character. The studio went to her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It almost goes back to that whole point from the very beginning about DEI just sets up people for failure. It's like, well, here you go.
Yep.
Now her reputation is tarnished because they sucked her into this game for the purposes of DEI. And it's not a fault of hers. It's really not. I'm gonna take the trans person's side on this one, chat. She did nothing wrong. This is the studio's fault. But like, yeah, we have more stuff about how it only sold 25,000 copies. And it really is.
Twitter?
Huh? Oh
What's
god,
Twitter?
I have no idea what her Twitter is.
Hold on.
Here.
Scroll down.
Huh?
No, I looked it up. I didn't find anything. Just scroll down.
Oh, okay.
I need to figure out where their ad is.
That's her Instagram. The Mila Jam.
Yep.
So she doesn't seem to be going around and being like a cunt to gamers. Like she's actually like maintained some class in this. So
Yeah.
Kudos. I'm trans. You can't argue with me. Well, there. I guess I judge people as individuals, chat. And in this case, this individual did nothing wrong. and has actually
Yeah,
maintained-
honestly, like she
and-
she made her post basically like of her being like almost a year later I can finally share yours truly, the
Mhm.
character who's released in Concord, blah blah. And if you look at the response, they're all fucking like horrible. But like, she doesn't reply to any of them. She just kind of sticks to herself.
Well, I hope she doesn't lash out. I hope she can come back from this. The moment she starts lashing
Yeah.
out, she's gonna lose my support. You know, like it's like you're in a high profile
people that
public
replies are being
position.
so fucking shitty.
Yeah, you gotta, or you know, or at least says, you know what, you know, yeah, the game failed. I think it was cool and it didn't work out, but I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. That's it. If that's like the perfect response. She does that, then much respect. You know, so anyway, you know, it's better than than some of these Concord devs did, where they're just like a lot of them just basically just kind of declare themselves that they have no business being in the games industry. Like the one that was like, yeah, I don't care what a bunch of like, you know, talentless, you know, hacks online care. You know what I mean? It's just like we're gamers, we're not developers. Like, would it be talentless? Like we're talented at the jobs that we do. Like whether that's game dev or not. Like what?
Yeah.
But it's like you know, if you don't care, then clearly you don't belong in the business, because keyword business. It's a business. It's like, yeah, I understand your desire to like pursue your passions and make the things that you want to make as an artist. But in the end, you are a business, and you have to learn how to balance those two things. You have to learn to balance your desire for creative expression and the business environment that you're in. And if you refuse to do that, then you don't belong in the business. Plain and simple. I think that there's like these reports. Let me see if I can find it. Not that one. Not that one. I guess I don't have it pulled up, but like there's like there was an artist, I don't have the tweet up, who basically made this thread on Twitter about how like a lot of these devs like don't want to like stay in gaming anymore. And it's just like, well, then you never should have been in it in the first place. Like,
Yep.
I'm sorry, but like, if you're truly passionate about it, you won't let failure get in your way, you know. And what you do is fail. You know, for people who are truly passionate about game development, failure is a learning opportunity. You know, and for those who are just like, oh, you know, this whole thing was a failure, and I'm super demotivated, I don't want to do this anymore. It's like, well, if you're not willing to learn from it, then yeah, you should get out. And maybe you never should have been there in the first place. I think that there's a lot. I think that there's a ton of bloat in the games industry right now that has been culled in the last couple of years. I mean, there's been tens of thousands of layoffs in the games industry over the last couple of years. And honestly, it's necessary, because I think a lot of people that are getting culled are people that never should have been there in the first place. And yes, are some babies getting thrown out with a bathwater? Yes, unfortunately, that's the case. But if the Western AAA games industry is going to get is going to rediscover solvency as a business, it's going to have to do that. It's going to have to make some of these hard choices. And like this year has really, really been like an apocalyptic reckoning for Western game devs. Like, this is the year where Western gamers have to make a choice. Do we double down on the shit that we've been doing with the bloated budgets and the political agendas and the toxic people in the work environment, and just write it off the cliff? Or do we actually make the harsh but necessary decisions to change course and actually return to healthy, productive game development that gamers actually enjoy? Like, that's a choice that these studios are going to have to make this year. And we'll see what happens. Some of them are going to choose A, some of them are going to choose B. And we'll see how that plays out, you know. I did think it was funny how there was, like, apparently there's this anthology based off of video games coming out on Amazon.
Concord was on it, yeah.
Yeah, that Concord was on, and they're not getting rid of the episode. That's funny. It didn't even last to, like, the episode.
The games that you love.
Yeah.
It's like, something's not even out yet.
And speaking of, like, again, just just really harsh stuff going on in the game world. Did you hear about this one? The visions of Mana developers have seemingly been laid off by NetEase immediately after the game's release, and by immediately, literally the next day. It released on Friday, and the entire studio was shut down on Saturday.
What? Why?
So, Oka Studios, which is they're under the umbrella of NetEase, are the ones who developed Visions of Mana, which is like the first Mana series game to come out in a long fucking time, like more than 10 years, I think 15 years. And I've started playing the game, and first of all, it's gorgeous. It is a gorgeous, like, animated style game. Like, you can see the art style here. But the game is absolutely beautiful to look at, and it runs like butter. Oh, it runs beautifully. It's very well optimized. The combat is really fun. It's simple but deep. It's a solid JRPG game in the Mana world. And it outsold, at least in physical sales in Japan, it outsold Star Wars Outlaws 3-1.
Pretty good.
And they closed the studio the day after it released.
Why?
Video game that has been a long time in the making, even though it had only began its production style in 2020. It was clear to all fans of the series that the game would be a return to form, invoking a sense of nostalgia of the Seiken Densetsu games of the 90s. So that's the Secret of Mana games.
Okay.
Now that that's finally here, it appears that developer Oka Studios has been successful in its efforts, with the game opening on a highly positive note. Yeah, it sold well for what it was, and gets almost all positive reviews, like the one I just gave. Some of the excitement has now been significantly soured, all thanks to NetEase laying off nearly all members of the studio.
Why?
These are a lot of images.
It
And what
was
can
pretty-
only be described as an incredibly
Wait, go
bizarre...
up. Wait, go up. I actually want to see this.
Okay, yeah, let me scroll through these pictures so you can kind of get an idea of the
What
art
kind of game
style.
is this?
It's a JRPG.
Hmm.
You can see like mounts and stuff, rabbits, like it's a very classic kind of JRPG style. But I'm telling you right now,
Yeah, it looks nice.
it's a beautiful game. It really is.
It's the same picture 3 fucking times. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. I just realized that. And what can only be described as an incredibly bizarre move, after hiring a ton of industry veterans from big players like Bandai Namco and Capcom to open a Shibuya outfit, are now backing off of the previous plans and laying off most of the developers. Allegedly, only a few people now remain at Oka Studios to oversee the rollout of their leftover titles. It is unclear if any games other than Mana were in the making as of yet. Man, if you're one of those people who's left there, why do you remain there?
Yeah.
Like, why even stick around? Like, if you're one of the people that survived this massive, like, 90% plus round of layoffs, you're so demoralized at this point, and you know that your job is gone at the moment your current task list is complete. Why even bother sticking around? You know? Like, clearly NetEase means to dispose you. As for the reason, the move seems to have risen as part of Tencent and NetEase Games rethinking their level of investment and involvement within the Japanese games industry. So these are Chinese companies, Tencent and NetEase.
Yeah.
So these are Chinese companies who basically bought this Japanese indie dev studio. Or I don't know if it's an indie dev. Or they formed this Japanese studio to revitalize the Mana series. And so I guess like these Chinese companies are kind of second guessing their investments into the Japanese games market. As one may expect, reactions to the just fucking Square Enix, if you were smart for once in your goddamn lives, you would just recreate this studio. You would just hire all of these people within the studio and get them going on the next Mana game. That's what you would do, Square Enix, if you were smart. You would just scoop up this whole fucking team. That's what they should do, but they're not going to. Jesus Christ, that's incredibly fucked up. Yeah, you think? It reminds me of that what is it? Riot Games, when they closed their UK studio like 3 days after the Riot CEO like visited the UK studio and took all these photos with the employees with like big smiling faces and stuff. And then
and then fucking fired them the next day.
3 days later, he fired them all and closed the UK studio. Yeah, reminds me of that. And Interestingly enough, a few netizens have also decided to blame Xbox for the whole ordeal, despite no clear evidence of their involvement impacting the Chinese conglomerate, and the fact being clear from the day one that the game will not arrive on Game Pass. Thanks, Xbox. So these are fucking, like, middle-aged retard, console warrior dickheads. Stay the hell away from our JRPGs. Xbox stink, and Xbox marketing killed the game before. Oh, this is an anti-Xbox. It's the same thing, though. At the end of the day, however, it admittedly a new low for the games industry in that game developers aren't even able to see their games released before their studio gets shuttered and folded by the investors. Man, dude, if I was in the game dev industry, I would be, like, seriously reconsidering my field of work at this point. Like, your job security is zero in this industry.
Unless you work at FromSoft.
That is true. There are a few studies. If you work at Hoyoverse, you're good.
Yep. FromSoft, you're chilling.
You're good.
I still always think of, like, that one interview of, like, Miyazaki where he was asked about, like, what he thinks about all these studios, like, closing down. He's just like, I'm not gonna comment on why I think that is the case. But what I will say is that at FromSoft, we're actually looking to hire more people. We're actually promoting some of our people to be game directors, so you can start working on new projects that are being led by people other than myself. Which I think is fucking base and a great decision.
Yeah,
Miyazaki.
I do too. I like Miyazaki's got a fucking. Well, you can tell that Miyazaki is like a true gamer. You could tell, you know. Purple says looks like anime and gay. But kudos to them.
I like that he's he wants other people, like he acknowledges, right, Dark Souls 2's like amazing amounts of like innovation and how like that pieced a lot of like the better mechanics in Elden Ring. And he's willing to admit that I want other people other than myself to work on projects because sometimes they'll make cool stuff.
Yeah.
Which is good, right? Because honestly, I'm getting kind of sick and tired of Miyazaki's like. Well,
he's doing the smart thing and building a successorship.
Exactly. Which is good. Because again, like I don't know, man. A lot of decisions in Elden Ring, not a fan, not a big fan.
That's a big problem.
I get sick of some of Miyazaki's bullshit.
That's a big problem in a lot of industries right now. Is that successorship is hard to. Because less and less people want to take on the jobs, like those high ranking jobs. That it's successorship is becoming a problem in a lot of companies. That's also why you're getting that's also like one of the contributors to like the competency crisis and like the brain drain issues. It's because like successorship programs just aren't as successful as they used to be. But yeah, Purple says looks anime and gay. But kudos to them, a game that runs smoothly and is a rarity these days, let alone one that delivers for its audience. Well, I mean, this has been Japanese devs, even like the more woke ones like Capcom, they've done that. Like, say what you will about Street Fighter 6, the game runs smooth and bug-free. Like, look at like the new Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's the same thing. That game runs extremely well. It's absolutely gorgeous. And it delivers to its audience, like it knows its audience and it delivers what they want, i.e. what I want, because I'm that audience. And like the anime and gay thing, it's like, yeah, but I like JRPGs. I've always been a fan of JRPGs. I am that audience, and that's why I gave it a glowing review, because it's like, it's gorgeous, it runs like butter. It's got an easy but deep combat system that's fun to engage with. It's like you said, like the next thing we're gonna talk about is Star Wars Outlaws. It's the polar opposite. Hoyo boss walks in, make me a new sexy character. We need to build another nuclear power plant. Yeah, dude, the Hoyoverse is like, isn't the Hoyoverse building a particle collider or something like that?
Yeah, they're
fuck?
building a nuclear like power plant.
What the fuck?
They're using the money that they're making from their games to build a nuclear power plant.
Yeah, they're like building their own like city-state infrastructure. It's like, holy fuck.
That was one of the that was one of the things that we talked about on OCP. Some like a month or two back. We were talking about how the future of energy is being funded by waifus.
I mean, hey, like if Western developers like would swallow the fucking egos and actually embrace that fact, you know, California could probably use a nuclear power plant. Just saying, with all the brownouts they have.
Oh, they would never. They would never. They only believe in renewable resources. Nuclear. They hate nuclear. You know.
It's fucking insane. Like they have no clue what.
It's really dumb. Yeah, it's really dumb. A lot of people really hate nuclear, and I don't understand why.
People who hate nuclear don't know anything about nuclear. Anyway, with a clear cash cow in the form of Marvel Rivals. Oh, that's right. That's another like. Why are they bringing that up though? It's a competitor to fucking, like it's a 5v5 hero kind of game, just like Concord. Yeah.
Oh, it's sexy ass fucking bitches. Let's go.
Dude, I've seen. I mean, the thing is like
man.
the 5v5 thing, the arena hero shooter stuff. It's not my kind of game at all. I am not going to play Marvel Rivals, but I've seen footage of it, and whew, they made the ladies hot and the guys, well, just as hot, I assume. And it's $0 up front. It's a free to play. You know, like they're actually like in line with their competition, and they're doing the things that they need to do to actually set them apart. I actually think Marvel Rivals is going to be successful. There's also the Valve game Deadlock that's been leaked. That people are also like saying like, holy shit, like this is like a real like a serious competitor in that space, you know. So we'll see. It's difficult to see the conglomerate's actions as nothing but the most cruel way of maximizing its profits. I mean, yeah, that's corporatization is one of the biggest problems that ever happened to gaming. It's even more saddening that no official statements have been made specifying the exact reasons behind Oka Studios' closure, making it clear that it might as well have been a casualty without cause. Well, I mean, it's a Chinese company. They don't give a fuck about what we in the West think or what Japan thinks. Like, they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
While some may see it as a great for the Japanese industry not to be sullied by their involvement and the intrusion of certain toxic game development practices prevalent in China, the sad truth is that the industry does rely quite a bit on foreign investments to support development costs. Yep, exactly. And it's like Black Myth, we're going to talk about this a bit later too, but Black Myth Wukong just passed 18 million units sold. You know what I mean? It's like, and I also saw, I can't remember where I saw it, but I saw a thing like some like developer or something like that in one of these Chinese studios basically said like, because China is actually like putting funding, just like Korea is, their government is funding like the video game industry in their country.
Yeah.
But I can't remember where I saw it, but some person like that has like decision-making power within the gaming industry or whatever, the cultural ministry of China, whatever said, it summarized, they said like, we're going to put out games with big boobs and no black people. Which is hilariously racist, but I expect nothing less from China. And the thing is, it's like maybe I might have to dig into that further, but I know that I saw that somewhere. But it's just like, I mean, I'm sorry, but as racist as that is, that's gonna sell. It's gonna sell. Look at the First Ascendant. You know, the First Ascendant is the survivor, the survival of that game is based purely on the waifu energy. 100% based on waifu energy. You know what I mean? You want to know how many of the waifus in that game are black? 0. There's one. Sharon is arguably like mixed race, but I would classify Sharon more as Latina than black. She's the one she's the only one that comes kind of close. But other than that, there's like no black waifus in that game. You know, so it's like, I'm sorry, but like China, and not just China, but like the East in general, has a thing about black people. This is why they had to shrink Finn's face on the poster of Star Wars. You know, this is why Black Panther 2, they had or was it Black Panther? Yeah, it was the second one. And the first. No, it was the first one. They had Chadwick Boseman's face completely covered by the Black Panther mask in the poster for China. You know, because they got a thing about black people over there. You know, so it's just, but the thing is, it's like, you can call it racist, you can call it whatever you want. It's gonna sell. In the end, money talks louder than anything else. And you're not gonna be able to shame China into any kind of moral shit. You're not gonna be able to do it, especially anything that can be considered as quote unquote woke. Because China very, very much recognizes woke as a psychological weapon that is strategically used to destroy the West, which is why they basically ban it in China. Like, they promote it in America and in the UK and ban it in their own country because they understand that it's a weapon designed to, like, divide and demoralize the society. You know what I mean? So it's like, you're not going to be able to use that shit to shame China into making games without black people. Because that's just the thing that they got over there. And it's like, your moral judgments don't matter. That shit will sell. And guess what? It'll sell in the West as well. Because Western gamers also don't give a shit. You show us big titty waifus, we're gonna buy it. We don't care what race they are. And that's the reality. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way it is. And it's like, if the thing is, like, Western developers, they can't moralize themselves out of bankruptcy. You know, at some point, Western developers are going to have to swallow their, you know, their personal beliefs and opinions and morals and shit like that, and they're going to have to compete. And to compete, they're going to have to compete with the stuff that's selling. And if that's Chinese and Korean and Japanese shit that has no black people, I mean, the thing is, though, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not sitting here making judgments. I'm just telling the truth.
I want my brown girls in video games, but also, like, who fucking cares?
Exactly. Also, who cares?
Is the story good? Is the gameplay good? I don't need the character to be like a particular race. I don't even need the character to be fucking female. Like, I don't care. If the character is good, then I can relate as a human being. Yeah,
exactly. It's just, China's 99.9% China. Yeah, and they're like very, very much, very, very nationalistic and proud of their historical cultures and stuff like that. And that's what Wukong is all about. You know, Wukong is literally a celebration of ancient Chinese, you know, cultural things. And it's selling like gangbusters over there, you know? So it's like, and you think like calling them racist for not liking black people is going to make them change? No. They don't give a fuck. I mean, why do you think the Hoyoverse boycott failed? Outside of all the boycotters being, you know, just broke, you know, middle schoolers who, you know, got bored in the lunchroom. It's because Hoyoverse is based in China. And they don't give a fuck about moralization from Westerners. You know? Yeah. Like, they don't care. So that's just the reality. Like, if the rest of the gaming development world doesn't wise up and just do what they need to do to compete, China and Korea and Asia will gobble up the market more and more and more. And that's just the way it is. Speaking of Western shit, Ubisoft is not having a fun time right now. Ubisoft's slump continues. Star Wars Outlaws fails to turn things around. X-Defiant numbers are sliding, and we still don't know where the sands of time is.
What's X-Defiant?
X-Defiant is a tactical turn-based, what do you call it? It's like Fire Emblem. Or
okay.
It's like kind of like that, but it's like based around like aliens and shit. At least that's what I think it is. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But basically, like, this was actually really interesting. How, like, all of these major outlets. I got a bunch of articles up here. I have it from PC Gamer. I have an article here about it from FPS Preview. I'd never heard of them before, honestly, though. I have an article here from Tech for Gamers. You know, and they're all like immediately saying, yeah, Star Wars is shitting the bed. Like, they're not trying to defend it. Usually these outlets would be trying to defend it, but they're not. Like, right out of the gate, they're not defending it. They're saying, yeah, these sales 50% lower than Star Wars Jedi Survivor in the UK. Sales forecast looks grim. Stock is actually going down, and saw no discernible change as a result of the Star Wars Outlaws release. Like, again, every single data point, it seems to happen on a more than weekly basis now. Every single data point is indicating that the Western development really needs to get its shit together now, or they're fucked. Like, there's not a single data point that goes the other direction at this point. Not one. So let's see, 5.5 million copies sold is so far, which they should have more than 10. This is a major IP, and honestly, I actually think that the Acolyte has a lot to do with this. I think that the massive failure of the Acolyte and the Acolyte getting canceled contributes to the poor performance of this game. I think that they were actually relying on the success of Acolyte to kind of boost the sales of this game, and the opposite has happened. So they've only sold 5.5 million. By way of comparison, Cyberpunk had sold 25 million copies as of October 2023. Now again, that game's been out for a couple years now. Helldivers 2 surpassed 12 million copies, sold in just 3 months. Black Myth Wukong has passed, well, this says 10 million. It's actually 18 million in 2 weeks.
Wild.
Investors seem very disappointed about Star Wars Outlaws sales numbers and let Ubisoft stock crash. Shares lost over 10% combined in the last 2 days, so the company just slipped to under 2 billion in market cap in Paris. That is a dismally low cash on hand value for a company that has as many offices and employees as Ubisoft. That's a dire number. It's almost a 10-year low. And this is like a major IP release by a major AAA game development company. And also developed by Massive, who the last game that they made was the Avatar, the Ubisoft Avatar game, which actually, I played it. I platinumed that game. I actually thought that game was actually not too bad at all. And
really?
And I played that game on release. That game is fucking gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And
run like that?
It did not run like shit. It ran well. And it didn't have bugs and weird game-breaking glitches or anything like that. It ran great. And the next game they release is this thing. Star Wars Outlaws. It's baffling. The 180. You know? Griffin Gaming suggested that Outlaws actually was some other shelved Ubisoft project that got dusted off and had the Star Wars skin slapped on. They were considering delisting Ubisoft from the EU stock market. Jesus. They're based in the EU. Oh my god. Yeah, see this? And here's the thing. Fucking AC Shadows is likely shaping up for the same outcome. And you have to remember,
absolutely.
You have to remember that.
What, 2 months?
You have to remember that Ubisoft just came out of like one of its worst years ever. Now, granted, like last year it actually made a huge profit, but it wasn't because of like new game releases. It's because of two things: Rainbow Six Siege, which is still performing well, which is like back catalog success, and massive downsizing of the company. They did a ton of restructuring and cut like tons of overhead costs. We're talking like 9 figures in overhead costs globally. And that's that's what gave them a profit. Basically, was back catalog and massive downsizing and restructuring. And they basically said that like to reach back into like a really healthy, cash on hand, like cash flow, is they're relying on Outlaws and AC Shadows. And Outlaws is performing half as well. They've already dropped its projections. And AC Shadows is not shaping up to do any better. So like the two big things that they were like counting on to bring them into positive cash flow are basically failing. Now don't get me wrong, Outlaws is going to make money, but nowhere near the money that they need it to. Nowhere close to what they needed to. 55% lower than Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which is an actual good Star Wars game. An actual good Star Wars game that actually does a pretty, like the romance between the Night Witch and Cal is actually endearing. I actually think that it's pretty well done. It's kind of cringe, but by Star Wars standards, it's actually pretty good. I like the characters in the Jedi Survivor series.
Yeah?
I do. I really do. I actually look forward to the third and final game in that trilogy. Their forecast looks grim. Analysts include, so Ubisoft was supposed to be a big success. However, the company's latest sales forecast predict a much tougher outcome. Ubisoft originally targeted 718 million in bookings for the second quarter, but the estimate has now been lowered to 553 million. That is like a 30% drop. That is a huge adjustment downward. Analysts at Financial Times
still not accurate.
conclude, probably not, that Ubisoft desperately needs Star Wars Outlaws to hit big. Yeah, like I said, it's their tentpole. But the game's non-existent hype paints a concerned picture for the French company. Of course, they use this fucking... This, I'm telling you, this is running on a PC with low specs. It's gotta be. Analysts have lowered their expectations for Star Wars Outlaws, now forecasting sales of just 5 million copies this quarter, down from the earlier estimated 8 million. They were expecting 8, and they cut that almost in half. This gloomy forecast is troubling for Ubisoft, has already been struggling with failing revenues and profits. Last year, the company saw a sharp 18.1% drop in total revenues and reported net losses of $546 million compared to the $113 million profit the year before. Again, due to the restructuring and backlog success. This situation about Ubisoft's business strategy is concerning, particularly its focus on popular but crowded open world and live service game models. Well, not just that fact, but Ubisoft used to be the king of open world. Now they're playing catch up. Ubisoft hopes that its upcoming game, AC Shadows, will compensate for any sales shortfall. No, it's not. I guarantee you that it's not. There are already concerns about this new title, especially the controversy surrounding the samurai protagonist, Yasuke. Notice how there's no moralizing in here?
Yeah. Yup.
Like, these outlets that typically would go to bat, and shill for these companies and, like, deride gamers for shitting on Yasuke, they're not saying shit. They're not sticking up for them. They're just saying, it's like, yeah, there was this controversy about Yasuke that's casting that into doubt. I honestly feel like the bottom line dollar is finally starting to, like, really seriously affect the industry. Like, they're really starting to feel it, and they can't get by on moralizing anymore. They're being forced to recognize the business reality, and they're shutting their fucking mouths. That's what's happening. Assassin's Creed Shadows will need to sell at least 13.5 million copies to make up for the losses. I thought Valhalla sold, like, more than 20 million copies. It says only 13 here. I thought it sold like 20. I could have sworn it sold more than that. With Ubisoft's annual revenue target of 2.5 billion now at risk, the company could face more setbacks if its new releases don't meet expectations. You have to remember that Skull and Bones also didn't perform. So
Yeah. Wait, scroll down. What does it say there about quadruple A titles?
If future games don't improve the situation, Ubisoft might need to reconsider its strategy for developing its quadruple A titles. That's a jab. That's an underhanded jab. Yeah.
Yep.
So even the people that would normally take, like, shill for these gaming companies are starting to tell the gaming companies, like, yeah, you need to get your shit together and you need to do it now. Like I said, like, this year is the year of the reckoning. It really is. Let's see. let's see. Do I have anything else about failures? Oh, we could talk about Black Myth Wukong as like the opposite of that. We already talked about it, but Black Myth has now sold 18 million copies with an expansion coming.
Ooh.
Yeah. I have my... honestly, I have the same feeling about Black Myth Wukong that I have about Stellar Blade. Where, like, for a studio doing, like, it's their first try at doing this kind of game, and it's like, it has its issues, but it's a really, really strong entry out of the gate. And I really look forward to, like, what they do in the future.
I think I gave Stellar Blade, I think, from what little bit I played, because I didn't even play all the way through, I got bored of it. From a purely gameplay perspective, I think I gave it like a 7 out of 10. But obviously, like, I'm kind of like a tough critic. After nearly finishing this game, I give this like an 8.5. Like, really close to a 9.
Wow.
Out of 10. Like, this game is fucking spectacular. There's like, the things that I dislike about it are small enough that, like, I would play this game again. After I'm done. Like,
yeah, apparently there's a lot of shit that's easy to miss. Apparently there's a lot of shit that's
really
easy
annoying.
to miss. Yeah.
Some of it's like really like, I was telling Jazz, I was like, dude, you might want to look this up. You probably missed it. You might want to look this up too, because you also probably missed that. So some of these things are like, you have to like go back and do like, you have to do like side quests, right? Like you have to go back and do side quests in order to unlock like armor upgrading, which is like a major thing.
I need to catch up.
So it's like stuff like that. It's kind of like, it's like obnoxious, right? To like lock something like that behind like, like easily missable quest line.
Yeah, it's weird too because the game is structured like a hallway. You wouldn't think it'd be easy to miss a bunch of shit, but it is, which is kind of it's fucking annoying. Like all the
there's the fucking horseman. Did you find the horseman?
I haven't. I have not yet.
Hold on. You said you're in chapter 2.
I am in chapter 2. Yeah.
That means that you missed the horseman.
There's a horseman in chapter 1.
Yeah. Everyone I've asked has missed the horseman.
I did. Jeez, I thought I was pretty damn thorough in chapter 1.
Yeah, I did. You can ask chat. I spent like a lot of time going back and forth. But lo and behold, I went back to the spot where chat guided me to where the horseman supposedly is, and lo and behold, there's a cave there, and I totally missed it.
That's
and it's like a really obvious fucking cave. I don't know. Like I was telling Jazz during the OCP, like I don't know what psychological phenomenon the Black Myth Wukong have accidentally like tapped into. Like the fucking devs accidentally have tapped into to make it so that a lot of people, like I even Googled it. I was trying to like look up where he was, and the first thing came up was like a fucking like Reddit thread of some guy like, where the fuck is this guy?
Yeah,
like,
how are so many people missing these supposedly obvious things?
And it's like, dude, when I got there, I was like, yeah, it's like a path and there's a cave. It's like really fucking obvious. Like it's like when you see it, like when you look it up, when you go there, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? Actually, how on earth did I fucking miss this? And you're gonna know you missed it because there's a fucking chest in there. You're gonna be like, how the fuck on earth did I actually fucking miss this? Because it's like it's the most obvious fucking thing. Like you're coming out of like an area, right? If you just look left and right, you'll see it. It's right there. It's so obvious. But again, I don't know what strange like psychological phenomenon they tapped into by accident. But they have hid the most obvious fucking like cave is so incredibly easy to miss.
They've like accidentally made like a weird breakthrough in like level design or something. It's strange.
Yeah, it's
like
so,
it's a combination
it's so
of like
strange.
It's weird too because like it's like a hallway with like little pockets of like of where you get to do a little bit of free roaming. Like there's like multiple paths to explore, you know? But for the most part the game is a hallway. It's like when you ask, I know that Potato King, you ask, is it linear or is it like a sequence of open levels? Both.
Yeah.
Like it's divided into like I don't know how many chapters. How many chapters are there? Like 10 chapters? Six? Okay, there's 6 chapters. And it's mostly just like a linear playthrough. But you can like, but they're like these shrines, these Souls-like kind of shrines, and you can fast travel back to like previous chapter locations from the shrines. And you can go back
Yeah,
and
some of them also have a lot of verticality. Like chapter 4 has an immense amount of up and down verticality. It's like a fucking maze.
But yeah, apparently like people are just like missing a whole bunch of shit in what looks like a game that doesn't look like it's easy to miss shit. Like it's it's just really strange.
Well, a lot of it's also like quests and stuff.
I think
honestly, you have to go back to do a lot of quests.
Yeah, there's a lot of optional
quests,
bosses.
Like, you can't do them going forward. You have to like go back and do quest lines in reverse. Like you unlock something in chapter 2 that will unlock a fight in chapter 1.
I'm gonna catch up on chat real quick here.
To unlock armor upgrading, you have to do you have to start a quest in chapter 3, then you go back to chapter 2, and then you have to go back to chapter 3.
I didn't even know there was armor upgrading in the game. I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't think that was on the boss of chapter 5, on the boss.
No need to buy AC Shadows. We already have Ghost of Tsushima. True, which is one of the best samurai games.
Yeah.
Or it is. Ghost of Tsushima is a fucking masterpiece of a game. Or Sekiro, or Neo. Very hard to convince someone to buy AC Shadows when we all know it's not good. Yeah. I'm not gonna. Uh-oh, you're roboting. Here, let me. I've got the Discord disease or whatever. Hang on. Let me, Is it?
Where it's like
I can't hear you,
there's
remember?
hallways that lead. Oh.
There you go. I think you
Okay,
should be
what I was
good
saying
now.
was, Potato King, think like Dark Souls, right? Where it's like hallways, right? And there's like areas, and some of the areas are bigger than others. Some of them have like verticality. It's kind of like Dark Souls, except instead of having like physical like tree lines, right, and like mountainsides, and like, you know, like cliffs and shit, there's just invisible walls. So it's really hard to tell where you can and can't go unless you physically walk there and then go, oh, there's an invisible wall here. Which is really fucking obnoxious.
So
It makes
annoying.
the game every fucking time. It's the worst thing ever. And you know what? You know what game has it as well? Warhammer Space Marine.
I was gonna say, I hate invisible walls. Like, put in the effort to give me some kind of in-universe barrier. Don't just fucking.
Yeah, dude.
I don't want the barrier to be the fucking dev team itself.
But then you can't look at all the like beautiful like scenery that's over there.
That's
like,
just excuses.
Like, dude, put together like a physical dude. If ancient China just had like stop signs and like a railing, like, do not cross this way. You will die. I'd be like, okay, that's fine.
Something.
I will accept that. Just
something
give me
in
something.
universe. I mean,
See what
Assassin's Creed has the most.
Conan Exiles does.
Oh
Have,
yeah.
like a fuzzy barrier show up, like whenever you get close to like the end of the map.
Mm-hmm. It's just something. Assassin's Creed has the simplest in-universe answer, which is they just put like an animus wall, and they can say you can't go that way. You're like leaving the simulation. It's like, okay, it's so simple, but it makes sense to the world. It's like.
You just have like a minefield.
Yeah, like I hate invisible walls. And honestly, the main reason I hate invisible walls is because it breaks immersion.
Yep.
Because it's like I'm no longer at odds with the game world. I'm at odds with the developers themselves now. You know.
Yep.
Like this isn't the game world telling me I can't go there. This is the developers can't tell me I'm going there. So it's pulling me out of the game world and into the world, into the real world. It's like, don't do that.
Yeah.
But I'm really enjoying it. I'm only in chapter 2, but I'm really enjoying it. And honestly, the whole game is such massive like furry bait. Oh my god. The whole game is fucking furry bait. Like it's got like these hot foxu, shape-shifting women. and like these big buff horsemen and fox
Well,
guys.
okay, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the game has got so much furry bait in it. It's crazy.
Feels more like furry bait for like women
Giant-
than it is for men.
Giant,
though.
yeah, definitely. It is 100%. But it's furry bait nonetheless. You know, these big bears, you know, that kind of muscly bears and shit like that. I was like, come on, One of my favorite things I've seen with it is, you know, the VTuber Bao the whale.
Yeah.
She has a clip of her first sighting of like the buff horse blacksmith guy.
That's him. That's the horseman. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
that's the horseman you're talking about. I know. And it's fucking hilarious. Because she basically starts doing the same shit that she does with, what's his name
Blythe?
from Elden Ring?
Lied.
Blythe, yeah, Blythe. Yeah, she
Blythe?
basically starts Blythe sipping over this horseman. It's fucking hilarious. I was just like, yeah, like like this game has got so much furry bait in it. It's crazy. But like, you know, joking aside, it's got a really, like, the characters, because it's like, you know, the furry nature of the characters, they're very unique and memorable because of that, you know. So it's got like this really unique design to it, and the combat is fucking fun, you know, even when it gets frustrating, you know. Furry bait for
So I
Daisy
just pulled up
bait,
the
yeah.
clip you were talking about. I just pulled up the clip you were talking about, and the horseman is literally wearing fucking like ropes, like red ropes, and holding a fucking like a flayed whip.
Yeah.
Like, I remembered that like when you fight him for the second time, he's like tied up. I didn't realize he was literally wearing fetish gear.
Yeah, I know. No, watching Bao, I will never grow tired of Bao, like, thirsting at, like, buff furry men. But anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, the furry women are not as hot. There is a snake woman that you find in chapter 4.
Yeah, and the other ones are just, like, shapeshifters. They're just like foxes.
Fine.
They're like foxes, or
Well, yeah,
like,
yeah,
regular women.
There's like a fox woman in like chapter 5, but chapter 4 has like a secret area. There's a snake woman, very very cute red snake girl.
Mhm.
All right, she's a red snake on the tree. She's like a red like python of some kind, right? Normal
Yeah.
snake. And then her fucking human form, like, you know how like cobras have like their like fan like their head.
Mhm.
She has that, but on her like really long neck. Like she's just like, it's like a human, but with a really long neck and like a fanned like neck. And it
Interesting.
looks like, hideous.
Yeah, it sounds kind of grotesque, honestly. One of the thing is that, like, I brought that up, but one of the things that's really stood out to me in this article, though, is this right here. Right here. It had a $70 million production budget and was in development for more than 6 years. So
Wow.
this game was in production for quite a long time, like almost as long as Concord, but the budget was less than half. This is another huge issue that AAA gaming has in the West, is that the budgets are way too fucking high in comparison to their Eastern counterparts. And I think this speaks a lot towards the bloat and all that kind of stuff, but it just reeks of inefficiency, and just irresponsible spending. Like the fact that Black Myth only took $70 million to make is incredible, for what it is. It's such a beautiful game, you know, and it doesn't really have bugs. It does have some frame rate drops. You know, I have experienced frame rate drops, but they don't last very long. And yeah, it runs better than Star Wars Outlaws. You know, it's just, yeah, there's just such a stark difference between like the development that's in the East versus the West. You know, and it just needs to change. I got a couple more last few things here. First one, you know, Western dev's gonna Western dev. Dragon Age: The Veilguard might give us our first non-binary companion. Because who cares? Again, this is something that only the fucking
When
gamer.
I saw that character, I couldn't tell if that was a.
I thought this was a guy.
I couldn't tell when I first saw it. I was like, I can't tell that's a man or a woman. And Chad
Yeah,
was like, I'm
the-
sure
the-
it's a man. I was like, is
The
it?
arms are way
I was
too
like, I
many.
don't know.
There's the jaw, and then these jacked as. It's weird. Like she's got these jacked like shoulders and biceps
Oh no,
and triceps.
I mean like when you first see her in the trailer.
Oh, I never watched the trailer. I couldn't give a fuck about Dragon Age: The Veilguard. But it just looks weird because like of how muscular the upper arm is and how skinny the lower arm is. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, it looks really weird.
And look, is he? This guy doesn't look like he's wearing pants. I just, I'm sorry, but this doesn't, like, if you showed me this picture and asked me what this was from, I wouldn't have said Dragon Age.
I
this
assumed
does-
it was like some sort of weird porno.
Honestly, I would
Sort
have
of
thought.
like weird, like obscure, but like high production level. There's a lot of these. Like I get ads every now and again on like whenever I open up like Steam like For You page, it'll be like, hey, have you checked out this latest extremely high quality 3D animated furry porn game? It's like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't. I'm good though.
Yeah.
Like that's what I would think this is.
I
I
honestly,
would think that the next page is him like railing her or something.
this looks like it could fit right into Baldur's Gate 3. That's what I think.
I don't know about that.
Let's see. So the key takeaways for Taj from Dragon Age: The Veilguard might be non-binary, making them the first known trans companion in the series. This right here gets at one of the core problems with Western AAA gaming is that they don't actually care about the business. They care more about the game being important in some way. You know, for some social cause or something like that.
Yeah.
So even if it fails, like, it still was like an important milestone in this social, you know, lefty bullshit. And it's just like,
Yeah.
but the problem what you're doing though is that
If it doesn't do well,
if it doesn't do well,
it's more like a fucking like Bane.
exactly what it does is what you're doing in the minds of gamers is you're basically associating your political
Failure.
stupid shit with failure. Yeah. So it's like,
Yeah.
so when people see this, they're going to be like, oh, that's going to fail. Because they've been trained to think that this kind of thinking leads to failure.
They've been trained to think that trans equals failure, which is not a good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when you're trying to sell, like, yes, like, you know, this
you
is,
think
this
that-
is
yeah.
like a normal thing that we want to just have and stuff. It's like, okay, cool. Well, is that stuff gonna be good? No. Every time that we put out anything that has this in it, it's gonna fucking suck, and you're gonna wish you hadn't spent money on it. Like, okay, well, you know, now you're training that behavior into everybody.
Exactly. And because you're training that into that behavior into the gamers, into normies, well, if the game studios are going to become solvent again, they're going to have to run away from the thing that the normies are rejecting, have been trained to reject, which
Even
is the
like,
exact opposite of your goal.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the tweets going out of basically like the woke fuck, what is it, that Steam group that basically like,
Oh, DEI detected.
yeah, that one. How they've basically been like rejecting like pretty good games just because like, oh, the character is gay or like this and that. And it's just because like they've been trained to like, oh, if there is even like an ounce of gay, it's gonna be bad. And it's just like,
And
it's
that's
kind of sad because like they're missing out on some pretty fucking good games, and it's just because like, well, this is the behavior that the industry's
that they've
training
been
in.
trained. Yeah, they trained that behavior. It's like we say this overtly gay shit, and they go, well, we know that the game must be shit then, because that attitude, the mindset that as developers put that kind of stuff into the game, is synonymous with bad developers, you know, that don't make good products. And so when they see it, they see it in it, they just immediately go, I'm out. I don't care if the game, even if the game is good, or even if I might enjoy it, I'm done. Because that's how much they've drilled into the minds of gamers that DEI equals bad. And the thing is that DEI is bad. Like, diversity, there's no morality attached to diversity, and equity is just communist, so that's bad. And then inclusion is just like, yeah, okay, whatever, you know, like.
No, I mean, it'd be cool if you were actually including everybody and not just being
Well,
entirely anti.
the thing is that they frame inclusion as like this morally good thing, but it's just like, but you don't want to know what exclusion is? Exclusion is just quality control. That's all it is. Like, when you're inclusive to everything, no matter what, that means you have no standards. You know?
Good point.
Which means that you're basically just like foregoing any kind of quality control. Like inclusion is fine if it makes sense for what you're including. You know? That's it. Again, there's no morality to inclusion. It just like, what does the verisimilitude of the world that you're building justify, you know, in terms of what exists inside that world, you know, to maintain internal consistency. And if you have room for inclusivity in that kind of a world, like this is why nobody complains about like the diversity in like Overwatch, because in the world of Overwatch, you're in an organization that is like pulls all these different people from all around the world into this like elite unit. You know what I mean? So it makes sense if you're pulling from all over the world, you're going to get different races of people. You know? So like racial diversity in Overwatch makes sense. You know? But like if you do that to fucking what's the Kingdom Come Deliverance? If you diversify Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is like medieval Bohemia, you know, it doesn't make any fucking sense inside the world. You know?
No, it doesn't.
So you don't do it. You know, it's just that simple because, like, you know, including or not including it's a logical decision. It's not a moral one. There's no morality to inclusion, or you know what I mean. And exclusion is just quality control. So they've taken these ridiculous principles and assigned a bullshit morality to them, and they're just beating the industry over it with like a club with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, and gamers have caught on. They're like, oh, we see all of these indicators, these proxies, and we know what proxies come out of the, you know, basically are associated with good games, and we know what proxies are associated with bad games. And overt, trans, gay, you know, minority characters in games that don't seem to have a purpose for being that way except to be that way, that's a proxy for bad game. And so they fail. And I honestly, I can all but guarantee you that this game is going to underperform, just like Outlaws and just like AC Shadows will. Because gamers are just fed up. We're fed up with this shit. We're fed up with the bisexual lighting, you know. These obsessions with hyperrealism, you know, lacking in art style, uglification. We there's all of these things that gamers like. We used to have like a level of tolerance for them because it's like, oh yeah, it has this woke shit. Like you were saying before, you know, they're missing out. We're missing out on. There's probably a lot of good games we're missing out on because they've been labeled as woke. It's just like, yeah, because there used to be a tolerance for it. It used to be like, yeah, there's a little bit of wokeness here and there, but overall, we're having a fucking ton of fun. We're not going to let that get in the way of it. Otherwise,
Something else is
fantastic
sad
game.
too.
Hogwarts Legacy is a
that
great example of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Something else I want to say as well, like I mentioned this on OCP, is that like they're not even succeeding on their mission to like make these particular groups of people feel included. Because man, nothing makes me included as a nothing makes me feel included, right? As a like Cuban person than seeing like, ah yes, he's a Cuban person. They're really ugly and they fuck horses. It's like, well, gee, thanks. Right? Like I find that funny, right? But it's just like, I don't know, something about like, ah yes, he's this trans character. You know they're trans because they're fucking hideous. It's like, wow, gee, thanks. Like, sell into the ideal, right? Sell into like what a trans person would want to look like, right? Oh, here's a character. It just looks like a woman, but actually they're a trans woman.
Yeah, well, like go back to that. Is it this one? Yeah, this
Concord
one.
Lady?
Yeah. What if they made this ugly thing look like this?
Yeah,
You know what I
people
mean?
wouldn't mind as much.
People would not mind nearly as much. Like, this trans person put in the effort. You could tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would not, like, at first glance, you'd say, yeah, that's a woman. Like, this is like Blair White's level of trying, you know?
Yeah.
So, imagine if this was a one-for-one of that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
do you think, like, why would, and also, like, do you think trans people, like, want to be represented as ugly fucking things? I doubt that. They probably would like to be represented as hot versions of whatever they're trying to pass as. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why would you take a trans person and make them ugly like this if you wanted, like, positive trans representation? Like, it's just, like you, it's like you said, they're hurting their own proclaimed missions. Tuxedo brings up a good point. I will gladly miss out on good games if it continues to push DEI nonsense. That stuff needs to be burned out. That does not mean a gay or trans character makes it woke. Exactly. The existence of these things doesn't make it woke.
Yeah.
They're, again...
It's true. Like a lot of the games that, like, they were marketing as, like, DEI, they weren't even woke games. It's just like, oh, yes, there's this character that's gay. It's like...
Yeah.
But, like, it's not like even, like, they're doing anything, like, particularly fucked with it. Like, it's not like they're... Like, well, it's like Japanese games, too. Like, it's like, dude, they don't fucking care.
Look at the gay romance in Final Fantasy 16. Like, everybody was saying, like, that right there is how you do gay representation correctly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they're not defined by their sexuality. They're like actual fleshed out multi-dimensional characters who happen to be gay. You know what I mean? I always say, like, one of the things that I always say is that we live in a post-Arcane world. Do you know about the show Arcane?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's my favorite show of all time.
I know that it exists. I haven't watched it.
I'm going to do a watch party ahead of the Season 2 premiere in November for it. So I will try to organize it so you can watch it. But it's a fantastic show. And the character is filled with... It's focused primarily on women with blue and or pink hair. One of which is a butch lesbian. Or at least bisexual butch woman. And another lesbian. And these are some of the...
That's like Kaylin, the redhead, right?
No, it's Vi and Caitlin. You know Rika's like Simps, the girls that Rika Simps
Yeah,
for.
Kaylin and the redhead. Yeah.
Yeah, Vi.
I can't remember what the redhead's name was.
Vi.
I know. I'm just saying that I couldn't remember.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's Kaylin and Vi is the redhead. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said no.
Oh, sorry. But these characters in the show, they're based off of the game, and the thing is that this is a game that it's this MOBA style game, basically, like the king of MOBA style games. It's you need to be able to like recognize player characters like instantly, right? And so one of the best ways to do that is to give them colorful different hair colors, right? That's kind of like one of the reasons like there's so many diverse different hair colors and styles and stuff across the characters in League of Legends, because that makes them that adds to their recognizability like in an instant, so that you can like react to the characters you're seeing on the screen and stuff like that, because you have to be able to react so fast.
They're just being super colorful in Dota 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like all of those games have like.
I don't remember them being like super colorful though. But I mean, a lot of them are just shaped very differently, so it's very obvious.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the idea is that like you should recognize them in silhouette, like instantly. They should be different in silhouette. But this like these hair colors were like determined like well before like they were like signifiers of wokeness, right? But in this show especially, these are the most multi-dimensional, interesting, fleshed out, amazing characters ever put to screen. And it doesn't matter that they're lesbian. It doesn't matter that one's like a butch lesbian. She's an amazingly good character. an incredibly good character. Every character in that show, except for maybe Malcolm, is it's like Game of Thrones, where like all of the characters are enthralling, or like Lord of the Rings, you know, or like even like the secondary and tertiary characters are like really interesting. It's like that. Like every character, primary, secondary, tertiary, is like interesting and memorable. And that show has that's the thing, is that show has all of the indicators of like this is going to be a dog shit woke fest, and it is the exact opposite of that. It is, if anything, it is anti-woke in the way it portrays its characters and their multidimensionality. It is such a fantastic show. If there's anyone in chat who hasn't seen it because like they're like turned away by like woke like proxies, like colorful hair and lesbianism and that kind of
Remember,
stuff.
chat. Remember, chat. Once upon a time, alternative women were hot. These are women from that time.
They are. But I'll tell you right now, I'm going to organize a watch party for that show, though, like next month. I'm also, I'll just say it right now, I'm also going to be this month scripting some media analysis videos about season 1 that I'm going to release in October about that show, because it's like, and I want to do it like in the lead up to the season premiere of the next season. But yeah, I highly encourage anyone in chat who is like on the fence about that show, because it's got like mostly girls who, several of them are lesbians and have colorful hair. Watch the show. Trust me. Fucking Gary from Nerdrotic finally sat down with Mahler to watch it, and he's halfway through the show, and he just said on stream that he's really liking it. If Gary from Nerdrotic can get through it and actually end up liking it, then you can, chat.
Also, chat, remember, these women are fictional, which means that in porn they're straight.
So,
Giving you a no key sign.
but anyway. So yeah, this I don't expect much out of this, because again, when all the articles about are about one of the a character's sexuality, that means that there's nothing interesting about the plot or the gameplay to talk about. So
Yeah.
Sorry. I got one more. For the night.
We got 2 minutes. Where I gotta go?
Not bait. You shouldn't play the game until they add female Space Marines. Here's why. Before you lose it and call me woke, listen up. There are people who have been stomped on for centuries, and we're finally getting to a point where we can start to make things right. So this was like a big. They made that this is Steam. It's a Steam
Before you
post.
call me woke, look at how woke I am.
Yeah, it's a Steam post basically saying they want to boycott Space Marines too because there's no women in it, despite the fact that there are women in it. They're just not Space Marines. But they're basically saying pander to us, even just a little bit. They're doing the same shit that
Well, also, wait, hold on. Let's just, I just want to read through this.
Okay.
There are people who have been stomped on for centuries, and we're finally getting to a point. First off, no one's been stomped on for centuries because no one's fucking lived for centuries, you dumb fucking bitch. Let's just get that out of the fucking way real quickly. Alright, you're not entitled to the fucking, like, trauma of your fucking parents. Alright, shut the fuck up. Alright? Your fucking great-grandma is fucking rolling in her fucking grave like this little bitch has everything in her fucking life. She has the internet, she has all this stuff, she has everything that I never had. She's bitching about it. Right? Shut the fuck up, for one. Second off, how can you sit there and play a game made by devs who are openly sexist? How? While also refusing to add even a like, dude, the first like captain that you meet, like the Huey captain, all right, is a fucking woman. The fucking like the chief of the guards that you like meet up with, just like in the first game, is a woman. What's the big while also refusing to add even a shred of diversity? You're too like so you can play the story, the campaign, right? In multiplayer. Right? You don't have to. If you play single player, you have 2 guys that are with you that are part of your squad. Right? In the first game, there were 2 white guys, an old white guy and a young white guy. In this game, you have a black guy and an Asian guy. Shut the fuck up! What's the big deal with having a single Marine who's intersex, LGBT, or female? They did it for Custodies in the game. Just one. Yeah, and it's one too fucking many. Shut the fuck up, ho! One character that could be on screen for 5 seconds and it wouldn't hurt you at all. but it would mean the world to someone who finally sees themselves represented. That person needs to fucking get their shit together and find some fucking value in associating with people and human values, not their fucking sex. That person's a mental issue.
Well, here's the
Need
thing.
fixed.
Here's the thing about this, though, is that it says they could, it would mean the world to someone who finally sees themselves represented. It's like, first of all, like, you're acting like there hasn't been what, women in games before? So they've never been
Yeah, it's
represented
wild.
before. And number two, we know that it doesn't mean the world to them. It never does. Because they keep asking for it over and over. And even when they get it, they keep asking for it over and over and over again. So obviously it doesn't mean anything. It's not satisfying you if you have to constantly be fed it over and over and over again. So that's like, this is a self-report that representation
Yeah.
actually doesn't mean anything. And
Yep.
it doesn't mean shit.
Who cares if we get one?
So
Oh, and like, what's the deal with having a single Space Marine in the game? Just one, and then underneath that's just one character.
because it
I
breaks
just
the
want
lore.
one. It's like
Because
you just fucking answered like your bro. The end of the first paragraph is you only gave us one. The start of the second paragraph is I just want one. You got what you fucking wanted. Shut the fuck up, dumb
you-
idiot.
You got one woman,
Who's
but
really the snowflake if that idea gets under your skin? Still you! You can't identify with fucking human beings! Grow the fuck up!
also LGBTQ. There is no sexuality with Space Marines. They're manufactured, and they don't have sex. There's no sexuality, and they're
That
programmed.
is true.
There's no sexuality in Space Marines.
That is true. It is purely gender.
Yeah, they are all asexual.
It is purely a fucking gender thing.
Mm-hmm.
A biological gender thing. You want to bring that argument back up? I don't think so. They don't even need to be the main character. It blows my mind that anyone would back a game that's deliberately pandering to right-wing values. What? It blows your fucking mind because you are so fucking lost in the purity spiral that you can't imagine a world where people don't agree with you.
These
You
days,
can't imagine how anyone could possibly agree with you because you are so lost in the fucking religion that is wokeism that you see it as a divine fucking truth. That you are fucking correct no matter what.
well, here's the thing, though. Every time you see right wing or far right wing, I'm actually amazed that they didn't put far right in here.
Yeah.
Just replace
Do you
right
know what you're
wing.
supporting, or did some World of Warcraft YouTuber just tell you to buy it? What?
Hang on. Just take right wing and replace it with normal. Whenever you see right wing
Yeah.
or bigots or racists
Yep.
or homophobes, just replace it with normal and it'll make
Remember,
sense.
chat. These people hate white people. They think that black people are too fucking dumb to, like, you know, do well in school without lowering the standards. These people do not understand the concepts that they argue about.
And
There's
they
no reason why you should ever be offended by anything they say.
and
Ever.
they, yeah,
Because nothing they say has value.
yeah, two
That
things.
is like a rapist accusing you of like, oh my god, you just like, you kissed a girl and you caught her by surprise and you didn't ask her for permission before you kissed your girlfriend? What the fuck? It's like, motherfucker, aren't you like a rapist? Yeah, it's the equivalent. Just ignore them. They're fucking stupid. Like, their brain is so entirely fucking backwards that there's no genuine logical fucking reason. Like, I hear when they're like, oh my god, but you're just being like mean and accusing me. It's like, yeah, but here's the thing. We're not in fucking high school. Ad hominem does not negate my fucking argument. I'm
Mhm.
correct and you're stupid. That's all it is.
We also have to remember that they say right wing. Like I always said, like it makes sense if you could take all of their labels, like right wing or bigot, sexist, homophobe, all that shit, and just replace it with normal, because they've surrendered all elements of normalcy to their political opponents.
Yep.
Like they basically everything that's normal they're against. So they've surrendered all the normal shit to what they call right wing, but it's basically just them versus everybody else, not just the right wing. It's the right wing plus the normies plus like the still like the still sane left, like the shoe on heads and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah.
it's the wokes versus everybody. So whatever they say right wing or anything, just replace it with normal, and that's what they actually mean. And then like, the other thing, like going back to the first paragraph, like once again, they're trying to shame you into like supporting the shit that they want you to support. It's just like,
Yeah.
how has shaming gamers ever been a winning strategy?
It gets
You know.
better now. I have something to add
That's
before I go, because I do gotta go.
Oh, okay, I'll let you go.
So, just to read the rest of it, by playing this game, you're choosing to marginalize people who deserve better. Why?
They don't
that's the
deserve
point.
you.
I get that some will read this and say they don't care, but maybe, just maybe, try putting yourself in someone else's shoes for once. Yes, I can put myself in their shoes and rationalize because I'm smarter than them, but they're fucking stupid. Here's the truth. If you are incapable of associating with a character who does not look exactly like you, you lack human, like, emotional intelligence. You lack human qualities. You are subhuman and you're beneath me.
It's literally the
If that
definition of
bothers you, you can cry
psychopathy.
about it.
It's psychopathy. That's the literal definition of psychopathy.
All it takes is a little empathy. You don't have to agree with them, but recognize representation helps people feel less alone. It's sad that you're actively standing against that. No, nothing can help you feel less alone because the issue is you.
Representation doesn't
Nothing
matter.
will... Representation will never make you feel less alone because what you lack is the ability to... You lack the ability to empathize, not me. I feel fucking sorry for you. That you are incapable of empathizing with a character that does not look like you. There is something emotionally wrong with you in your fucking mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth.
Exactly. Well,
That's all there is to it. But with that, I do gotta go.
you gotta go. Shill yourself real quick, and I'll let you go.
My name is Rosa Godel, sometimes known as Jenny Mercury, and I stream daily on a YouTube channel. Is it like linked in the description?
Yes, it is. It's all linked.
There you go. Yeah,
You're good.
there's the ad there. At Jenny Mercury on YouTube. You'll find me. I stream daily. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be planning out next week. And I'll see you guys here, specifically on this channel, next Saturday.
That's right.
As I will see you every Saturday.
And we're gonna try to shorten
I'm
up these streams as well. So,
Yeah, we'll see.
alrighty.
Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Hope you have a fun rest of closing the stream.
Right on.
But bye, chat!
Bye. All right. Well, with that, that was the last article I had. That's pretty much the end of the show. I really appreciate y'all joining. Thank you, Potato King, for the new subscription. Always appreciated. Rosa streams every single day. I am not a full-time streamer. I am a part-time streamer. I do this for fun. So my next stream is not until Tuesday, which is going to be a gaming stream. Going to be playing Black Myth Wukong. So hope to see you there. And also, once the stream goes offline, I will be officially rebranding the channel. So look forward to that. Other than that, I hope you had a lot of fun. And I will see ya on the next one. Take care, chat. The watch is yours.